is...
Good afternoon and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland and our Scotland Counts special. I'm Isla Barker. We will also bring updates on the Senedd and English Council results throughout the day. So on the programme this week we are delighted to be joined by William Duguid.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon. And Marion Fellows.
Hello.
So, to start, we will begin with the polls for the Holyrood Senedd and English Council elections closed at 10 p.m. last night, with results being announced throughout the day, with Ayr due at about 1 p.m, Stirling due at 4, and Highlands and Islands due at 7 p.m. today. The Liberal Democrats have held Orkney, with Liam MacArthur winning 70% of the vote, and in Dundee City West, Heather Anderson has held the SNP with 12,722 votes. Labour has been losing heavily in the council elections in England and is expecting further losses in Wales, ending a 27-year majority since the founding of the Welsh Senedd. So far, Reform UK has won 431 seats in England, with Labour losing 276. The Liberal Democrats and Greens have also seen unprecedented wins, with both parties gaining 29 and 30 seats respectively, putting them at 263 and 55 seats. In Wales, polls suggest pro-independence party Plaid Cymru and Reform UK are the two frontrunners, and turnout in Scotland has reportedly reached 60%, similar to 2021 turnout figures. Whereas in Scotland, forecasts predict the SNP securing a majority, with losses from Labour and new gains from the Scottish Greens and Reform UK. So, the Orkney results were the first to come out, which was unusual, as Airdrie was expected to come out at about 12 today. So the Liberal Democrats held the seat as they did last election. So what is so appealing about the Liberal Democrats to voters in Orkney?
Well, there's a lot of history there,
Yes.
ever since the time of Joe
Absolutely.
Grimmond, etc. I would also say, I think that Liam MacArthur, who was the Liberal Democrat candidate in Orkney, has made a bit of a reputation for himself at
Yes.
Holyrood, not least by promoting the assisted dying bill. And I think that leads to voter recognition, and that, along with the general way things have been done in the islands, is probably mostly behind it. But it is an increased majority, I think, and a very, very good result. And it's certainly buoyed up the Lib Dems, who are now talking about taking things
Yes.
the length and breadth of the country. We will see.
I think that's a fair comment, William. Yes, we will see, but definitely Liam's profile has been raised quite considerably with putting through the bill, and you know, he didn't get the result he wanted there, but he definitely has got it today.
Thank you. So then, with results still coming out slowly and surely throughout the day, what do you think the results will look like for this election in Scotland?
Now,
Well, that's a $64,000 question, isn't it? I think we're really looking to see if the pollsters are correct.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a wide difference across the polls, so I think it's anybody's game to guess. I think the SNP will do well. I think Labour are already admitting defeat in Glasgow, which is quite huge, and it's all remains to see how Reform will do. And you'll notice I haven't mentioned the Tories, because I don't think they're going to do terribly well at all.
Possibly not. It's very difficult to know. There's been such a barrage of polls, although there has been variation. They've been fairly consistent in saying that there'll be either an SNP majority, which is actually quite an unlikely outcome because it's so difficult to get a majority, or that it will be a pro-independence majority. And that's been the consistent message that's come out. But a lot of the seats, I think, are likely to be quite tight. And the opposition parties will tend to be concentrating on certain seats where they think they've got a real chance. So you might see a lot of SNP holds just as the normal course of business, but there could be some surprises coming up. And one thing that certainly in Glasgow, the Greens are making noises about doing particularly well, and possibly even taking constituency seats. So the overall predictions, I think, at the moment, there's no reason to believe that they'll be confounded. They probably will be broadly correct. I'm interested to look at turnout. I've heard that it's supposedly up at 60. I'm seeing other reports that it's down a fair bit in each constituency. That would just take it back, I think, to 2016
Yes,
levels, if that
yes.
were to happen. But it would be disappointing. But it would probably also be reflective of the fact that the voting public seem to be quite tired of politics just at the moment, and in particular of election campaigns. And it'd be lovely to have something to inspire them again, and maybe we can start working on that after this is over.
Yeah, it hasn't felt like an election time anywhere I've been in Scotland recently. And I think that's a lot to do with the fact there are no posters on lampposts, and it's an old-fashioned thing that. But at least people were aware, whereas now majority of councils across Scotland don't allow it. So there's nothing to tell people, oh aye, it's an election, today especially. So the activists on the ground have had to work extra hard to get out the vote for their particular parties.
And I'd say the SNP is an advantage there, because I think they have more activists, even now, even with the party having shrunk a bit in terms of membership. Certainly where I operate in and around Perth, they've been putting a hell of a lot of work in, and there are the numbers to do that. So that'll be interesting to see what result that might have. Yeah,
and other parties have really relied on Royal Mail.
Oh, yes.
Who have not been covering themselves in glory a lot of the time recently in terms of delivery, but lots of letters and leaflets from Labour, the Tories, and also from Reform, of course. And it's very interesting when you look at where these things have been printed and published. It's really quite an interesting exercise for a political nerd like me.
So historically, the Conservative and Unionist Party has been quite popular in the Borders region, but we have seen in the English Council results, for example, that Reform UK seems to be taking former Conservative areas as well as gaining some from Labour. So do you believe, we'll start with Marion, that Reform could take the former Conservative stronghold of the Borders region?
I don't know. I have my doubts. I hope maybe it's wishful thinking, because I don't think anyone really wants to see Reform gain huge footholds in Scotland. But I think it remains to be seen. I think they're not going to do. Malcolm Offord, for example, has already said he doesn't expect to win in Inverclyde. And yeah, no one expected Malcolm Offord to win in Inverclyde. I don't know if they'll take seats, but it does depend on whether they can get their voters out and get lots of votes on the list. And that's an interesting prospect. It's interesting, and I would like to have had a bit more of a look at the individual results, and I think that's going to take a bit of homework after we're finished.
It sure is.
Yeah.
All the nerds like me will be into the homework after this. I think the thing with Reform is that they will undoubtedly make a difference on the list. In the strong Tory constituency areas of the past, there is a possibility that they will simply split the Tory vote, which might let somebody else in or might provide opportunities. So it's not an unmixed blessing for the right-wing parties. I think what is likely to happen is that they're not going to be as strong a force in Scotland as they are in other parts of the UK, certainly in the way they've featured in the English Council elections, where they're putting in a very strong performance. And they're also slated to be up there along with Plaid Cymru in Wales. That I don't think will happen in Scotland. I certainly hope it doesn't, but it doesn't look as if it will. They've still got some way to go. They're kind of in the same ballpark as Labour and the Conservatives in terms of percentages in the list vote, and that's where they'll pick up most of it, I think.
Yeah, and if you think that actually, William, that so many of the goes back to UKIP, it goes back to the Brexit vote. It's people who actually voted to leave are really almost prime pickings for Reform in Scotland.
So I've just heard here that turnout in Edinburgh, North Eastern and Leith is at about 57%. So going off your mid to high 50s percentage point there. So the name of Leith was restored to the constituency, renamed Edinburgh North Eastern and Leith. So there has been some discourse over changes in constituency boundaries. Reform UK Scotland has announced that if they were elected, they would change the constituency boundaries to match Westminster. Why have the constituency boundaries, or at least some of them, why have they been changed ahead of this quite crucial election?
It's an exercise that takes place, and it's typically based on population movements and perhaps new housing estates being built, and just an attempt as far as possible to equalise the populations in the constituency. So a big effort was undertaken, and it's not actually, the results of it are not determined by the government. I'm sorry to disappoint Reform UK Scotland in that, but they're designed by the Scottish Boundary Commission folks, and they put a lot of work into it in 2025. And you'll notice that most of the big changes, certainly there have been some changes to regions where some seats have moved to other regions, but not so much that. Edinburgh and Glasgow particularly, and tends to be the inner city constituencies where populations are likely to change the most radically, and that's really what's happened. I don't think it will have all that major an effect on the actual results of the election, but as with everything else, you think you know what's going to happen, and then maybe something else does.
I mean, there seems to have been a shift in population eastwards in Scotland, and that's really what's caused this shift and redrawing boundaries across Scotland. And it's some silly moves for people in the regions, which is a bit more difficult to understand.
I think Marion is probably referring to East Kilbride suddenly finding itself in the south of Scotland, whereas its next door neighbour in Rutherglen and Cambuslang is very firmly in Glasgow.
Yes.
Yes.
So, to recap the campaign, where have you gone? In the last few months, parties have campaigned across the country. Scottish Labour focused on reducing NHS waiting times and building 125,000 new homes. They also aim to reach net zero by 2045. Their manifesto also plans to ban mobile phones in classrooms and recruit 1,500 more classroom assistants. The Scottish Greens want to raise the school starting age to 7 years old and introduce a play-based kindergarten for children aged 3 to 6. They also promised to introduce an Offord tax, named after Reform UK's Scottish leader Malcolm Offord, to prevent the super-rich individuals from hoarding extra homes during a housing crisis, according to Ross Greer. The Scottish Conservatives and Unionist Party want to introduce a domestic abuse register and introduce a 2-child cap on the Scottish Child Payment, as well as double the Scottish Veteran Fund. And the Scottish Nationalist Party focused on the cost of living in their manifesto and also reaching net zero by 2045. First Minister John Swinney introduced the SNP's plan to introduce a price cap on certain essential food items to reduce the cost of living. And the Scottish Liberal Democrats aim to establish walk-in mental health clinics to make the remaining bank branch in the local area exempt from business rates to prevent branch closures, and implement a job transition loan to support people who are retraining or seeking a career change. And Reform UK Scotland promised to reduce the number of MSPs by expanding constituencies to match Westminster, and phase out the land and buildings transaction tax by replacing them with an annual property tax. So what is this land, buildings and transaction tax, and why would Reform UK Scotland want to phase it out?
Well, it is one of the 2 taxes that have devolved to Scotland. And I don't know if a lot of the things that Reform want to do are reserved to Westminster to actually instigate, so I don't know if they will actually be able to. I suppose a quick way of talking about the land and buildings transaction tax is what they, and I've forgotten the name of it now, what they do in England, stamp duty. Yeah, and that's really what it is. It's not a huge income stream. And I think actually it's probably not that, it's something to put in their manifesto, which is slightly different, but I don't think it's anything really that's going to affect the majority of people in Scotland.
Yes, I'm not entirely sure what the benefit of replacing the land and buildings transaction tax with something that actually does much the same thing but has a different name is, except to have something to bulk out the manifesto. I may be doing them a disservice, I don't know.
Yeah, and the idea of actually reducing the number of MSPs is I think would meet with huge resistance. Although people are scunnered with politics, and I think they might find it quite difficult to understand that why they're now going to be moved where they're voting again and which constituency they're going to be in again. And how will they cope with the idea that 16-year-olds can vote in Scottish elections and not in Westminster as yet?
Of course.
Yes, I'm not really a fan of the essential differences in the way Scotland does things just being erased because Westminster does it differently. Sometimes Westminster might do it better, but we've always got the chance of improving if we have control over it. Other times actually we'll be doing it better, and I don't see why we should be shoved into the same pigeonhole. But Reform UK are very much along the lines of, I suspect you would see radical changes to Holyrood's powers if they were, for example, to get in 2028, 29 in the UK. I think you would see significant reversals and even the devolution we have. And I think that is definitely a retrograde step.
Yeah, and I think so many folk who live and work in Scotland don't actually understand that some of the benefits they have from living and working in Scotland are only there because they live and work in Scotland. And they would find it a bit difficult to start paying for eye tests and start paying for prescriptions, not to mention tuition fees and all the other things that Scottish Government. Bus travel, that's a really good example. And I see Greens are definitely wanting to increase bus travel, free bus travel. It's not free, I understand it's not free, it's paid for by the taxpayer, but giving travel cards to everyone is not actually such a daft idea because it increases bus routes across Scotland. And in fact, many of the folk who use their bus passes at the moment, me included, actually are keeping certain services on the road which would cease to exist if we weren't actually using bus passes.
The Scottish Greens have also mentioned that they would provide a rail card to everyone, so cutting off a third of costs from rail fares. They also did take part in scrapping the peak rail fares and introducing free bus travel in general with the coalition with the SNP. So updates continue to come through, and it seems that, let's see, yes, Anderson seals win for SNP in Dundee City West, and turnout in John Swinney's constituency has dropped slightly. And other than John Swinney, yes, he has arrived at the count in Perth. So, William, you operate in Perth and you've seen...
Although I actually live in Jim Fairley's constituency. But many of the people with whom I work at the Perth Yes Hub are very much in John Swinney's constituency and do an awful lot of that groundwork that I referred to earlier. So I think is fairly solid and likely to win that seat. I don't think there's very much doubt about that. Again, everything I say here is a prediction, so it could be totally wrong, but I do expect that he will be successful. And in fact, a lot of the other folks who would have been in the hub with me otherwise today are not in the hub either because they're at the count. And so he's got that level of support within his party. And I'm not sure when Perth comes through as a result. It's probably not till 3 o'clock or even later.
No, it is around that time, yes.
Yeah.
So then with John Swinney looking like he will win his constituency, who do you think could be the Deputy First Minister if the SNP hold on to their majority in Holyrood?
Well, I have to see who else gets in.
Yes, exactly. I think that's up to John Swinney, to be fair, and I'm sure he'll choose wisely, and that might sound a bit too slick, but I think there will be, and obviously there will have been thought gone into that, but it's never a good idea to count your chickens.
So, without counting any chickens, I think somebody who's made an impression who might be in the sort of circles that might go is Marion McCallan.
Yes.
Assuming she gets in. Also, of course, if he gets in, Stephen Flynn will be very interested in doing something at some point. But that's a bigger if, because it's not dead easy for Stephen. Whereas I think Mary is in with a decent chance in her seat. But certainly she is thought of as one of the coming people, so to speak.
And I think if you're looking at Deputy First Ministers, it's almost a tradition that there's a mixed gender in leader and deputy. So that would probably raise a few points for Mary, who is an excellent, and she's been very prominent in the campaign on TV in the last week or so of the election. So I think she's probably a good shout, William.
Right. Now just watch me get confounded by events.
So, breaking down the Dundee City West results, Heather Anderson of the Scottish National Party has won Dundee City West, holding the party for that constituency. She secured 12,722 votes with 49.1% of the vote. Behind the SNP are Labour with 6,365 votes, then Reform UK with 3,315, Liberal Democrats with 1,980, the Conservatives with 881, and 649 votes went to the Trade Unionist and Socialist Party. So then Reform UK's potential in Scotland has been debated. So why do you think it is that they sort of are a bit rocky in Scotland in comparison to the SNP or the Greens or such. We are obviously not sure of how things will turn out. The day is not over yet. But what do you think?
I think there's a different ethos in Scotland, and I might be kidding myself, but I actually firmly believe that. If we go back to what I said earlier about Brexit, I mean, Scotland voted to remain, so they haven't got that particular in with the Scottish electorate the way they had down south, and I think that plays quite a big part in the whole thing. Interestingly, I see Heather's percentage of the poll was 49%, which is very much higher than some of the pundits have said will be, and what the polls have said would be the SNP percentage results across the whole country. But Dundee's a very particular SNP stronghold, so maybe we shouldn't count too much towards that.
No chicken counting there.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yes. What's evident, I think, from the Dundee City West result, and it may not be a pattern that persists everywhere because it is a very particular place, but the two results so far even have shown the Conservatives way down, and I think that Reform have very much feasted on the Conservatives, and there's a question mark about how that continues over time. If the Reform UK becomes, in Scotland even, the main right-wing party, even if it's not as strong as it is in England, not something I'd particularly relish, because I don't think they'll ever be quite as big in Scotland, because their debating points are not really what matter to the Scottish people. And particularly, half the Scottish people are against them anyway because they're against independence, so that doesn't help them particularly. But then that wouldn't have helped the Conservatives either. Last thing, Lord Offord, not a popular man. And interesting that the Greens are talking about their offered tax on yachts and things. That was a bit of cheek. I liked it though.
Yes, he was apparently laughed at during an STV debate when he admitted the number of houses and cars he owned. So then, with Wales, it is suggested that Labour will lose its hold over Wales, and Plaid Cymru, its pro-independence party, and Reform UK are going to be the two frontrunners. So then, with Plaid Cymru, how has this party that has not had a seat or a majority since the conception of the Senate gained so much power in the last few years? What has changed exactly, and also what do you think could change in the future?
I think Plaid has always been active in Wales in a way that Reform hasn't, and I think that stood them in good stead, because if you were a Welsh Labour voter, who do you vote for? There's not a red wall. There's huge. It wasn't a red wall. It's a red country in Wales for a long time, and I don't see Welsh voters turning to, well, they didn't turn to the Conservative Party because there weren't that many AMs in Wales. I think people just thought, well, who's going to do best for Wales? And I think Plaid then rose up, and they have some very effective leaders in Wales and very effective local MPs and members of the Senate already, so that's really helped them. Reform, I think, are getting the scunneration vote in Wales as well. And I mean, they were expected to do better in Caerphilly, the by-election, and didn't quite achieve that. And if you're going to move forward, you have to keep the momentum going. And I don't know if Reform will do that, but again, they are feeding off Brexit votes.
Still doing that all these years on.
Yeah.
Labour has really fallen away badly in Wales, and that's an important thing. But Marion was quite right about leadership. I think Plaid Cymru have built up very smartly over time. Now, interestingly, with their manifesto for this election, they're not, if you like, rushing independence. They almost look to me to be in a similar phase, if you like, to the SNP in 2007, when somewhat unexpectedly, and actually quite effectively, they had a minority government for 4 years, which ultimately resulted in their only overall majority in 2011. And I just wonder if Plaid isn't in a similar state. And even if Reform are ixy-pixy with him, will Plaid be able to do a deal with somebody to run the place? Because it's when you start running a place that it begins to build, assuming you can do it well. Many commentators would say that initial minority government that the SNP ran in 2007 was their most effective government of any of the governments they've had. and certainly a lot of good things happened during that. So for Labour, there's an awful lot to think about in Wales, because to have dropped as badly as they have, partially a reflection of what's happening to Labour in the rest of the country at the minute, which, I mean, it's just a horrible, horrible night, and indeed a horrible today for Labour. They've got a lot of thinking to do and a lot of coming back to do, and I just wonder if the Welsh Labour Party will increasingly start to want to distance itself from the Westminster one. I would advise a similar point of view in the Scottish Labour Party, of course, but I'll not hope for that too much.
And of course, both the Labour Party in Wales and in Scotland are very much funded by the Labour Party in England, or should I call it UK? There am I doing that terrible thing of conflating England with the UK. But that's actually what's happening. And so they rely on, as they lose votes and they lose members in Scotland and Wales, they rely more and more and more on the big money coming in, some of it quite dubious, to Starmer and his cabinet members. So it's an interesting thing to look forward to.
So of course, voter apathy and turnout is essential in every election. So apathy was an important factor in this election, especially with a rather tumultuous start to Labour in Westminster. So then, how come a turnout this high in some parts of the country at 60%? How come that has occurred despite the predictions of apathy? What do you think has spurred voters on to vote instead of sit out this one?
I think because maybe they think they can make a difference, and
Well,
there
I
are
hope so.
a lot of independent supporters, or not necessarily SNP supporters, who will vote for the SNP. Just to make sure that the unionist parties, I mean, we've heard a lot about unionist parties ganging up on the SNP. I think we're now seeing independent supporters going to the SNP. Maybe. I mean, I don't know, because we need folk like Willam to do the homework afterwards to find out.
boy.
But I think that there is something in that, because it's been relentless, the attacks on independence in this election, and I think that may well be why people have turned to vote again for SNP.
I think people are very, very scunnered in Scotland, and certainly what I'm hearing about when people knock on the doors, they are coming across a few people who are scunnered. That doesn't seem to have translated quite as badly into abstaining as I thought it might. Still a way to go, but at worst it looks as if the percentage turnout will be down to about 2016 levels rather than 2021 levels. With the Scottish elections, I think I'm right in saying that turnout tends to be about 10% below the Westminster elections, or thereabouts, maybe slightly less than that, but certainly significantly below the Westminster elections. So that in itself is something of a disappointment, and one would hope that if we really felt we were doing something with Scotland as a project, we could encourage more people to come out and vote in the elections.
And so I've just received 2 new updates. So then Aberdeen Central, the SNP has held the constituency with Jack Middleton winning with 11,974 votes.
Yep.
And then the SNP has gained Shetland Islands from the Liberal Democrats.
That's a
So-
remarkable result.
Yes, and that was Hannah Goodland there. So the Highlands and Islands tend to be Liberal Democrats.
Yes.
But then, as we see here, the SNP has just gained the Shetland Islands. So then, Shetland and Orkney are quite important communities for the Liberal Democrats or the SNP. It seems to be a sort of swing area. So then, why is it that the Liberal Democrats or the SNP, which are opposing parties in some ideologies, appeal to these areas?
I think the islands, especially the Northern Isles, Orkney and Shetland, I mean, that's a stunning result for the SNP in Shetland. That is an absolutely
So unexpected.
stunning.
Well, not entirely unexpected.
We have there's a wonderful SNP candidate there. However, folk in the islands tend to be independent and in many ways, and they vote for people rather than parties. And I think there is still the legacy of folk like Joe Grimmond. Now, Alistair Carmichael has been the MP for Orkney and Shetland for quite a long while, and I think that is just a tradition, and it's a bit like the Labour vote in Central Scotland,
Oh, yeah.
Western Central Scotland. People vote like their parents did. People, it's kind of how you're brought up, etc., etc. But I mean, that is, even for someone who is less biased than me, because I have to admit to a certain bias here, that is a stunning result.
Yes. Lib Dems will tend to have pretty decent candidates in the places where they're strong, and that certainly we saw earlier was the case with Liam MacArthur, for example. And similarly in Shetland, we heard on the grapevine that Hannah Mary Goodlad was a really, really strong candidate. And in fact, it looks like she's achieved a 10% swing from the Lib Dems, and she's got a 1,500 majority, which really is impressive. And I think she will be a considerable asset, from what I've heard, to the new Parliament. And it's just as well she won the seat, because she was number 4 on the list, which no chance of her getting in. But that is, I think, the first really notable result of the day, because wasn't surprised to hear how Liam MacArthur did in Orkney, wasn't surprised at the Dundee City West result particularly, but this is a cracking result, there's no doubt about it.
Absolutely.
And perhaps not indicative of what's going to happen everywhere else, because of the standard of the candidate and the fact that the local SNP really has been knocking their pans in for the last 10 to 12 years to elect SNP MSPs, and this is the first time they've cracked it.
So with the Greens, how do you think they're going to do? Because they have been gaining some momentum, and it is believed that they might secure Glasgow's south side. So what do you think the Greens are going to do?
I think the Greens probably have a following amongst younger voters that maybe the other parties don't have. And consequently, they'll be looking to do well, and will appoint their constituency candidates, of whom there are 6, largely in areas where there might be a large concentration of younger people, and particularly students. So I think that's what they've been banking on in Glasgow, and certainly they're making all the interesting noises about that. And of course, that throws a whole new calculation into things, because if the Lib Dems can start winning constituency seats, and their vote on the list holds up, then the D'Hondt effect, because they're not going to win like 8 or 9 seats in a region, they might win 1 or 2. They're not necessarily going to be cut back by all that much, so they might end up with a list MP as well as a constituency MP.
So then, what do you think an SNP and a Liberal Democrat coalition could look like? Because they do have some opposing values. They agree on some policies, but independence being the one that they
You mean the Greens then?
No, Lib Dems.
the SNP and the Liberal Democrats, if they formed a coalition.
Right.
And I've just seen that the SNP have held on to Kilmarnock and Irvine Valley, with Alan Brown winning over there, or a hold. So what do you think an SNP and Liberal Democrat coalition could look like?
I don't see it working, because the Liberal Democrats are actually fairly strongly opposed to the SNP in every way, and they certainly don't have a great desire for independence, unlike the Scottish Greens, who do. Of course, coalition between the Scottish Greens and the SNP wasn't entirely without problems as well. We're a long way from the 2007 Parliament, where the SNP worked actually very well with all the other parties without a formal coalition in place. Things have got a lot more polarised since then, so any coalition is going to be tricky, and you're really going to have to put them together in a very thoughtful way and listen to each other. And so I'd suspect that the SNP, if they do anything, will go for a coalition with the Scottish Greens. They may have enough MSPs to do it anyway. I don't know. But
I mean, they did work with the Lib Dems in terms of budget the last time, so it just depends, and until we get the full results. I think John Swinney is a kind of man who will work with anyone to help Scotland. And I think Alex Cole-Hamilton, when push came to shove, did say, right, we want this in the budget, and if you put that in, we will vote for the budget. Whether there would be a formal coalition is an entirely different thing.
Of course, and it's still early to say. We only have 5 seats announced, so that's 4 for the SNP so far, a gain of 1 seat so far, and then 1 for the Liberal Democrats, losing 1 seat at the moment. So then, of course, still to come, and the Greens gained their first mayor in Hackney with Zoe Garbett, who formerly worked in the NHS. She wants to focus on implementing more free travel, reducing crime, and the cost of living. So then, Yes, the London Borough of Hackney. So with, for changing topic here, so with Conservatives, they have seen a drop in support in the English councils. So then, do you think there are still any potential Conservative strongholds in Scotland, not to be taken by Reform, but any just for Conservative?
Well, there's always the borders.
You would think the south of Scotland and the borders is
yeah.
the likeliest, but I still want to hold out to see what Reform does there in terms of eating into the Tory vote. But it's always been a place that they've tended to have most of their people there. Certainly in the constituencies. Always, if the Conservatives get anything into double figures on the list vote, they will take seats on the list, and that's where it's primarily been.
Yeah.
But yeah, whether the south of Scotland is still a Conservative stronghold, looking at the way their vote has been eaten into by Reform so far in the other seats, you would have to doubt whether that's as strong. And whether there's any way some other party can capitalise on coming through the middle is a thing we've yet to see. But that would be fascinating if it were to happen.
Yes. So as we approach, half past 1 in the afternoon, it looks like more results are going to be coming through quite quickly. So do you have any predictions on what could be some surprises or something that could be expected, any holds from whichever party?
Well, I've just had a message saying that Reform are likely to come second in Airdrie and Shorts.
Airdrie and Shorts?
Which is, now that's just speculation. I'm not saying it's absolutely certain.
Solid working class minor
in
the past.
Yeah,
minor.
and that would be really the death knell of Scottish Labour. Because they held the seat for a long while and then didn't after a while. But I'm just still stunned by that because that's kind of going against what I've been saying.
Well, it's not just taking votes from the Tories then. And Reform do have, the notes they hit do have some attraction to folks in parts of Scotland. I wish they didn't, to be honest, but they undoubtedly do. And we need to be talking a lot more about those kind of issues just to try and bring people round about that, because I think it's a fairly ugly side of looking at things, and I'm really talking about their attitude to immigration and in particular asylum seekers. Scotland needs immigration first and foremost just for the workforce. Any independent country, if we were independent, would take charge of its immigration policy to suit itself, and there would always be a place for asylum seekers because not least the policies of the West tend to create the asylum seekers in the first place, or if they don't, they set in a train of events that brings them out. So that would be interesting if Reform were to come second in Airdrie. I take it the SNP would be coming first, and does your correspondent say that?
Yes, we think that it will be a hold for the SNP.
Well, but interesting.
Yes, that is.
So you did mention. Oh, sorry. You did mention that Reform. It does look like Reform could take some votes from Labour. So Reform is far right and Labour is left leaning. So then, what policies would Reform? What Reform policies draw Labour support? Because it is from the other side of the political
spectrum. Not necessarily
spectrum.
policies even. I did mention the immigration thing, and that's probably quite important to them. But Reform are something different. People, if they're scunnered, and we've already discussed them being scunnered, which may or may not be affecting the turnout to an extent. Yeah. If people are scunnered, they'll look for something different, and Reform give them something different. They may regret it in the morning, but that's where it is. And that's actually as much of a motivator as anything.
Yeah.
Thank you. So we're now receiving some breakdowns of the election results. So early today, the Liberal Democrats held on to the Orkney constituency with 7,221 votes. That's 70.1% of votes in the constituency, and that was Liam MacArthur. The SNP came in second with 1,661 votes, so 16.2%. And then with Aberdeen Central, the Liberal Democrats have have won the Aberdeen Central constituency with 2,653 votes. Behind them are Labour with 5,002 votes. Oh, sorry.
Was that right?
No, I
believe that's an error there. I do apologise. So then, Labour and the SNP, that's quite a surprise. So then, so Labour is seeing losses everywhere, not only in Scotland and Wales, but also in the English council. So then, how come Labour still gained quite a lot of votes in Aberdeen Central?
I think, again, that was a unionist vote. I think it may well have been a unionist vote. It's very, very difficult just looking at the top line figures. I'm not sure what the majority was in Aberdeen Central.
The SNP majority was a number I can't. There were 11,974 votes, but 44.1% of the vote share.
Mm-hmm.
Labour came second with 18.4%, which is not great.
No.
Reform just behind with 14.5, and Stuart White for the Conservatives with 13.6. Lib Dems lower than that. So it's not necessarily anything more than par for the course. It's quite a significant majority for the SNP. With, I would add, a new candidate, Jack Middleton, not the known quantity in Kevin Stewart, who's stepped down. So it's, par for the course, not necessarily a major attraction to Labour for the folk of Aberdeen Central, I don't think.
No.
So you did mention the previous candidate stepping down, and there has been a trend of SNP candidates resigning before this election. So what has caused this, do you think?
Well, I mean, a lot, and I don't want to be ageist, and why should I be ageist, as I'm probably the oldest person here. I am, in fact, the oldest person here, but I think a lot of the MSPs who have stood down this time are people who have either been there since 1999 or got in the early 2000s. So it probably is time for a refresh, but it's really, really good to know that getting some younger people into Holyrood is not a bad thing, no matter which party they're in, because there's always been the feeling that younger voters were sort of priced out. And so I think that's what it is. I don't think people have resigned for most of the former incumbents of these seats have mainly resigned because they've been doing it an awful long time, or there are special difficulties, for example, with Cape Forbes and childcare and all of that. So I think it's a good thing in many cases that there's going to be quite a different look to the Parliament, no matter which party it eventually gets, and that would not be a bad thing altogether, because too often it's old men in grey suits that run everything, and you can see that in the UK Parliament. We don't want that for Scotland. We want younger people with a wide range of experience as well that can actually breathe new life in, I think.
I think if John Swinney is elected today in Perthshire North, he will be the only one, is that right, who's been there since 1999?
From Jackie Bailey.
Forgot about Jackie Bailey. She might or might not get in, of course, in Dumbarton, but there's another thing. Not an SNP person, but a Labour person, obviously. So I think freshness is not a bad thing, to be honest, and particularly if you've been in the party of government for 19 years, you'll tend to have been quite busy, and maybe people need to be doing something else with their lives. And as long as there is the flow of candidates to replace them who are candidates of quality, and Hannah Mary Goodlad is perhaps an example of that, then you should be all right. Might take some settling in, though. That's going to be interesting. But I would love it if it actually slightly changed the way the Parliament operated, because staleness is always a problem, and too much people talking over each other. And there should be more collaboration in the Scottish Parliament, much as there was in the 2007 Parliament and earlier Parliaments also. I would love to see that, and maybe the changing of the guard will bring that about.
Of course, and for example, Ross Greer, the co-leader of the Scottish Greens, is about 31 years old. And and I've just heard now that Stephen Gethins has Dundee East now. Excellent. So Dundee seems to be an SNP stronghold as well.
Stronghold, yes.
Very, very much. It's interesting, that's two former MPs so far being elected. I mean, I say that as a former MP, so I know these people, and I think the Scottish Parliament will benefit from, again, they're not old by any manner of means. Stephen Gethins and Alan Brown have wide experience in Parliament in Westminster, and I think bringing that to the Scottish Parliament will not be a bad thing at all.
Stephen Gethins really does have his head screwed on. Son of Perth, of course.
Yes, of course.
I'm currently an advocate for Perth, even though I was born in Cambuslang, but there we are. So I think he will undoubtedly be an asset. He's got considerable experience. He knows a lot about Europe, for example.
Yes.
And he's a smart guy.
Very,
an very academic
smart
as well.
Yeah.
So that will bring something different to the Parliament. And good on him. And he chose the right seat. Or they chose him.
He did indeed.
They chose him.
Yeah.
So then what do you think he could bring to the Parliament?
Oh,
I think he brings policy-making skills. I think he brings a perspective of the way things are outside of Scotland, not just within the UK, but within Europe. He knows how people operate. He knows how international politics operate. And that's going to be invaluable in Scotland making its way, both now and if we do become an independent country then. So
absolutely.
it's exactly the sort of non-parochial thinker that you need, I would say.
Yes. And Marion?
Yes, I would agree. When he was a professor at St Andrews University after he lost his seat in 2019.
2019,
Yeah,
I think,
yeah. And Stephen is a thinker, is someone who has worked in the European Parliament and at Westminster as an MP, and I think that really enhances the kind of debate and discussion and policy making that we will have going forward with this new Parliament.
So although we have seen now 5 SNP seats, an increase of 1, where do you think they're going to struggle?
Edinburgh Central.
Because of the Greens?
Yeah.
Yeah. And there may be a Glasgow seat that's...
There's talk.
There's talk of a Glasgow seat being... Is that Glasgow South? I can't...
Well, Glasgow South side
It
is
is.
thought to be heavily contended, and of course that is Nicola Sturgeon's old seat.
More or
So
less,
that would
yeah.
be interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Greens are very confident about taking seats in Glasgow. This is not going to be a night, or a day rather, when the SNP remains unscathed.
No.
It's about what they can pick up along the way and what they can pull together in terms of numbers of constituency seats before you even look at the list.
Yeah.
It's possible because they've never achieved no list seats. There was all the talk earlier on about SNP1 and SNP2. And people saying that's a waste of time because last time we cast 1 million votes and we only got 2 seats. But they did get 2 seats.
Yeah.
If you are looking to put in SNP MSPs, if that's your main thing, and some people do believe that that is the way to do things if you want independence. Not everybody does, but some do.
Yes.
Then it's exactly the right thing to do. And they've never got 0. They're likely to get list MSPs in the south of Scotland, and I would suggest... Well, maybe less likely now that Hannah Mary Goodlad has won Shetland because that changes the calculation for the list vote. But I would suggest that the Highlands and Islands is another place where they could get a list person. So, all to play for. I can't remember what the original question was. Did I answer it?
Don't worry.
And there's a long way to go yet.
So yes, it looks like we're still going to have to wait a little bit to get the Welsh results, but then the English results are still coming through. It does look like Reform has secured a vast majority of the seats there, where they've gained over 430 seats. Labour have lost nearly 280. And there have been some changes of independent candidates as well, but we have not seen many independent candidates in Scotland. So not pro-independence, but candidates independent of any parties. Why do you think that is?
I think the party machine, well, in England you're looking at council elections, and in Scotland you get a lot of independents who are elected onto councils, and I don't think that's a bad thing. But I think you're less likely to get them actually. Folk like Margot MacDonald don't come along every too often. So you're less likely, without a party structure behind you, to actually be able to appeal widely to the electorate wherever you're standing.
Yeah. If you're standing on the list, I think there's 16 independents standing on the list. The most high profile of which is Ash Regan, who was, of course, part of the SNP and subsequently Alba before it collapsed. But the problem you've always got, with the possible exception of Ash Regan, is name recognition. And to get a seat on the list, you're probably going to need to get 5% or 6% of the vote. And unless the turnout is vanishingly small, which it isn't, then that is a huge ask, because you simply don't have the resources to put into the campaign that the parties do. Now, an interesting sort of intermediate thing on the list, which we'll come to much, much later, is the Alliance to Liberate Scotland, which has got a fair number of list candidates, probably 20 or more. It's got exactly the same problem with name recognition, with the possible exception of Tommy Sheridan and Craig Murray in their respective regions. Alba had exactly the same problem in 2021 when it formed with just a few weeks to go before the election, and they were going to do all sorts of things. But when you're in a bubble like the independence movement, you know what's going on, and you talk to people who know what's going on. The voters out there have no clue really
Yeah.
what's going on. And
Yeah.
they don't know who these people are, who these parties are. So name recognition is a massive, massive thing. And it's a big, big ask for a genuine independent. Margaret MacDonald obviously has
Yeah.
name recognition to get anywhere, I would say.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And we have some further breakdowns of the result. In Shetland, Hannah Goodland of the SNP takes the race with 5,453 votes, or 47.5% of the vote. Behind her is Emma MacDonald of the Lib Dems with 3,936 votes, and that is 34.3%. And in Kilmarnock and Irvine Valley, Alan Brown of the SNP won the constituency with 11,919 votes, and that's 40.9%. And then just some further updates here. The Labour sources are expecting some further losses, and in Westminster, the Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper said that there was a time needed for reflection. So what do you think the Labour Party could reflect on and change if they want to keep their seats or regain some of their lost voters?
Oh, well, on you go, William.
There is going to be a move to unseat Keir Starmer. It's been in the pipeline for 2 or 3 weeks, and now it will come to the fore. We're already seeing people beginning to scramble with a rearguard action to support Keir Starmer, and that's always an obvious sign that there's a counter thing that will try to get rid of him.
Yeah.
Now, who you replace him with, or who they replace him with, is a big question.
Huge.
I suspect that of those who are currently around, well, Wes Streeting will be very keen, but he's absolutely not, I think,
Yeah.
the person that the vast majority of Labour supporters would want. Yvette Cooper will be interested, Ed Miliband will be interested, and you can just hear Andy Burnham's engines revving up
Yeah.
as we speak.
But then Labour are losing so much in the northwest
Yes.
that could actually be an issue for Andy Burnham winning a seat. I mean, he's got great personal charisma, and that in a by-election that might well have meant that Labour took that seat that the Greens took. Can I just say, I've heard a wee rumour that Stephen Flynn is now an MSP as well.
Where have
Well,
you
that's-
heard this?
I'm talking to people, not officially. I said a wee rumour.
I'm not going to
You're not going to talk in
dedicate
rumours.
anything to that rumour until it becomes fact.
Yeah,
it would
of
make
course.
life interesting in the future of the SNP.
Yeah.
Within Holyrood. But as for Labour, I think it's a bit of a cheat in a sense for Andy Burnham to say, elect me and then you can elect me leader. I mean that's a wee bit quick. So they've got problems. I mean they've got a lot of headroom in terms of seats at Westminster at the moment, and they will try and. It makes it more likely that the next UK election will be in 2029 because the parties who are under stress keep it going as long as they possibly can.
Yeah.
Typically, a party with that large a majority would only last 4 years because they'd go early while they still had it in case they lost it. But they know it's a problem for them. So
Yeah.
that might be interesting.
No, it isn't. But the thing is, I think they'll stick with Starmer for a while because there is no viable alternative at the moment, and no one really wants to put their head above the parapet because at the end of the day, they've still got another 3 years of this Parliament to run, at least. And that means that they've got time to work it out. I mean, the Labour Party are not the Conservatives. They don't have a the backbench committee, and they don't have regular polls. It'll be interesting. I guess is it not November or maybe later on this year will be when a challenge could be made for Starmer. So there may be a stalking horse just to see the lie of the land. It's all to play for Starmer. If he sits, they can't actually put him out at the moment because people are too scared to put their heads above the parapet.
But he could resign, particularly if he can see somebody that he wants put in his place, a preferable candidate to Andy Burnham, who he's not very fond of.
No.
I mean, this is utter speculation, but he's a dead man walking if these results
Yeah, but
are
you know,
replicated.
would he do I doubt if he would, but could he do a Rishi Sunak? Stand out in the rain and call an election? Because that's what Rishi Sunak did, even though he had about a year he could have done. I don't see it happening.
We already have a scunnered electorate.
Yeah.
That would scunner them some more.
Yes.
That really is what the Tories would tend to do and did.
Yes.
And the Tories went through prime ministers like nobody's business between
Yeah.
the end of the last decade and the current one.
Yeah.
Liz Truss being the outstanding example of a short-lived prime minister. So Labour certainly doesn't want to do that.
No.
Well, Keir Starmer did say, or I believe it was David Lammy, he said, you do not change pilot mid-flight. So I think, and Keir Starmer was saying he would not sugarcoat the results and that Labour has made some great losses. So with some further results coming in, the of Dundee City East held by the SNP candidate Stephen Geddens. He secured 48.8% of the vote, and then behind him was Cheryl Ann Cruikshank with 18% of the vote from Scottish Labour, and Mark Simpson with 15.6% of the vote from Reform UK. So results continue to come in. We are still awaiting some updates from Wales, but it looks like turnout has been quite inconsistent across the country, with some areas in the 40s or the 50s and the 60s. So it seems that it's still a little uncertain for now. But
Yes, it's looking particularly as it might be down in Fife, which of course is mid-Scotland, and Fife is what my constituency is part of, so that would be interesting. But it's a shame as well, but the electorate is scunnered.
Yes, and that's absolutely to be expected almost. I think some there's a scunner factor because everybody went out and voted in 24 for change and it didn't really happen, and the fact that it was coming to the end of this Scottish Parliament time. So it's going to be, but it's interesting that in some of the constituencies the electorate are turning out where they perceive whatever their party is in trouble and they might want to help.
so you did say that the voters voted in 2024 looking for change, and as you keep saying, William, the electorate is quite scunnered. So then with devolution, there is quite a bit of power in Scotland and Wales, respectively, over education, healthcare and such. So then, despite devolution, how come the Scottish electorate is quite scunnered when it comes to change or voter apathy? Because
I think a lot of the electorate don't understand what's reserved and what is actually devolved. And the other thing is that there's been devolution in Scotland for what, 27 years, and people have grown to expect the kind of things that they take for granted in Scotland, not actually realising that all of that is up for grabs if, for example, Reform were to become the major party in Scotland. First, they're going to change the constituencies, they're going to cut taxes, they say, they're going to do all sorts of things. They're going to actually make Scotland less devolved. And a lot of people do not understand the difference. And that's something that the Parliament itself has to put forward a lot. So people are talking in the Scottish election about energy bills.
Exactly.
And energy is a reserved issue. And in Scotland, if you generate your own electricity and have some spare, you pay to have that transferred to the national grid. Whereas down south, you get paid in many places if you transfer excess energy that you have generated onto the grid. And people just don't understand it. It took me a wee while to get to terms with it myself.
Yes, it's not totally surprising that people don't, because much of the media coverage does not necessarily recognise where the bounds of devolution are. Some of the party manifestos in this election have kind of blurred the lines with some of the things they're talking about. So you can, in a sense, forgive the population for not being, quote, educated enough to understand where the limits of devolution are. I think the problem for Scotland is that we're now increasingly bumping up against the limits of devolution. We aren't necessarily there in every respect, but there's always just the spectre of Westminster suddenly countermanding something we can do under devolution with what's called a Section 35 order, and that's happened with a couple of things.
Absolutely.
There's also Scotland trying to do other things and getting pushed back, such as not being permitted to have a referendum way back in, was it 21, 22? So they feel that voters are feeling they've maybe hit the limits of things within devolution. And I think they're right. My solution to it would be for us to become independent, and I'd love that to happen. And can we please have a plan, as promised after this election, if the SNP gets in? Or indeed pro-independence coalition gets in. And then we can start to educate the population about what might be possible if we were independent and had control over everything.
Well, I think always as well, it's always strange. Other countries have become independent in the last 27 years, and no one has ever, gone to bed worrying about their currency the next day. People have not, they want to be independent, they take steps to become independent, and then they get on with it. Whereas it seems to be that Scotland alone has to have everything written down, everything sorted, and we have this big bad brother saying, well, no, you can't have that. And going back to the last time we had a referendum, my aunt apologised to me at the end of the process, saying, I voted no hen because I wasn't sure about my pension. And this is again, even though there were letters from UK government ministers saying it's fine, your pension won't be affected. So it seems to be particularly a problem for Scotland to become independent because Westminster has such a hold over so many institutions. And I've never quite understood, the Bank of England, well, yes, but founded by a Scots person. We've got shares in the Bank of England, if you put it that way, because we've paid into the Treasury for years as well. So we should get, our just reward back.
What we really lack, and it's important to what we're doing here today, is a broadcaster that actually speaks for Scotland.
Yeah.
I don't believe the BBC does speak for Scotland because it doesn't understand Scotland. And you can tell when their London correspondents are talking about Scotland how little they actually understand about Scotland. And their Scottish correspondents don't have a particular interest in changing that.
And we go down to something as simple as ID to enable you to vote. You don't need that in Scotland. And was it Cunningham South, where the local authority put out postal ballots or put out polling cards that said you need ID to vote, which was wrong. They just simply bought their envelopes from a supplier in England.
But again, somewhat confusingly, for people, if it's a Westminster election, you do need ID.
Yes. If
it's a Scottish election, you don't.
Why is that?
Because the UK elections are run by Westminster, and because they perceive a much bigger corruption or people actually gerrymandering votes. So there are already people in, I think it's one of the London boroughs, who have gone to court because they were gerrymandering results, and that's illegal. So, yeah.
Whereas I would say in Scotland, the reason for not changing it in that way would be that it's a disincentive to vote, to have to bring out your ID of whatever sort. Now, it might seem like a small imposition for most people, but for some it's actually tricky. If they don't have a passport, they don't necessarily have another way of proving who they are readily.
You can use your driver's licence and I believe your bus concession card as well, which people do tend to have on them most of the time. And voter ID can prevent false impersonation or corruption in elections. So would it not be...
Yeah, the question is, to what extent is there currently that, is how much of a problem is that?
Yeah.
And I know that some people have been reporting today, and there being a minor example of it in Glasgow with maybe 4 cases that are being investigated. The votes are still being counted at the moment, but it's hardly likely to change anything. But I just wonder how widespread a problem it actually is. I mean, is it a problem needing a solution? Or is it worse to actually, even if you've got access to the ID that you require to show, the very idea of show us your papers before you can do X is off-putting to some people. And if you're wanting to get as many people as possible to take part in your democracy, then maybe you don't want to have ID. I mean, it's a live debate, but there are arguments on both sides, and that's why I think it's different in Scotland.
Yeah.
So then, with the campaign and the different manifestos, there were noticeable differences in the manifestos. For example, the Scottish Conservatives and Unionist Party had a 93-page manifesto, Reform UK's Scotland branch had 17 pages, and the Liberal Democrats had a similar result at 96 pages. So then, with obviously quantity and quality are different, and so then with the campaigns from all parties running, what would you say are the highlights or even the lowlights of the parties leading up?
I mean, I pause when you mention the word manifesto because I don't know many people who read party manifestos. I might be ashamed to admit that I used to read them, but less likely to do so now, especially if it's like 73 or 93 pages long. I think it's really it's a nowadays people vote on sound bites. Quite often, social media, videos on TikTok, all of that. Oh, are we having someone else?
Apologies for interrupting you there, but we do have some further results. Carrick, Cumnock and Doon Valley have been held by the SNP.
Good.
And Katie Hagman from the party has secured the area with 9,610 votes.
Good.
And with the full results here, Reform UK was in second place with 24.1% of the vote, followed by Labour, Conservative, then Liberal Democrats and 2 independent candidates.
We're just beginning to see Reform feature more heavily in second place, which is interesting for the list, I suspect.
Yes. So then, for our viewers, could you please explain, either of you, please explain the difference between regional and constituency MPs and why we vote with 2 papers?
Ooh. Over to you, Marion.
Well, yes. I mean, it's just the way the Scottish Parliament was set up. It was set up deliberately so that, one party could gain an overall majority, and as we've already explained, that only happened once so far, and that was in 2011.
Yeah.
So, it was meant to be that even the way the Scottish Parliament is laid out was meant not to be, it was meant to be more consensual. It was meant for parties to work together. I mean, I take the Finnish model, and things like education, where the Finnish parties all go around the table and say, what do we want for our children? Right, okay, we've agreed on this, and that's what they move forward with. Whereas here, education, health, all transport, everything is a battering ram to hit somebody else over the head with, and things change the minute parties change in government. Anyway, back to it. The reason we have it this way is to better reflect the actual votes cast. So the 73 constituencies, first past the post, just like Westminster, but the additional members on the list are actually meant to even up the amount of votes that people get. Whether it actually does that, not always.
It gets close to it.
It gets close to it, but that's what was the original idea, and that is why we vote. It's also why we no longer have council elections on the same day, because that was done, and you had 3 different types of voting.
It'll just blow everybody's head up.
It did. It basically did, because you have I can't remember what it's called for the council elections.
It's probably single transferable vote.
Yes, STB, single transferable vote. But the reason we have 2 papers is because that's how the Scotland Act set up the Scottish Parliament.
Yeah.
And that's what the parties agreed to at the start.
Marion's basically captured it. First past the post is not a great way of electing people. This we know, so it needs to be a form of proportional choice. But people do like to know who their MSP is. That's why we have the constituencies. And so it's actually biased slightly towards first past the post, which is why you don't get a precise idea of how everybody voted.
And I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we will be switching out our guests and after a short break, so thank you very much.
A trapdoor will open.
And Marion will disappear.
I will be stepping out for a moment, but then our presenter Delaney Brooks will be taking my place with further results coming in the next few minutes. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Apologies for the confusion there, but I will still be staying on. But we are now joined by Linda Fabiani instead of Marion Fellows. So then, Linda, what do you make of these results? It seems that the SNP and the Liberal Democrats have been taking up more wins, but Reform UK has been placing in second or third place in the constituencies.
Yeah, it's been interesting so far, but we're only a few down, lots more to go. But yeah, that has been interesting, but I mean, I was looking at first you were saying this sort of consistent 12%, 13% down for the SNP. Then it all changes when you get to Shetland, which is a wonderful result for the SNP. I'm personally delighted by it. So, yeah, still a way to go. But I think after 19 years in government, the share of the vote that the SNP is getting is pretty good. It's looking good for the Greens as well. I think that's very interesting.
That's going to be one of the stories.
Yes, I would say so. And the upsetting thing for me is Reform doing well, because I don't want them to do well at all. I don't like the way politics are going in the UK, and I would hope that it would be less right-wing in Scotland, and that we would have fewer Reform representatives proportionately than would be happening south of the border. So that's the dark spot for me at the moment. But as I said, still a way to go. But Reform certainly haven't swept the boards as they were talking about, but there's still the regional list vote to come. This is just constituencies. So
then when will we start seeing regional list results?
Well, after all the constituencies are counted, because it's the results of the constituency votes that partially feed into the calculation for the list vote. Because the number of votes you get in the list vote is divided by the number of seats you've already won plus 1. It has to be plus 1 because you'd be dividing by 0 some of the time. So if a party, let's say, gets all 9 seats in a region, if there are 9 seats in the region, they get their votes divided by 10 when it comes to the calculation for the list vote. And then once you've done that, you take, of the remaining figures, you take the first one, and then after that, that one gets cut by another 1, divided up by another 1, and it goes down the list, and then you get the one after that, and the one after that. And typically, you'll certainly get Reform, I would think, Conservative, Labour and Lib Dems will all get list seats because of that. And that largely does compensate them for the seats they don't get
that's the
elsewhere.
plan. You've got 8 regions and 7
There are
MSPs
other
elected
ways
in
of doing
each,
proportional. D'Hondt's system is notoriously complex, and I once sat through a Commonweal meeting where somebody tried to explain it and said how much she enjoyed it, and we all nearly threw things at her. So it's a complicated system, and it does favour first past the post. And for example, when the SNP did get an overall majority in 2011, they didn't actually get 50% plus of the vote. They got high 40s in both ballots. And that actually enabled them, because of the way the other things were spread. They only got, I think, 53 constituency seats, but the divisions worked in their favour. It was like they hit a sweet spot. If you want a majority in the Scottish Parliament, really you need to be bumping up close to 50% of the vote, certainly in the constituency. You could theoretically do it entirely in the constituency if your vote was consistently that everywhere. But certainly you need to be getting 50% or thereabouts. Otherwise it doesn't work.
So I've just seen that with Dundee City East, where Stephen Gethins from the SNP won, the voter turnout was at 46.5%.
Dundee's always rubbish turnout, to be fair.
Why is that?
I have no idea.
Okay.
More scunnered than most.
Linda, why do you think the turnout's usually low there?
I don't know why. As being a West Coaster as opposed to an East Coaster, I've never understood Dundee, let alone Aberdeen. Even interesting.
Even the referendum in 2014, Dundee came out at 58% turnout.
But it's always a very strong independence vote in Dundee.
I know.
SNP,
that
independence.
made no sense, but it was
it's an interesting
undeniable.
one. But I'm delighted Stephen Gethins is going into the Scottish Parliament. Stephen comes with a wealth of background experience in hinterland, an expert on international affairs and stuff. He's going to be a real bonus to have. I'm delighted anyone that gets elected. I'm particularly delighted at Stephen Gethins and Hannah Mary Goodlad in Shetland, who I didn't know before, but from the very first time I saw one of her campaign videos, I thought, this young woman is very, very special. So I am absolutely delighted that she's going to be that very fresh voice in Holyrood.
Assuming the SNP is involved in organising the government, would you see possibly an early role for her there? Or is it too soon?
Well, I think that's a difficult one because it's a very difficult job being an MSP in the Scottish Parliament. There's lots to learn, lots of rules to follow. you know, no matter how experienced a person you are, you have to know how that Parliament works. And I would have real concerns with anyone immediately being taken out the MSP pool and put into government. I think you need a bit of an apprenticeship first. However, that would be entirely up to the First Minister. That's not for me to say. Yeah.
Yes, so the SNP hold on to Carrick, Cumnock and Doon Valley with 9,610 individual votes, and that was 33.2% of the total for Katie Hagman. So then, as you said, the Dundee turnout is usually consistently low, but still an SNP stronghold. So do you think a higher turnout would change results although we already have the results for this Holyrood election, in any other times, if there was a higher turnout in Dundee, do you think a different party could come out on top?
I don't think voters of one particular party are not turning out. It's just a general kind of thing. So I think the same pattern would be repeated with a higher turnout. Nobody would know unless it actually happened, but that's my impression.
And so exit polls were predicting Reform UK gaining 20 seats. How likely do you think that is?
20 is optimistic for them.
I hope so,
Optimistic,
yes.
probably the wrong word to use here, but they will get a fair number of list seats. And if they are the second biggest party on the list, if that's what happens, then they might well be getting twos where other parties are getting ones on the list.
Yeah.
But 20 is a big ask. I think 20 probably requires them to win some constituencies. Now, they're in the running for probably one or two in the northeast.
Yeah.
But even with that, I think 20 is pushing it. I would this is terrible, but I'll just be proved to be totally lying through my teeth. But I would expect them to be somewhere in the teens in terms of seats.
Yeah.
Maybe between 15 and 18.
I have felt right from the start that there was an overemphasis in the media about how well Reform were going to do. When you look at how they did the spread over the various opinion polls, I hope I'm right. I hope William's right, that it's going to be much fewer than 20. I don't want them to have the second most. Whatever I feel about the other unionist parties, I would far rather have Labour having more seats than Reform if it came to it, or the Lib Dems having more seats than Reform.
So do you think the Labour out of the unionist parties has the best chance across Scotland?
I don't know.
Not today.
It's very difficult when you look at what's happened south of the border, how people in Scotland probably feel about Keir Starmer. And I suspect that Anna Sarwar's trying to distance himself from Keir Starmer hasn't actually worked hugely well, because people don't like divided parties. And for all Labour in Scotland try to pretend that they're a completely separate entity, they're not. They're part of UK Labour. In everything they do, in their setups, they're part of UK Labour. People recognise that. So I think that has backfired somewhat, especially when you then saw photographs of Anna Sarwar cuddling Peter Mandelson, calling him his friend and all the rest of it. So I think they've really caused themselves a lot of issues there. As I say, much as I feel about them, I would far rather they were prominent than Reform.
They are making very pessimistic noises today about.
Yeah.
There's this saying, basically it's rubbish everywhere. And if you look at the results so far, how have they featured? Have they featured in many second places? I don't think so. And they really, maybe we haven't got to the areas where they might be most likely to, and certainly the big cities are
And Lanarkshire.
better hunting ground. And yes, Lanarkshire for sure.
Yeah.
But even there, you would wonder the way things are generally going. There is a big backlash against Labour going on everywhere in the UK.
So do you think they could turn things around by the next election?
Whoa, that's a hard one. Depends. There's so many variables come into that. I mean, will Keir Starmer still be Prime Minister? That's an
He
issue.
seems adamant to stay.
I took some pelters for saying he's a dead man walking.
Yeah.
But I think there's an inevitability about these things,
Well,
and there's just so much going
Maybe
against
not
him.
right away, but you know, when you look back at the parallel, remember Mrs. Thatcher, before you were born.
Yes, quite a bit before I was born.
Well, was it 1990 she eventually resigned?
Yes, she said she was going to go on, and then she suddenly
Yeah, she got hammered in the what you'd call the midterms council elections. Everybody said she'd have to go. She didn't. I think it was November of that year that she eventually stood down.
The difference is that they had a vote because that was in the Conservative Party constitution, and she won it, but not by enough.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
you could tell immediately the game was up.
The game was up.
Now there is no such mechanism within the Labour Party, but it's quite possible that Keir Starmer's life could become sufficiently intolerable that he just leaves. But he'll want to anoint his successor.
I heard a bit of his speech this morning when I was driving here, and I thought, this sounds all very familiar. It's nothing more than he said last time he got a hammering for something. So,
It just seems that no matter what people actually say at the moment, there is an inevitability
I think
to this.
so. Yeah.
Okay, so then do you think there is anything that the Labour Party in Westminster or Scotland could do at all to gain support or keep their support?
Well, if they wanted to gain support in Scotland, they could start at least accepting the right of the Scottish people to decide their future.
Absolutely. I think that would make a big difference for Labour in Scotland if they became truly Scottish Labour and said, you know what, we believe in democracy. We maybe don't believe in independence, but we believe in democracy, and it's up to the people to decide. We believe in the right of self-determination. How can they not? They're supposed to be a democratic party. How can they not believe in a people's right to choose their future?
Yeah. So certainly that. Within the UK, I think they should maybe stop pandering to the right wing and stop trying to centre themselves against a political gravity that's going off to the right, and maybe start to focus on what used to be their core vote. And I think they would do a lot better if that happened. And actually a better, more decisive, more of a personality leader. I hate to go for personality politics, but the negative of it can be really bad.
He's boring.
So it's they're not doomed because they've got a lot of strength in that parliament. But currently they're cruising for a bruising at the next election, and it's most likely to be at the hands of Reform. And that would be one reason I'd really want them to do a wee bit better, at least in England.
Excuse me just one moment, but John Swinney has just been re-elected in his constituency.
Well, there'll be a lot of, not relief, but some of the people who were working on that I meet every week will be very pleased today. So that's good.
That's good.
And things are beginning to take shape. Not a surprise. Can I just say a word for Murdo Fraser at this point, who stood against John Swinney quite a lot. And that word is, oops.
So then,
So it was seventh time for Murdo standing against John, I understand.
At least.
I think I heard that. Seventh time.
Still,
Wasn't lucky for
still,
him.
Murdo is number one on the list,
Is he?
so Murdo will be in again.
He will be back. Do you know, the other thing, I don't know if you've discussed it already with Marion before I came in, but fascinating what's happening in Wales.
Yes, we did
also
touch on
Plaid
Wales.
Cymru. Yes,
Yeah,
they
well,
are.
that has a big impact on what's happening with Labour in Westminster as well.
So
My
we don't
goodness.
have any results from Labour
No,
yet.
but they've
I mean,
conceded.
yes, but we don't have any results from Wales yet. I'm sorry. So then, but Labour has admitted that it believes it will not win, or at least retain its 27-year stronghold in Wales. And it looks like Plaid Cymru and Reform UK, or even the Greens, might gain some seats in the Senedd elections, but more to come. We are still not sure yet. We are getting more results from Scotland so far, but not so much Wales at this very moment. But yes, so Linda, would you say John Swinney being re-elected is a surprise, and will he stay on as First Minister?
Absolutely not a surprise. John is, I don't know what the figures are yet, I don't suppose we have them yet, but no, it's not a surprise. John is hugely respected, even by those who don't necessarily believe in independence or who are natural SNP supporters. He's a powerhouse. You know, not only is he First Minister, not only has he been in the cabinet for most of his time in Holyrood, but he's an excellent constituency MSP. He has time for people. People like John, they recognise that he's always on their side. They recognise that John stands up for Scotland, so absolutely not a surprise. And yes, I believe he'll be elected again as First Minister, and will be a very good First Minister, as always.
What he has done is really get the SNP in slightly better shape than it was after Nicola Sturgeon had gone and then subsequently Hamza Yousaf went. They needed slightly more than a steady pair of hands, and I think they got slightly more than a steady pair of hands. The big question for John Swinney now is, where do we go in terms of independence, which is actually in the manifesto as one of the things. It's not the top thing, but it's one of the things. And what is the plan? And that is a question a lot of the independence movement are asking, with a little bit of trepidation, because if that plan turns out to be asking Westminster if we can have a vote and being told no, that ain't going to work as a plan. Is there a plan B? That's the next thing, because it's quite possible that there will be a backlash within the movement. I mean, there's already been a bit of a backlash, and that's why SNP support is not what it was 5 years ago. But there could be a considerable backlash if that doesn't happen. And it's a tricky thing, because our hands are pretty well tied. Short of an actual movement of the people where the number of supporters of independence in the polls goes up from its current 50 or just over to mid-50s to 60, becomes clearly what looks like the settled will of the people, something that's capable of becoming an unstoppable force, then you're always battling against it. And that's the way things are designed. That's the way devolution was designed, to make it difficult.
I think what's really interesting too is the change that looks likely to be coming within the next few days. You know, you're going to have a nationalist administration in Edinburgh. That looks like, although we've not got all the results in. It looks like Plaid, although they've said they won't push for an independence referendum in their first term, they want to prove themselves. You're going to have potentially a nationalist government in Wales. The latest polls in Ireland, where we already have power sharing, but the latest polls across the whole of Ireland show that the majority of people, both sides of the border, think that a united Ireland is the way forward. So things are very much changing. And the last time that we had a change like this was in 2007, when the SNP took government. We still had Tony Blair, I think. Yeah, Tony.
It was the dying days of Tony Blair.
Yeah, before Gordon Brown came in. But all of a sudden, instead of Labour, in Wales and Scotland, just doing what the UK government wanted, you had SNP in Scotland and you had a Labour and Plaid coalition in Wales, and you had power sharing introduced in the north of Ireland. So it was a whole different setup. That actually resulted in a different relationship amongst the devolved administrations and the centre. And we could well see that happening again.
It would be very interesting.
Yeah.
Just touching on Wales, they've sort of revamped their system, and they've increased the number of seats that are up for grabs, which in itself changes the calculation. And I think the thinking behind that is to be more collegiate and to work better together, because they've always been some form of coalition going on pretty well.
I apologize for the intrusion here, but we have some more information on the Perthshire North results. So then, First Minister John Swinney of the Scottish National Party has been re-elected in Perthshire North with 16,414 votes, which is 45.4% of the vote. So then, while this is a first-past-the-post system, if the SNP is so popular, and if John Swinney is so popular, how come he has secured 45% of the vote instead of something higher?
Well, what was the turnout? Do we know what the turnout was here?
We don't yet.
Not at this time.
Not at this point.
Right, okay. I think it's interesting. That's a high percentage of the vote. I mean, when you consider Labour got elected in a so-called landslide in the Westminster election 2 years ago with, 30-odd% of the vote?
Yeah, 45.4 is not bad for a first-past-the-post election, which this part of today's proceedings is. As I said, in 2007, the SNP didn't manage to get over 50%, although they got a majority. If you ever did get over 50%, you really would be pushing at an absolute majority and a super majority, most likely. So there are 5 candidates. Will be interesting to see how the others did. There's a big question mark about who will be second in the usual way, because of Reform being in there, as well as the Conservatives, who are typically been second in Perthshire North. But that's actually pretty good. That's running about 10% ahead of the national polling for the SNP. And part of that, I think, is simply the personal vote for John Swinney. again, backed by a considerable number of party helpers who really did knock their pans in to make sure that John was elected. So I think that's pretty good. I'd love to see what the rest of the parties got. Well, we'll hear in a wee minute, won't we?
Yeah, surely.
Yes, we're getting results. Just
I might
to
have
see-
it.
Got it.
Murdo Fraser was second with 28.1%, which is...
with the Conservative Party.
That's right.
That's not bad.
Reform
for
were
him.
third with 12.8%.
Oh.
Then Lib Dem, then Labour. Labour typically get about 6, and they did get 6.2. John Swinney's share of the vote was down by 4.3 percentage points, and Murdo Fraser's was down by 11.1 percentage points.
Right.
And Reform put on 12.8%, which was the whole of it, of course.
Well-
so that's mostly coming from the Tories, I would think.
Well, it appears that so far, the day is not over yet, but it appears that so far most seats appear to be SNP hold. So do you think there will be any surprising results coming, or does it look like the Parliament, or at least the party distribution in constituencies, will remain similar or the same?
I think some of the tricky seats are to come.
Yes, they are. I mean, Shetland was a surprise. I mean, as I said earlier, I always wanted Hannah Mary Goodlad to win because I think she's very, very special. I was still surprised because I thought it was quite a hurdle to overcome in Shetland. I see the Lib Dems are playing it down. I heard Christine Jardine on saying, oh, you know, the SNP did very well in the last by-election, and yes, we did. But still, Orkney and when you look at the result in Orkney, the difference between that and Shetland is huge.
Yes.
And that's surprising in itself.
Yeah, it kind of puts paid to Liam MacArthur saying we'll get things the length and breadth of the country, because I'm sure Shetland is considerably further out than Orkney. There you go.
Yes, indeed it is.
So
So the
then-
turnout in Perthshire
58.
North,
do you have it here?
58%. That's
58%.
Yeah.
That is
yeah.
quite close to the proposed national
That's-
average of
that's
60%. So,
pretty
yes. So then, with these tricky seats, which ones do you think might have a bit of a closer result?
For the SNP, the one I'm focusing on
Edinburgh.
again is Edinburgh Central. where
There's
you've
two
got-
Edinburgh ones, though. Edinburgh North.
Well,
Well,
yes.
not just SNP, just difficult seats in general.
Uh-huh.
Well, Rutherglen and Cambuslang has Monica Lennon versus Claire Hockey.
Yeah, I
Monica
think
Lennon
that's
is
a-
Labour,
uh-huh.
Claire Hockey is the incumbent for
Yes, she is,
the
right.
SNP. Although when I say incumbent, I think it's a slightly different seat. Slightly different, or
It's
maybe it's just moved
It's not much
regions.
different, no.
So that's one.
That's one, yeah.
I mentioned Edinburgh Central because it's actually the SNP versus the Greens, because Lorna Slater of
Yeah.
the Greens is up against Angus Robertson, but there are other forces at play
Yeah.
there.
Glasgow Kelvin might be a tricky one because it's more or less a new seat. The way that they changed
The
all
boundaries,
the boundaries
yes.
there. And also Glasgow's south side, Nicholas
Glasgow
North
south side is
that
looking
has changed
interesting.
very much as well.
That's
Looks like the
looking-
Greens are
Yeah.
in favour. But I've just heard now that Stephen Flynn, the SNP leader of Westminster, has been re-elected.
has been
So-
elected here.
Elected,
Oh, sorry,
right.
I'm sorry, has been elected
Yeah.
in the Holyrood election. So then,
Presumably he
Okay.
will therefore resign at some point and trigger a by-election at Westminster.
And Stephen Gethens too, that'll be both of them. Two by-elections.
By-election fest. BBC
You know,
will
it
be
never
all over
stops.
themselves.
It never stops.
Anyway,
yeah, so it seems that the polling stations will always be full at some
yeah,
point.
Stephen Flynn is a talent, and it's good to have him in the Scottish Parliament. He's not everybody's cup of tea, but who is these days?
Well, that's right.
So then, with party leaders, and John Swinney has been re-elected, he is leader of the SNP. So who do you think could be candidates for new leaders if, in the situation, for example, Alex
Oh.
Cole-Hamilton or Russell Findlay are not re-elected and they would have to replace their party leader? Who do you think could take their place?
If
Oh.
Alec Cole-Hamilton wasn't re-elected, who?
Hypothetically.
Alex Cole-Hamilton got the highest vote of anybody
will
in
get re-elected,
2021.
won't he? Yeah.
Although it's a different seat, I think he still will.
Well, Willie Rennie will probably be still there. Could he do a
Willie Rennie
major come-
Willie Rennie will always
Liam
be with us.
MacArthur?
I think Liam MacArthur would be
Yeah.
the other one they would be looking
Yeah.
at. I don't think Alex Cole-Hamilton will
No.
resign. I think that they'll do at least as well overall. Although they've now got a seat to pick up, of course, having lost one in Shetland. But nevertheless, they might well pick up some on the list too. So, yeah, Liam MacArthur is a possibility.
Tories?
Within the Tories, my goodness gracious me.
I can't think of anybody. I think the good ones have all left.
To reform
They're-
or left politics?
Left politics.
some-
Well, what's his name? Jamie Green. I
Oh,
really
yes.
rated Jamie. He went to the Lib Dems.
Yes, yes, it's a bit too soon for Jamie Green and Lib Dems.
And Jeremy Balfour, he became an independent, so I don't know what will happen to Jeremy.
I think he's just standing as an independent, isn't he?
Yeah.
Within the Tories, there are folks who would have designs on the job. I would think people like Megan Gallagher
And what's
and
her Rachel Hamilton? Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
who would want to take it on right now? Because they're shipping votes like mad to Reform.
Yeah.
On the signs that we're seeing here, and even today, Murdo Fraser down 11.1% for the Tories. Reform get 12.8%.
Murdo Fraser went for the leadership before.
He did, and he didn't win
Yeah.
that one either. A pattern is forming here.
I'll tell you what's more interesting though is Labour may well be having a
It's having a mayor.
leadership
It's having a
contest in
mayor.
Scotland.
It's having
Yeah.
a mayor, as they
So,
say.
Annis may feel obliged to stand down.
Monica Lennon
We'll
is
see.
if she gets elected, and she'll probably get in. I need to check whether she's on the list in the right
she is.
position,
I think she
but
is. Yeah.
she'll get in one way or t'other.
Jackie
and
Bailey.
Jackie
in one
Bailey.
way or t'other.
Jackie Bailey is number one on the list. She's supposedly under threat in Dumbarton. She was supposedly under threat in
Last time,
2021,
exactly.
and that didn't work out
No.
for their opposition.
Yeah, she was one of the very few that retained her seat. Yeah.
So, in a moment, we are going to welcome a new guest at the moment, so we will take a short break. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Looks like it's me. Remember who he is.
Thank you, yes.
Oh, and we're getting some more updates here. In Aberdeen Deanside, Stephen Flynn of the SNP was elected with 11,788 votes, and that's 34.1% of the total vote, and that is a 55.04 turnout for the constituency.
34%. I mean, that's pretty well bang on what
Yeah.
they're polling nationally. But I wonder what the rest did.
So the Northeast tends to be a battleground between Conservatives and the SNP. I myself am from Aberdeenshire West, and so it is usually, well, at the moment it's between Alexander Burnett and Fatima Toji
So it
of
is.
the Conservative and the SNP. Now, the Aberdeenshire West it can swing either way. It's mostly through tactical voting. So why do you think there's such a polarization of parties in this specific area of the country?
I don't know the area particularly well at all. However, it's a very particular kind of thing industry-wise. You've got the fishing industry.
Fishermen.
There's a lot of farming.
Yeah.
There's the oil industry. So it's very different from the rest of Scotland.
I think it's up for grabs in some ways, and certainly the Tories felt that with the campaigns they ran in the last couple of elections. So that's a healthy thing, no doubt,
Yeah.
but that's the way it is.
Yes, so we will be switching out in a moment, so thank you. We are going to take a short break.
if that helps.
Hello, and
Somebody
here
with
we
a
are
brain.
back with with our Scotland special for the 2026 broadcast for the 2026 Holyrood election. And I am joined by Marion Fellows and Campbell, who is could you please introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Campbell Gamble. I work with the OECD, and I was formerly head of the Scottish Environment Protection Agency, and I am still an honorary prof at Glasgow University.
I'm sorry, I'm experiencing some technical difficulties. Here we are. I believe that I'm back on. Sorry about that. So, yes, we are seeing some wins and seats being held by the SNP. So then, as a member of the Scottish Environment Agency, I believe it was?
Environment Protection Agency,
Environmental
yeah,
Protection
EPA,
Agency, yes.
yeah, the Scottish
so then,
EPA.
what does all these SNP wins and Liberal Democrat wins mean for the Scottish environment and environmental policy?
Hard to say at this point exactly what specific results this early on would say about the environment. I mean, one of the things about the environment in Scotland is that until relatively recently, the subject and the organisations in Scotland enjoyed cross-party support, which was appropriate but encouraging and doesn't happen in all jurisdictions. Clearly, we still have a number of really serious issues in Scotland in terms of the quality of our environment, which we've always kind of taken for granted. It's there and it's very high quality, and private companies as well as politicians have always kind of traded on the fact that the Scottish environment is good, which is excellent. But it's not good by accident. It's good because we put a huge amount of effort into trying to maintain that. And we've recently had some serious examples of pollution, for example, on the Spey. The industries like agriculture and also the way in which Scottish Water operates can have quite significant impact on the environment. So both SEPA and Nature Scot and various other organisations, including local government's responsibilities, they all contribute to looking after our environment. So it's really important to have good, strong political support across the board. I would hope, if things go the way we think they might go, that both SNP strength and maybe a growing strength from the Greens would work together really to help to make sure that the Scottish environment is really robustly protected from this point forward. I would have to say that parties on the right have a pretty poor reputation when it comes to protecting the environment, and have often been the very people that have turned a blind eye or supported damage that has been caused by some other industries within the Scottish context. So I think maintaining a centre-left and green alliance is the sort of thing that we would all hope to see if the environment is to be looked after the way it needs to be. So that would be my hope.
Thank you. And we have some further updates from the Midlothian North constituency. Colin Beattie has won the Midlothian North constituency for the SNP with 11,250 votes, which is 38.9% of the vote. And Marion, who held the constituency before this election?
Colin. Colin is...
so it's another SNP hold.
It's another SNP hold, yes it is. But quite a low turnout in relation to some of the others we've seen today.
There has been inconsistent turnout with, I believe in Perthshire North it was 45%, and then here it's 38.9%, and across across Fife and the south of Scotland it's been in the 40s to mid 50s.
Because the initial suggestions were that turnout was closer to 60, and we've seen some figures coming out that show good 50s results. But I wonder just exactly what kind of impact that will have. I suspect, the young vote has been turned out in a number of places, and it was interesting to hear Stephen saying a little bit about that, because I think they're not only now but in the future they're a very important segment of the voting community. But the numbers are always a bit weird in terms of the percentage of turnout, but clearly if it starts falling down low into the 30s, then we're really not getting a full across the piece picture, which would be concerning. But at this stage it's looking like there is a pretty robust turnout.
So what do you make of the election so far? Do you have any predictions or?
I think it would be a bold chiel that would do that, but let's be bold. I mean, it is looking pretty positive in terms of what I will call the current administration continuing, but it will be really fascinating to see just what happens on the on the rightward edge, because I have to be honest, being out and about, I've been stunned by the number of people who can in the same sentence say they're supportive of independence, but they're voting reform. I have absolutely no idea what psychology produces that, but I think I'm expecting there to be a substantial, if not a majority, a substantial block for the SNP.
Absolutely.
And I've just heard now that another SNP hold has just been lit. Banshire and Buchan,
Okay.
Lynn Adam has retained her seat for the SNP in the constituency. So
Good.
further information will come in the next few minutes. So then, with all these political parties with differing views on environmental policy and different promises in their manifestos, which political parties seem to have the most promising plans for biodiversity, rewilding, restoring the environment?
Again, I suppose I'm sufficiently long in the teeth that I don't believe everything that you see in manifestos. You can sometimes be sold absolute pups about levels of commitment. I don't. This is not necessarily a sequitur, but I've been very supportive of, for example, Monica Lennon and her approach to promoting an ecocide bill. She has been one of the very few voices on that part of Parliament that has been pro-environment and pro the public's right to know what's going on in the environment, and that's been very encouraging. Hasn't really been followed through much by her party colleagues in Labour, I have to say, and I think I am expecting to see stronger messages in this next phase coming from the prominent parties. I expect both the SNP and the Greens to be saying a wee bitty more about how climate targets are not just things that are for fun. You know, they're not just things to put on posters. They are actually a really important part about protecting Scotland in the long term, in the future. In committee, the Conservative chair of the committee was actually, Edward Mountain, was reasonably positive about some environment policies. I mean, he's got a farming and land background, so you know he knows about these issues. But quite often, the personal experience does not necessarily translate into political effort. And when I look at some of the things that the Conservatives have come out with over 50 years, they have not always been the greatest champions of environmental priorities. Let's see, there is a lot to do. The status quo is not tenable. One of the projects that I've been working on for the last 3 years with the OECD has been on wildfires right across Europe. And it's a big, big challenge. And you know, in Scotland, there's a tradition of muirburn to prepare the heather for the grouse shooting season. Now, your average member of the Scottish community doesn't do a great deal of grouse shooting. They may occasionally be involved as beaters, but there's a wee bit of a class divide when it comes to certain parts of the environment. So air quality for me is one of the most important things. As climate warms, and if we have things like dry fields, if we have burning, these actually contribute to particulate material in the atmosphere, and that can get into people's lungs. It can then get actually into their bloodstreams and affect, you know, mental activity. So what might seem quite esoteric is actually really important, that we have proper, robust protection of the environment, of the way we manage nature, etc. It all actually connects together, and it's important that people like me and others help politicians to understand the nature of that connectivity and why big fancy, big fancy global issues actually connect right down to practicalities on the ground and the policies that they espouse.
Local action, global vision.
Precisely so.
I mean, it's interesting what you were saying about Monica Lennon, and it's possible that she might not even get back this time. And that's a real loss to the Scottish Parliament, because she's been an avid campaigner on all sorts of things, and actually someone who is prepared to work cross-party as well to get things done. Yeah,
it's very interesting actually. We do talk, and before coming in we were talking about the benefits of collaboration between parties. That one of the reasons that Scotland chose a European parliamentary style structure was to enable collaboration across the horseshoe rather than, you know, the oppositional nonsense of Westminster. But it requires a cast of mind, and it requires a kind of mature political persona to engage in that. You know, okay, at elections people stand on their
Yes,
own box.
absolutely.
But when they're in Parliament, they're there not to represent, you know, two crazy people on one side or the other of their party. They're there to represent their constituents. And so we really want, and I hope we get people like Monica coming into the Parliament in this new term, because collaboration is how we make this thing work.
Yes.
And I think it's interesting, so many former MPs have been elected already, and they're used to the cross-party system outside of the chamber, because that's where a lot of work in both parliaments is done. It's not the toing and froing at FM's questions or PM questions. It's actually the work done in committees and in other groups across Parliament that really can actually make things up, like Liam MacArthur, who put forward the assisted dying bill.
Yes.
I mean, that was real cross-party working. And that is possibly the way forward. I think having a strong independent supporting Parliament will help in many ways, especially as the Greens have good credentials as well as the SNP have on environmental issues, because other people are prepared to throw that in the bonfire to get elected, and that's, you know.
You're spot on. I think the fealty and looking south has been a real problem, and as we are moving in quite different directions now in policy terms, we cannot keep thinking about what does London want, what is London doing. It's a different world. Since the late 80s, I've spent a lot of time. Sorry.
Excuse me, I'm just sorry to interrupt. We are getting more updates coming. So with Perthshire South and Kinrossshire, Jim Fairley of the SNP wins the constituency with 14,707 votes, and that's 40.4% of the votes in that constituency. And then in Banffshire and Buchan Coast, Karen Adam wins the constituency for the SNP with 10,374 votes, and that's 35.2% of the total vote. We just heard another SNP candidate winning a constituency, with more information to come there. So apologies for the interruption there. Please continue.
That's understood. No, what I was going to say was that from the 1980s, late 80s, I've been involved in a professional role briefing politicians of various parties, both in, I used to work with the European Parliament and similarly with Westminster, as well as with the Scottish Parliament. And in Europe and in Scotland, in theory and in earlier years, it was actually much easier to brief into committee than I think it has become. It's become a wee bit tighter trying to get your voice in as an expert, and that is not a personal complaint, it's just an observation about the general model. Westminster is very, very strange from that point of view, because it's been even more narrow. Dedicated lobbyists have been heard, but people who actually have valid and appropriately informed views don't always get in. The lobbyists tend to dominate, with the exception of the Environmental Audit Committee in Westminster, which has played a fabulous role, and often actually under Tory leadership, I have to say, kind of against expectation. But they've acted almost as a kind of overseeing body, you know, looking at the performance of other bits of the system in England. We don't really have that. There's it's been called various things, the Net Zero Committee, it's been environment and climate change, etc. But often, really important environmental issues connect to social policy. They connect to industrial or economic policy. And sometimes those lateral connections have not been given the priority that I think could perhaps be the case. So it's interesting, but there's been a long-term opportunity to give briefings and to help people to be informed about what is important in policy terms. But the professionalisation of some politicians has meant that they have not necessarily got the same level of experience as would have been the case for some old-timers, if I can use that term very loosely. And so I think that is also quite important, to make sure that briefing is always available, not kind of lobbying, because I think that can take
a different animal.
It's different and it has its dangers. But to make sure that people are factually informed before making often, you know, really crucial long-term decisions.
Yes,
absolutely.
So we have some updates from the Edinburgh South. And so Edinburgh South goes to the SNP, with Sumita Kumar receiving 11,717 votes, which is 36.2% of the total electorate there. So Labour has secured their Labour has secured their first win of the Holyrood election so far in the Western Isles, and more information is to come. So
That's
you seem quite surprised there. What makes you think that Labour has secured this seat?
I am surprised. I don't know an awful lot about the actual territory in the Western Isles, but I know that Alistair Allen's been a good MSP for a number of years there.
I think Labour and SNP have gone toe to toe over quite a long time.
They
now,
have
haven't
indeed, they have indeed. But I was, I suppose, expecting Alistair Allen to win, but that might be also on the back of what happened in 2024. So it's quite interesting.
Yeah, it'll be important to look at the figures.
Yes, it certainly will. It certainly will be very interesting to look at that. Yeah,
we will receive those in just a moment.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
So then, that was a former SNP seat.
Yes, it was.
And then that has been taken by Labour in the first for the Holyrood election. We are still waiting on Welsh elections.
Western Isles is a really interesting constituency, though, because you've got Stornoway as really the only town of any particular size. You've had, I have to say, ferries issues and various other challenges, and there are land management and other issues. It's quite an unusual constituency. You might think in some ways it would be like Orkney and Shetland, but actually it's not. It's got different industrial tone to it, and then a huge set of rural challenges that mean they are really on the edge without the kind of advantage of oil or connectivity with the mainland.
Yeah. So I've just heard now that it looks like Labour won the Western Isles constituency by about 150 votes. More information is coming in just some time.
That would make sense, but that's a
that is. But then a squeak, it doesn't matter. Stephen Gethin's won by, was it 2 votes?
Yeah,
in North East Fife when he was an MP. So you win. But it's a very a bit like Orkney and Shetland, although Orkney and Shetland have always, almost until this today, been wedded to the Lib Dems, but they're very independent-minded people in both sets of islands, in the Northern Isles and the Western Isles.
Yes.
Yeah, very independent-minded, and I think you're right, the ferries stuff may well have been the tipping.
And I don't know how objectively important ferries have been, but the media have made such a meal of it. And I think that's really wound people up.
Yes. Well, it does impact connectivity in the area.
It does, but I don't think any of the purported difficulties are nearly as bad as people have, as the media have actually reported.
Yeah. When you look at the CalMac performance stats, it's like 92.4% of delivery on time, which means plus or minus an hour for most of the ferries. I mean, that is a good performance. But if the 7.6 or whatever it is % failure is the thing that constantly the media bang on about, that's what you end up being convinced by. The other thing I would say about Shetland is that having a Wheel-Kent name is really important.
Good lads, a really Wheel-Kent name.
I was a student and then a postdoc in Aberdeen for 8 years, and there were quite a few good lads went through Aberdeen University over the time. So in Shetland, it's that can only have been an advantage to Hannah to get over the line there, and she's done really well.
Absolutely, really.
And she's not a real politician; she's a real person.
And I think real people are actually often the people that are known locally, that people know and understand, and I think in a smaller community, in a smaller constituency like that, it makes a huge difference.
Absolutely.
Like Zoe Garbett in the recent Hackney election. Zoe Garbett from the Greens Party won the Hackney mayor election just there. And so you are associated with the University of Glasgow. Could you tell us a bit more about that?
I've had a kind of mixed career after leaving environmental protection, because I did the job in Scotland for 9 years and then I did it in Australia for 3 years. And then I retired, basically. And when I retired, I picked up professorships at Glasgow and Strathclyde, interesting little bit of cross-tune issues there. And until recently I was also an honorary, they call it an adjunct professor at the University of South Australia. So I've done teaching and a bit of supervision in all of those locations. Glasgow was the first place really to approach me, and I've had a lot of interest there, dealing with technical issues around regulation, but also looking at economic performance and the connection between environmental quality and economic performance. So that has been really interesting. So I had an unlikely connection sort of from science into engineering and also into business in the university. And it is a good sign that the universities continue to try to keep a foot out in the policy world and out in the real world rather than simply the academic. Although I have to say most of our Scottish universities are struggling financially. You know, they're all under a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, it's good to be associated with the university.
So this just in, Donald McKinnon of Labour narrowly takes na Ellen Anlar from the SNP with 4,665 votes, 37.7% of the vote. And the SNP came in just behind Labour in the constituency with 154 fewer votes.
I wonder if there's been a recount or if that was just a clear win, because that's...
It is a small electorate, so, you know,
That's
it might
probably
well,
a sufficient number.
yeah.
Yeah.
Be quite a swing area.
Yeah, I mean, it's always been a bit nip and tuck,
Yes,
the Western Isles.
and I think the turnout, was the turnout figure there?
Yes, not the turnout figure, but the SNP won 37.7% of the vote. We're unsure of the turnout yet
Okay.
at this time.
Because that's what I was hinting at earlier on.
Yeah.
Where the turnout slips, it then becomes really quite a challenge for a party that is trying to get the vote out because they think they might win. Whereas those that definitely get the vote out, they're going to sneak across the line. So, and the Labour machine had been working hard over 3 elections basically to get their vote up. So I think that, who knows, I don't even know what the weather was like in the Western Isles yesterday, but you know, it could be something really
I think it's
simple like that.
Yeah, it's interesting. When it's interesting, that's the first seat that Labour have taken. When
Is it?
it's,
Right.
Yeah, because they've not taken seats in Central Belt, places like Kilmarnock and Loudon, or in the Midlothian, and certainly they were never expected to win in Perthshire. But some of the seats that Karen Adams, for example, as well, was in Banff and
Hampshire and
Buchan.
Buchan.
Yeah, I mean there
Old
was
Coast.
always a notion that she might not retain her seat. So it's interesting that that's the very first seat that Labour have held on to.
It's
And
curious, isn't it?
interesting as well that Anas Sarwar has seemingly already spoken to BBC and said that he's not going to be First Minister. He's conceding already, which is interesting.
Labour has seemed to concede across the board, especially with
Yeah.
the losses to Reform in the English Council elections and the very likely outcome that Plaid Cymru or Reform UK will take over a majority in the Senedd in Wales. We are still awaiting Wales results at the moment, but we are getting some more information through at the moment. But so far, yes, it looks like the SNP is retaining their current seats with some changes, taking seats from Lib Dems, and then one Lib Dem and one Labour result at the moment.
Yeah.
But obviously we still have not reached the majority point yet,
No.
so
No.
things could go either way.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean the Dundee and Aberdeen results are obviously encouraging from an indie point of view,
Yeah.
but it's only really when we get into Edinburgh and particularly Glasgow that we will really know just exactly how this is moving. So I'm looking forward to seeing those results.
And I think again back to Anas Sarwar conceding, he did that in the Glasgow count. At the Glasgow count, although no Glasgow seats have officially declared yet. Yeah.
So it suspects he might have had a wee look at the heaps.
So I did ask about your role in the University of Glasgow because the Glasgow South Side constituency looks like it might go to the Greens potentially. So how do you think the constituencies of the Glasgow area will go?
Yeah, I mean that's a good roulette wheel question. I think the student vote has definitely seen a significant Green movement, and you know, again, I'm old enough to remember 40 years ago when something similar happened in terms of people moving towards a greener and left voice, even in very traditional areas. But the city is really hard to read now. I mean, that's really what I mean. There's been a significant development of immigrant communities across Glasgow over the years, many of whom have gone to the SNP as their first party of choice, rather than in former times where they might have gone to one of the unionist parties. But most of the unionist parties have kind of blown that up in terms of turning their back on the immigrant population. So and the industrial core has more or less gone, and I think I'm certainly going to be very interested to see how Baroness Bailey does. Even although we see that she might lose her constituency, but she might be at the top of the Labour list.
Top of the list there.
So that will be interesting. But just the nature of the vote there for prominent Labour figures will be very interesting.
And I think it's also interesting the boundary changes within Glasgow.
Yeah.
Because that has shifted areas, and really central Scotland, as constituencies were redrawn, the boundaries were redrawn. It's actually having an effect. So you get places that didn't have what was possibly beforehand for this election a Tory vote. You're not getting that, and you're getting, you're moving into maybe some other areas, moving into more traditional Labour places. So it is all to play for.
I get really uncomfortable about redrawing lines on maps, and of course it's become a real prominent issue in the US at the moment with the gerrymandering of the taking out black areas.
Well, there is a difference, let's be fair.
Oh, yes, absolutely, but I find it really interesting when you've got local fealties. My two siblings live in Lanarkshire, but they have been very interestingly pulled around through various elections to be connected to Stirling and then not, to be connected to Dunblane and then not. It's like, what is that?
And that is, for someone like Keith Brown, having Dunblane added to his constituency, it is interesting because we're not dealing with, we say SNP hold, but they're not always holding the same seats. Yes. There are differences. So.
But what the Boundary Commission and its equivalents have done over the years, I mean, sometimes it has seemed to be, let's get roughly 50,000 or whatever.
Yes, that's exactly how they do it.
On other occasions you think, why is that ward in? Because actually if you'd taken that ward in, you would have got the numbers, but it would have been a very different complexion from what happens when you put that one in.
Absolutely. I mean, there's... for example, Motherwell and Wishaw has stayed the same boundaries, but that was because they did try to move it along the lines, I think, of the Westminster seat, which was latterly became, now is Motherwell, Wishaw and Carluke, and there's not a huge, I mean, Carluke's in South Lanarkshire. Motherwell and Wishaw was one of the few seats that was actually within one local authority boundary in North Lanarkshire. So again, that sort of thing, it puts people off, and it's happened in all of the elections, either Scottish or Westminster, that people turn up to vote and they're in the wrong place because their polling station has shifted. And it's been quite, normal people always say, don't always look at electoral maps with the assiduousness of political geeks. So they find themselves in the wrong place at the wrong time.
I mean, for 7 years I worked in Shawts and lived in West Lothian. And the journey up to Hart Hill not only takes you into lunar landscapes and other parts of the planet, but the difference between a West Lothian community and North Lanarkshire community.
It's quite because North Lanarkshire, even though they have a lot of similarities in paper, like post-mining communities and all of that, it is entirely different. I taught in West Lothian for a number of years, and it is a very insular part of the world. It was when I taught there. Students in West Lothian College had never been to Edinburgh, but you don't get that so much in Shawts.
That's interesting.
We're just getting our Paisley update here. So Paisley goes to George Adam of the SNP with 13,164 votes, which is 42.6% of the electorate, or at least of the vote there. So it does, we are still in the early days where we might not expect some results until 7 p.m. tonight, but it does look like the SNP has been getting a lot of seats. Do you think there are any potential further gains for the Liberal Democrats, as they did gain Orkney earlier as the first result of the day?
Well, they are looking into Edinburgh in some part for more seats in Edinburgh. I'm not sure, and perhaps in the borders, but the Lib Dems tend to just concentrate on particular areas where they think they have a chance, and they more or less stop doing any real electioneering in parts where they don't think they have a chance. It's interesting that George Adam has retained his seat in Paisley, because there were rumours flying about again that he might lose. Now, George Adam is known as Mr. Paisley, and that's good to see that he has still held on to you know.
But it did look like both the Tory. Oh, that's interesting.
Oh my goodness.
We've got in Eastwood, the SNP candidate Kirsten Oswald received 12,722 votes. So that was Eastwood there, going to another SNP candidate. So it looks like that seemed to really surprise you. Who did you think?
No, it didn't surprise me. It just made me very happy.
I see.
Kirsten was a colleague of mine at Westminster. And Eastwood, she managed to win Eastwood back in the day from Jim Murphy, lost it again. And then now she's actually beaten Jackson Carlaw. Now Jackson Carlaw has been the MSP there, I think, forever.
For a while.
He will get back to the Scottish Parliament. He will actually get back on the list because I think he's number 1 in the list.
I think you're right.
And I think that means that a few other people will have their noses slightly put out of joint because they won't maybe perhaps make the cut on the list because the Conservative vote seems to have melted away.
Yes, it is interesting. And it relates to your question about the Lib Dems. My mother-in-law's constituency is Eastwood, and there have been a huge amount of effort by both Reform and actually the Tories as a kind of rearguard action there. So that's a very good result for Kirsten.
Yeah.
But the reason I see the connection is the ability of the Tories to hang on is actually a very interesting challenge. And we saw their vote holding up quite well in Perthshire, although they were not winning. But that sort of centre-right and further right vote, where does it go? And we had the North East Fife issue and various others where there were Lib Dems in the mix, but they might have decided in the past to go for Tory because they were more likely to get the candidate they wanted. Whereas in other constituencies, if they liked the Lib Dem, that's where they would go. And now that we've added Reform into that mix, it's a really tricky thing to see through. Which way is the voter, particularly the older voter? I have to be honest. Which way are they going to go? I don't think there's going to be that many younger voters going for Reform in that kind of constituency. But just where do they fall between the parties, between the centre and the right? So that is I hope that's a bellwether for certain other adjacent constituencies.
Yeah.
Well, we've just heard that in, I believe it was Dumfries and Galloway, that the Conservative candidate has retained the constituency. We will get more information there. So then, you said the Liberal Democrats might win some of the Borders regions. That's a historically Conservative area.
Yes and no. I mean, David Steele was a strong Borders candidate, and he's Lib Dem. So it kind of shuffled between, I mean, I say the outer regions of Scotland, and I don't mean that in the way it sounds, but Borders has always been a bit thrown as well, in terms of, they vote for a particular person, the same as the Northern Isles, and actually the same as the Western Isles. So there are areas where people vote for the person rather than just the party. So that's interesting. That is really interesting. It's starting to get exciting now in terms of seats.
More unexpected results, but more information will come through.
Depending on just what the margin is, that could tell us quite a lot about the rest of the Borders, because it is the traditionally held. The top and the bottom left corner is definitely the traditional Tory.
Yes.
I mean, former Secretary of State for Scotland's patch, and various other strong bits of landowning and Tory history there. Borders, as you say, is more thrown and more likely to be a mix between Lib Dems, SNP, and Tory. And again, will Reform wedge into that? And the people that go to them, what gap do they leave in the other parties?
Absolutely, and that's always been the case. Yeah, lots of English folk have reconnected, moved to the Borders and to Galloway. It's a very interesting mix, a lot of cross-border movement. Yeah,
over hundreds of years.
Oh, indeed, indeed. Yes, and I still want to get Berwick back, to be fair.
Oh, okay.
Which is in England.
So we're still getting some updates here, but it looks like in Dumfries and Galloway is the first Conservative win of the elections so far.
Yeah.
Do you have the information there, Marion?
No, not yet, but it's absolutely, I think it's going to be, well, we know that they've lost SNP. We're hoping to gain in that area in Galloway, and it's not happened.
So
I think it's Oliver
Carson.
Mandel, is it? That's
Son of.
son of David, who's the person there. Be very interesting to see some of these results in more detail.
So, I see. So Finlay Carson has retained his seat, defeating
Emma Harper?
Sorry? Emma Harper, yes.
Yeah.
So Finlay
All right,
Carson
so it's a different
retains his seat with the Conservative Party defeating Emma Harper. There we go.
Okay,
That was it.
that's interesting. I think there were hopes there that might be an SNP gain, but you know, it was a gain in places we didn't expect, so that's relatively useful. Anyway, we'll just have to wait and see. It's starting to hot up now, isn't it? As
yes,
more and more results come out.
Yes, more results coming out in quicker succession. And we got the Orkney results first when we expected those quite later in the day. And we are still waiting on the Welsh results, but that might still take a little while.
Yes, I'm surprised.
Yes,
they haven't appeared.
Yes,
it may be. Sorry to interrupt. It's a different count for them, because
they have list
changed.
candidates.
They
It's a
now
little
have list
different from
candidates,
our
etc. And they haven't really done this count before,
Yes.
so it may be that that's what's holding them
I
up.
just thought the main constituency results would actually have come out by now.
Yes,
but
it does seem.
we'll wait and see. Do we have any idea when the Stirling results?
That should be
due?
around 4 p.m.
Okay, right. So
So then with Stirling,
not too long.
who do you think has the strongest chance?
We hope it's Alan.
Yes, Alan Smith is a really good candidate, in as much as he stood in 3 parliaments.
Yes.
This is him. He was an MEP for a long, long while, and then he moved to Westminster, and now he's standing for the Scottish Parliament. He is a very polished performer, is Alan, and is very good at campaigning. So high hopes that Alan will take this particular seat.
And hugely experienced, and he
Yes.
brings a lot of policy knowledge into the process as well. So again, it will be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah.
I know who I don't want to see, but there we go.
And Edinburgh
Edinburgh
Eastern, we
Eastern.
have an update here. Kate Campbell wins Edinburgh Eastern, Musselburgh and Tranent with
Tranent,
14,083 votes, which is 44% of the total vote. So that was Edinburgh Eastern there with Kate Campbell.
Yeah.
Okay, that's quite
And checking
encouraging
the
again.
Welsh results, seeing if any Welsh results have come through, not at the moment. So there are 96 results, there are 96 seats in the Welsh Senate, and I believe 49 required for a majority.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yes, we are still awaiting on the Welsh results.
But in percentage terms of the
That's-
vote, that's a really good result
Yes, for,
in
for
Edinburgh.
a first past
Yes,
the
it
post
is.
electoral system, that is a majority there,
Yeah.
or at least it is a rather substantial
Yeah,
size.
it gives her I hope, a reasonable cushion.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Okay.
Yes.
We're just.
So yes, so at 4 p.m. around is estimated for the Stirling results, unless it is a bit more contested there.
Yeah.
We were expecting Airdrie at about 12, but
Yeah,
I
and
don't
I'm
think
just
I don't think we
concerned
have it yet,
what's happened
actually.
here.
So it's still going to.
Yeah,
take a
really interesting. Kate Campbell winning. That's another solid.
Percentage.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Do you know what she's saying?
So
yeah.
yes, you were saying about Alan Smith. Are there any other contenders who might take Stirling?
Not sure. I mean, the
has
territory. There was a very, very visible Tory campaign.
Yeah.
Not entirely sure that it was a positive campaign, because there were no agenda items really mentioned other than an outright opposition to the SNP, which is kind of what we expect, to be frank, from the individuals involved. But again, partly because of some of the campaigning information that was being fed back,
Yes.
there was quite an interesting switch to reform going on. So just how big the reform vote turns out to be, I think, will be very interesting.
Yeah. No, this is hotting up to be almost knife edge stuff now as we move in to get more and more results. I mean, some of them. Kirsten Oswald is a great campaigner, but was she going to beat Jackson Carlaw, who seemed to be in with the Bricks? And she has. The one result that's gone possibly against the grain for me has been the Western Isles, and that
Oh, it's going to Labour.
that's gone to Labour. And In fact, I think that's still their only gain at the moment.
So
It's
far,
only
it is
only
the only
seat
Labour gain.
in terms, and we're waiting with trepidation
Bated
and
breath.
bated breath on Glasgow and Edinburgh.
Yes.
But then they are peculiar in
As you
electoral
said, hard
terms.
to read.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they do have high student populations.
North
Yeah.
Lanarkshire is often a place that's forgotten about,
Mhm.
but because it's not as big as Glasgow or Edinburgh. But I think it's the third largest local authority area in Scotland.
Yes.
So it's got a lot going for
We
it.
have
Shirley
an
Ann
update
takes
here.
it.
Yes,
Yeah.
Shirley Ann Somerville in Dunfermline takes the
Yeah.
constituency with 14,206 votes, which is 41.6% of the total vote. So that was Dunfermline with Shirley Ann Somerville.
Not unexpected
No.
for the Shirley Ann to retain her seat.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
she's
again, over 40%
Yeah.
of the vote.
And
is-
Cab Sec is, it's interesting because you look back on the 2024 Westminster election, Labour won with 33.3% of the vote overall, and it's getting that is actually quite interesting. Yep.
At this point, I'm starting mentally to fill cabinet positions.
Yes, yes.
That might be slightly preemptive, but
We should have some graphics and maybe a map coming up soon
Yeah.
to further illustrate the result instead of just reading it. But yes, that should be here.
being an ex-geographer, the map is definitely useful to me.
Yes,
I can think better when I can see the map.
Oh, Murray.
Murray.
Is that?
Yeah. It seems there was
Murray?
something coming in from Murray.
We're
Yeah.
just getting some updates here, some further information to come. Just confirm that.
Yeah. Of course,
Yes,
that
so
was,
that was Shirley Ann Somerville in Dunfermline with 14,206
And Murray
votes for those just tuning in
was
now.
Douglas Ross, I believe. Murray was Douglas Ross.
The former Conservative leader.
Yes.
Yes. Who's leaving Parliament. So, yeah.
Oh,
Interesting.
have you seen an update there?
At the moment, I'm just looking. No, not really seeing much change in terms of seats. So, 18 for the SNP, 2 for the Conservatives, and 1 each for Labour and Lib Dems.
Oh, how much? Oh, the SNP have won Murray. We have just confirmed.
Okay.
And
Was that Richard Lockheed's seat? Yes, I think it was. It could have been. Yes, I think.
Is it? Yeah.
I'm thinking in
it's
terms
Laura
of.
Mitchell.
Yes, I think Richard Lockheed held it previously for the SNP. However, I've got confused because Murray was the actual Westminster seat was Douglas Ross for a wee while.
Okay.
Yeah,
I haven't quite got that clear
Yeah.
in my mind.
yeah, and it is quite. It's very interesting. Wondering, waiting for some areas.
Sorry, just sorry to interrupt you there, but yes, the Moray constituency goes to Laura Mitchell, SNP, with 12,636 votes.
Very interesting.
Yes, that
Yeah.
was the
So
Moray
we've held
constituency.
on to Murray in terms of.
Is that normally an SNP stronghold?
It has been for the Scottish Parliament. Yes, it has been for the Scottish Parliament. So it's interesting to see we're still holding on to, and SNP are holding on to seats right across the country. Now they've lost some, they've gained some, one, but that's really interesting. It seems to be Scotland wide if you look at it from the north to the south. I mean, as far north as Shetland, and not as far south as the Borders or Galloway, but certainly swathes beyond, like Midlothian, and we've had results in Perthshire and all of that. So it is it's an interesting mix of
So
places.
With 22 results in Scotland, we've got 18 SNP, 2 Conservative, 1 Labour, 1 Lib Dem. That's the way they're standing. And I'm just looking at Wales. They have had just a handful of
Oh,
results.
right.
2 for Plaid, 2 for Reform, 1 for Tory, and 1 for Labour.
Right.
Um,
So we will bring some further information on the Welsh results, but for those who did not hear, that was 2 for Plaid Cymru, 2 for Reform. Was that 2 for Conservative and 1 for Labour?
1 for Conservative, 1 for Labour.
And 1 each for Conservative and Labour. We will bring you more information on the Senedd elections as well as the Holyrood
So it may be that, you know, if SNP continue to do it as well, and that Plaid do as well in Wales, and we already have Sinn Féin in Northern Ireland, some of the prophecies may well be coming true. It's a bit early to make any definitive pronouncements, but it's encouraging.
There are some trends.
Yeah, there are some trends. Yes.
So when it comes to exit polls, should voters focus on those or just see how an election turns out?
Well, we should all wait to see the actual results, but it's interesting, I don't think there were any exit polls.
I didn't hear
in
one.
the Scottish
I mean, it was
Parliament.
always kind of traditional that
Yes.
there would be such a thing. But to be frank, they were often pretty catastrophically wrong.
Yes, I mean,
it
people
showed what
can
a
say
dark
anything.
art-
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a bit like canvas returns. You know, you can get the best canvas returns in the world because people just want you off your doorstep, their doorstep, and they could be wrong. But it's only if you do canvassing all relentlessly for years and years and years, and go back often to the same places without scunnering people too much,
Yes.
that you get an actual you can get an actual belief there. Yeah.
And we have an update here that is
Dumfriesshire
Dumfriesshire goes to Greg Hoy
Hoy.
of the Conservatives with 11,370 votes. That's 34.8% of the total. So that is the second Conservative win
Yeah.
of the Holyrood election so far. So that was 18 for the SNP, I believe. Two Conservative, one Labour and one Liberal Democrat.
But again, that's interesting because it's a lower percentage of the total vote. So it will be interesting to see what the other party shares are and who came second, frankly.
It was said that in that area there was a lower than average turnout. So that could also impact the vote. Turnout is always essential in elections.
Absolutely.
So then with Wales, that's so far 2 for Plaid Cymru, 2 for Reform, 1 for Conservative and 1 for Labour. We will get further updates as the day progresses. But yes, so far it seems that the SNP is retaining most of its seats with some losses to Labour or to the Conservative Party, but we shall see further. And I think
Yes. That's really
Aberdeen North, Gillian Martin has retained her seat.
Yeah,
We just
that's
heard that now.
excellent. Yeah.
So that was Gillian Martin. Oh, sorry. Aberdeenshire East, Gillian Martin retaining her seat. That was Aberdeenshire East.
Yeah.
To be honest, I would have been astonished if she'd
Yeah.
lost it.
Yeah.
So it will again be interesting to see just what our voter numbers and percentage share.
So you
look like.
mentioned canvassing. So then, in your own personal experiences, have there been any candidates of any parties coming to your door specifically? Any canvassing in your area?
Personally, no.
Very interestingly, no.
But lots of leafleting. I think perhaps they might have worked out that they weren't going to gain much support in my particular household. But I think there's a presumption, particularly by the Tories, of a connection between tenure and vote. You know, living in certain parts of Stirling with very nice Victorian villas, I think there is an expectation that they must have friendly faces, which is not entirely accurate.
And it's really interesting because somewhere like Eastwood has a very high, and did have a very high Tory vote. And I do think the boundaries have made a difference in terms of that. But it's really interesting because most of the parties, the only I think leaflet that I had delivered was from the SNP. All the stuff from Reform was printed down south and pumped through my letterbox by Royal Mail. And there was the same as well for the Labour Party. So there's been a dearth of actual people out in Dorset. And I know all parties have suffered a bit from activists. So interesting to see
So
what we go with this.
With further results from Galloway and West Dumfries, which friendly Carson of the Conservative Party won, he received 11,502 votes with 38.3% of the total vote there. So that was Finlay Carson of Galloway and West Dumfries from the Conservative and Unionist Party.
Again, not particularly surprising.
No.
It is a pretty staunch zone.
Yeah.
I hope we get a little bit more information in due course, because I think what lies under that is going to be as informative as the win itself, just to see movements and trends, particularly did Reform get a showing there or not, because that will tell us a lot about the rest of the country, because I think that's one of the areas where they might have thought they would
Yes.
take some Tory votes. But
And it is, in some ways, Scottish Conservatives tend to be slightly different from those down south.
yes.
They're more loyal, and people will.
Oh,
would not-
Ivan McKay keeps Glasgow North.
Ivan
Ivan
McKee. Aye,
Yeah.
Oh,
good.
sorry, Glasgow South and Springburn. That was Ivan McKay.
Yeah.
Aye,
That,
that's good to
when
know.
we see the detail again,
Another
that will
cabinet, someone.
Mhm.
be a
Another
likely
Scottish-
member.
Yes, well, he's a minister at the moment. I
Yes.
think, yeah.
So likely
Yeah.
he's done pretty well, I think.
Yeah,
So likely to
he
appear
has.
in the new
So that's
cabinet.
really the first Glasgow one that's
think it
come out,
is.
So far.
and that's
Yeah.
going to be interesting because there is some toing and froing in Glasgow in terms of, who's actually going to win.
Mhm.
But
It might be some time until the.
yeah, I'm okay.
Um, so yes, it looks like it might still be a while for Glasgow results to come through, as it is a larger electorate at the moment. But
But with-
so far, from yes, here we are. So I have some more detailed results
Mhm.
here, which I will be reading to you in some time. So yes, you were saying.
I was just going to say that we're now at 26 called,
Mm-hmm.
22 SNP, 2 Conservative, 1 Labour, 1 Lib Dem. So that's progress so far. 22,
Yes.
2, 1, 1.
And that is, yeah. But we need to get to the heartlands.
Yeah, absolutely.
The cities, and we need places like North Lanarkshire, Fife. Yeah.
Wales is now 12 called,
All right.
4 for peace, for Plaid, 4 for Reform, 2 Conservative and 2 Labour. So Plaid and Reform together
Toe
in
to toe.
Wales at this
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
It's going to be really interesting.
Yeah. Right.
So for those who did not hear, that was 4 seats so far for Plaid Cymru, and then 4 for Reform as well.
Yep.
2 for Conservative and 2 for Labour. So it seems to be relatively even so far. No wins for the Greens
Yeah.
or Liberal Democrats
Yeah.
at
Yeah.
the moment.
Still early days, I suppose, for Wales, but
Yes.
it's interesting to see.
And then so far that's 22 seats for the SNP, 2 for Conservative, and then 1 for Labour and the Liberal Democrats respectively. Yes.
Good. So I think we're starting to get into the era where the results are going to start coming thick and fast. But I am
Yes.
surprised that there's been nothing from some of the bigger. The fact that we've got one Glasgow one already
Mhm.
is useful.
Still
But-
might be a while just yet,
Yeah.
but yes, so far.
So Ivans
Where-
is Glasgow North and Springburn,
Yeah.
so that might be a slightly smaller total constituency. I
Yeah.
don't know, but anyway, they've obviously they've won the race in Glasgow to come
Indeed.
first.
Indeed they have. And that's very interesting.
Yeah, so 26 seats have been announced. Okay. Yes,
Alright.
so here we go. Glasgow Easterhouse and Springburn. That is the SNP hold there with Ivan McKee, or Ivan
McKee.
McKee. Apologies. Yes.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, and your constituency, Motherwell and Wishaw, that is an SNP hold with Claire Adamson,
Oh,
11,962 votes, and I have the full results here that I've just been
Oh,
sent.
that's really.
and that's yes. Mhm. Yes.
So that means
that
that,
was-
they started really declaring in North Lanarkshire then.
Yes. So that was 43.7% of the vote. And then Aisha Khan from the Scottish Labour Party with 23.6% of the vote. And then Duncan Macmillan from Reform in third place with 20.8% of the
Now
vote.
that is interesting. 23 and 20.
So was
Yeah,
a rather close
yeah.
result there.
Mm.
And then Aberdeenshire East, that was Gillian Martin,
Mhm.
and another SNP hold there. And then, yeah, so it looks like more SNP holds, and then as with Motherwell and Wishaw, rather close win there for second and third place between Labour and Reform.
Yeah, I mean, Claire Adamson's held that seat with, twice as many votes really as the other two,
Yeah.
percentage-wise. So.
Gillian's in Aberdeenshire. Who came second there? Have you
I don't think we have the breakdown of the results
Ah,
just
right,
yet,
okay.
Yeah.
but we just know who has won so far.
Yeah.
Sorry, the Conservative Party came second, I just heard now.
Ah,
Yeah,
right, okay.
right.
So
Okay.
that was
I did
second
wonder
second.
again if that would split into Tory and Reform, but actually the Tory vote is held up.
Yeah, actually, Reform don't seem to be making the gains
No, I think
as they would have hoped for. It'd be interesting in Airdrie Shorts, and there's other places where some of the former working class areas,
Yeah.
the Reform have an issue, I think, in terms of voter turnout.
Yes.
And especially if they don't have the activists on the ground to get out the vote,
Yes.
for which some of us will be truly grateful.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
But I think there's a lot of Reform voters in Scotland, and I've no scientific basis for saying this, who shout about Reform, but actually taking the trouble to go out and vote
Yeah.
without being prodded is maybe just a step too far.
And I think your earlier point about the kind of cultural difference between the English Reform
Yeah.
vote, particularly the Southern English, and also a different story, but the Northern English,
Yes.
the old Red Wall Reform vote now, and both of them being very different from Scotland.
Yes.
So I think the traditional Tories in Scotland are going to carry on voting Tory.
Yes.
There are disaffected working class or former working class communities in Scotland that might have flicked all the way across to Reform, but it doesn't look like big numbers yet.
No, and I don't think they've got I don't think Reform have got the troops on the
Machine,
ground in
yeah.
Scotland yet.
So then with Wales, we have in Pennybont, Morgannwg. That was Plaid Cymru won over 27,000 votes, and they have secured 2 seats as well as Reform UK and then Conservative and Labour as well.
Yeah.
So that was a 54% turnout there. And so the seats still stand at 4 for Plaid Cymru and Reform each, and then 2 for Conservative and Labour each. So the Welsh Senedd elections do use a different list candidate system, so it might take a bit longer for results to come through.
Yes.
But for, yes, Aberdeen Donside, SNP hold, that's Jackie Dunbar with 11,760 votes. That was Aberdeen Donside. And in second was Reform UK with Claudia Leith with 23% of the vote. So Jackie Dunbar won 38.6% of the vote, and the turnout was 47.4% there.
Okay.
So
that looks like the first where Reform have come second.
I believe there were some others, but for the moment it seems that they just have been getting second or third place.
Yeah.
No wins for Reform
No.
yet.
Okay.
And Malcolm Offord is not believed to win Clydebank.
Okay.
So,
No, I think that's
So we're now of 27 seats, 23 SNP.
oh, yep. No, never mind. That's the same. Sorry. Yes. So 27 seats so far.
Yep.
yeah.
23 SNP, 2 Conservative, 1 Labour, 1 Lib Dem.
Yeah.
So we're getting some further information here. Let's see.
I imagine in the next half hour we should be seeing a number coming forward. Yeah, no,
Yes.
I was expecting there to be more of a burst, but
Yeah.
it's so odd with the count only starting at 9 o'clock.
Yeah,
It feels
And you'd think it would be
strange.
faster because all the boxes are there. You're not waiting for anything
Yes.
to be transported
yes.
in. I don't know quite what's happening. Whether they're trying, returning officers are trying to, do all the counts, because at places like North Lanarkshire, they have it in Ravenscraig Sports Centre, and they've got the whole of North Lanarkshire constituencies there. And are they actually going to count them all and then declare one after t'other? Or are they just going to do them as they see? But it's interesting that Airdrie Shorts hasn't declared yet. There'll be Airdrie Shorts, there'll be Uddingston and Bells Hill and Motherwell and Wishaw, and I think that's maybe the only 3 there. So it'd be interesting to see that one as well, because Uddingston and Bells Hill is an interesting seat as well, because it's a real mixture between Uddingston, the posh end, and Bells Hill, where I used to live. And that's not to say there aren't posh houses in Bells Hill, but it is a strange constituency,
Yes,
in as
absolutely.
much as, but that's been an SNP, I think that's been SNP for the entire time in the Scottish Parliament.
think you're right, yes.
Yeah,
My
I think Richard Lyle, and then the Stephanie Callaghan, who's decided to stand down, and Stephen Bonner is standing this time
You
for.
said you weren't good with names.
Well,
You're
I know.
just showing off there.
Well, yes, I know people. If I know them, I tend to know their names and can recall them.
Good
So
stuff.
Stephen Bonner, again, is another former colleague in Westminster.
And we have Renfrewshire and Renfrewshire North and Cardonald. That is an SNP hold as well, with Michelle Campbell winning 14,300 votes. Coming in behind Mike McCurdy from the Scottish Labour Party with 9,424, and Reform UK's Moira Ramage coming in third place with 7,083 votes.
So
And the turnout there was 53.5%.
So about
That's-
5,000 majority.
So Michelle's a new candidate, having Natalie Dawn having stood down, a former minister. So that's a really interesting one as well.
That's-
Yeah.
The positive result again, showing
Yeah.
the party vote holding up,
Yes.
even although it was a different personality, as
Yes,
it were, a less
yes.
well-known personality.
Absolutely, and of course it was almost right to the end of the Parliament before Natalie Dawn decided to stand down. Yeah.
In Motherwell and Wishart, there was a 13% decrease in SNP voting, but yes, the candidates did still win there. So it does look like more SNP holds, but of course we still have several other constituencies to gain results from, and then the regional list as well. So the election
there's
could
a
go
long
either
way to go.
We shall see. Yes, exactly.
Very
a long way
long
to
way
go.
to go.
But then with the Welsh elections, it still looks like so far 4 seats for Plaid Cymru and Reform UK each, and then 2 seats for the Conservative and Labour parties.
Yep.
Yeah, that's just trying to see what else. People are texting me all the time because they know I'm here.
We are still getting results in through slowly, and then further updates on those set results with turnout and voting figures there.
No, that's really interesting. As I say, I'm still anxious to see more of Glasgow and more of Edinburgh.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be an interesting mix. I think it's interesting to look at the people who are going to be in Parliament. I mean, there's a lot of new people who will have to hit the ground running.
It's one way or another, it's going to have a different feel from the previous Parliament,
absolutely.
because there's been a long arc of not just SNP membership, but across the parties, and a lot of people have stood down. So there will be a different dynamic, won't there?
Yes, and I think there'll be a lot of younger people, which is not a bad thing. But I think also John Swinney, I think, will be the longest serving SNP person, Jackie Bailey for Labour, and it looks as that'll be an interesting one. See if Jackie Bailey retains her seat, her constituency seat, but she will get back because she is on the top of the list. As Jackson Carlow will, because he was top of the list as well. So again, it's interesting, but actually not being a constituency MSP, being a list MSP, it's a different experience.
How so?
Well, the constituents, for example, most parties will put people forward for a constituency. So for Claire Adamson and Motherwell and Wishart, but there will be Labour people who have also stood in that constituency who don't. But depending on how well known they are across the region, they could end up being a list MSP. A list MSP doesn't have a constituency. People will go to list MSPs. For example, Monica Lennon has been a very effective list MSP, and she's been a very effective campaigner because she was a constituency MSP. When you have a constituency, you have more emails, more people asking for actual help, and generally they'll go to the constituency MSP first, and only if they're not getting what they want will they move on to a list MSP. That's not the case everywhere, but it is generally the case. A list MSP doesn't have the same commitment, or to be somewhere. So quite often folk like Richard Leonard, I got to know him quite well in events in North Lanarkshire, Monica the same with the Greens co-leader, whose name there you are escapes me. Oh my goodness, that's terrible. But so you get to know people, and it gives them, I think, and this is not speaking from personal knowledge, but it does give them a bit more time to get totally into different campaigns, like Monica did with period poverty and all.
It's a different kind of role. That
It's a-
connection
yeah.
with the local constituency is
I mean,
is weaker,
are-
but they can perhaps work more broadly.
Yes, and they
Yes.
work with
Check
lots
the
of
results.
different people
Yeah.
across the region.
Yes.
So it's a different type of job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Although mostly some of them will definitely be, nursing a constituency on the side as well, because they hope that as they get known, they will
Yes.
get back in that particular
I
constituency.
can't help but think of Murdo Fraser at that point. The
Yes,
man who-
Murdo Fraser has been trying to win
a constituency forever.
Yes, both. Yes, forever and ever. And there's been a few Tory MSPs like that and MPs. I mean, Stephen Kerr in Stirling was an MP and then switched to the Scottish Parliament. So, I mean, if he will be expecting to be returned, but won't necessarily.
Very sorry,
get it.
but Stuart McMillan has.
McMillan?
We've just heard Stuart McMillan. Stuart McMillan has
Uh-huh.
retained Inverclyde, and Cumbernauld and Kilsyth has been retained by Jamie Hepburn.
Yeah,
East Lothian Coast and Lammermuirs has been retained by Paul McClellan as well. So
Okay.
more
Excellent.
SNP holds
So
there.
it's three.
Yeah, that's another
So-
3 SNP homes. Yeah.
And these are people that you would have hoped and expected
Just-
to win,
yes,
and the fact
yes.
that they have does tend to suggest that the whole
The-
structure is holding up.
Yes, that there was concern that because of the rise of reform and the split, reform either split in Tory votes and or Labour votes, that it could have been that people, the Labour and Tory. Now I'm talking here, and you please correct me if you think I'm wrong. Tory and Labour supporters don't seem to have totally abandoned their parties in the biggest numbers for reform, because that was always the biggest thing that reform would get in
By that route.
by that.
And I
route.
think in England that probably would
Yes.
prove to be the case
Yes,
at this stage.
but it seems to be less likely happening here.
Cumbernauld and Kilsyth held by Jamie Hepburn.
Yeah.
That's another SNP hold
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
So we're now at 34 seats,
Mhm.
29 SNP, 2 Conservative, 2 Lib Dem, 1 Labour.
Yes. So that. What was that there?
Of 34 seats now declared,
Yes.
29 SNP, 2 Conservative, 2 Lib Dem, 1 Labour.
Yes. So for a party in Holyrood to secure a majority, they would need at least 65 seats there.
Yes, and of course, as we've said already, the whole system is set up so that one party does not
Doesn't,
get a
mm.
majority. And actually, for the amount of electioneering that's been done by parties who support the United Kingdom, the Unionist parties, saying that it'll be a defeat if the SNP don't get a majority, that is actually flying in the face of the way the Parliament was actually
Deliberately constructed, yes.
so that there wouldn't be. So we have to again look at what will happen, and if there's a bigger Green turnout this time on the list, then that's a bigger pro independence majority,
Yes.
which is reflective of where the polls are going.
Well, the Greens in the English Council elections have seen some unprecedented wins, with 30 new seats so far, or at least the last time we updated, and then the Liberal Democrats with 29 additional seats, and Reform UK securing over 300, Labour losing over about 280, and the Conservatives losing around a similar amount.
So I was just looking across to the English Council results.
Yes.
And the Greens are currently at 160 councillors, which
Oh,
is
right, so
99 up. And Reform are at 681, which is a pretty stunning leap for them. And at this point, Labour and Tory are tied in third place. Fascinating. The Wales position, it kind of jumps in parallel. It's rather strange. We're now at 24, called.
So Paula Merrick has won Glasgow East.
Who?
Paula Merrick?
That must be Labour then.
Is that Paula
Is it
Merrick?
Labour is?
Just getting an update there. So let's see. What was apologies there. So Paula Merrick. Oh, Colin Merrick.
Colin Merrick. So which party?
Yep, Colin Merrick Colin Merrick there.
Okay. Apologies, I'm none the wiser.
Well, Glasgow is David London.
Mhm. Yes, Colin Merrick. And that was Glasgow East, I believe. Yes. Mhm. Mhm. Oh yes, I have actually met Colin Merrick at one of the events
Oh.
in the past campaign. Yes. So.
Okay.
Mhm.
So I was just saying the Wales situation there, it's 10 for Plaid now, 10 for Reform, 2 Labour, 2 Conservative, so Labour and Conservative haven't changed, but
So-
where those two were at 4 before, they've jumped
Mhm.
up to 10.
Mm.
So that's 24 seats called in Wales, 10, 10, 2, 2.
So Plaid Cymru and Reform UK are seeing a tie at the moment.
Yeah.
It's intriguing.
So,
It could make, depending on what happens when they count the list seats in, for
Yeah.
an interesting administration. It
Mm.
looks like if
Yes.
Plaid could be ahead, but they will then have to try and work out what kind of alliances they can
yes.
draw together.
So
Interesting.
they would potentially make a coalition, or
But with
even.
whom is the interesting thing, and I suppose, frankly, the danger would be that if Reform is either on an equal number or a similar,
Yeah.
they have a small lead or whatever, they could put together some kind of unionist combination. But that will, for me, that would make it really important to see if the Greens manage to pick up well on the lists
Yeah.
in Wales, because they could then work with Plaid. It'll be fascinating. I imagine that not many people are going to want to dance with Labour, given the
No.
performance over the last 20 years. So that will be very interesting for the Welsh.
Yes, indeed. Very interesting.
Yes. So at the moment, nothing new yet, but results are still coming through, and Inverness's counting apparently has yet to start,
Oh, gosh.
or at least the counting has only just begun. But
Okay.
so we shall see or hear
Oh.
about Inverness later on today.
Yes, Inverness is generally speaking a later declaration, but that'll be another interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big patch, not a massive population,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
very widespread. So 37 seats called now, and 32 for SNP, 2 Conservative, 2 Lib Dem, 1 Labour.
And shortly, the results for Stirling are due at 4 p.m. So we shall see if
Okay.
those arrive on time. But yes, that's Stirling.
Okay. Eagerly awaited.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes,
of course.
indeed.
So,
We're kind of sitting here on the edge of our seats waiting for these results.
yes,
And they're
just checking here. As for updates on England results, so far Reform UK have gained 683 seats, followed by the Liberal Democrats with 35 additional seats, the Greens with 99 gains, Conservatives 289 losses, and Labour with 514 losses. So that's the English Council results.
Yeah.
And then with the Senate election, we still are on the same results at the
Yeah.
moment, with a tie between Plaid Cymru and Reform UK, and Conservatives and Labour.
If these numbers carry on with
Ah,
Labour
yeah.
doing as badly as they are,
Mhm.
I think it will be intriguing to see exactly how the leadership spins this,
Yes.
because suggesting, as he was at lunchtime, that it's because it sounded a wee bit Thatcherite to me. It's
Yeah.
like we need to tell them more about our change.
Yes.
They need more change than they've had so far. I don't think that people want the change that Labour is
No.
offering, frankly. So I think it will be intriguing to see how the party machine, if the men in grey suits appear tonight
Yes.
or not.
It's interesting, but Labour don't have a real method of getting rid of their leader, and that's really what's stymieing everything. And no one, here frequently, no one actually wants to put their head above the parapet and get it shut off. I mean,
Yes.
I've said all along I didn't think Starmer would go immediately. I think he'll go. I don't think he'll lead them into the next election. But it's a question of who's going to do it. I mean, we're still waiting to hear if Angela Rayner's been cleared. Wes Streeting is not as popular, I think, as Wes Streeting thinks he is. Will Andy Burnham, even if someone steps aside and gives them a seat to contest, with the results the way they are in England, will Andy Burnham actually get elected?
Yes. And given that the NEC kiboshed him last time,
Well, apparently they're more open to him standing this time, allegedly.
yes, I can imagine the balance has changed ever so slightly. Yeah.
So all of this is, so it means, for me, it means that Starmer will, you'll get to recess in end of July, mid to end of July, and then he'll kind of try and regroup over summer, and I think it will be maybe internal elections take place for leader, if someone actually has a stalking horse, opposes him, because but it's a when you consider the majority they have, and they haven't. It was almost as if they weren't expecting to win, and that they weren't prepared. And the fact that Keir Starmer recently sent out an email to civil servants. I'm sure it was. And I read it and I thought, well, I don't know if that's actually going to cut it, Sir Keir, because he's been blaming civil servants. He's got rid of so many people at the top end of the civil service that you can't go on blaming people, other people. He's not, and I never thought he was, a politician. He doesn't have the kind of political skills of someone like Gordon Brown, who, came up the back way, came up and knew how to wield a knife and knew how to get people to do what he wanted. Now, he wasn't a good Prime Minister with all of that, but he managed to be pretty near the top of the Labour Party for a very, very long time. And he had a stranglehold as well on Scottish Labour. And now they're, this is their worst ever results. Even including the 2015 election when the SNP got 56 MPs. I think this is actually worse for them, because it's Scotland, and because Anas Sarwar has tried his very, very best doing the unswearing fealty to Sir Keir, all of that, to get himself elected as First Minister, and that's a very interesting dynamic. I think the fact that he will return, but will he want to? And that's the real issue.
I've just heard now that Willie Rennie has retained his Fife North West seat there.
That's not a surprise.
It's very much a personal vote, I think.
Yes.
So you did say that you and the general population don't like to see infighting within political parties, so they want to see a party united. But then you also have said that Anna Sarwar should maybe try to distance Scottish Labour from the rest of Labour. Would that not send a message of disarray?
Well, Anna Sarwar has tried that.
Yes.
And he's had his knuckles rapped in many ways. And also the fact that he's done that, and I don't know, but I don't think that many people in Scotland believed the rebuttal of Starmer. It was, I think I might lose if you don't do better. It was more about Anas saving his own seat and his own position. Labour, it's a real pity, because so many people depended on them to change things, and it hasn't happened.
Yes, and we will be switching over in just a moment after this short break, so thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello.
Welcome back. We've just had quite a lot of constituencies declaring for us. So yeah, we've got a lot of SNP holds and a controversial Labour take in Edinburgh Northern, sorry.
Oh, right, remind me, which one was that? I'm confused with all these new names. Edinburgh North, who won that?
Well, that's a good question.
They changed all the names, it's
Yeah.
very confusing.
There have been a couple of encouraging results for, I
Yeah.
think, Labour in Edinburgh. I was thinking mostly of Edinburgh South, where Daniel Johnston just took it for
Was that
Labour.
Edinburgh South?
But
Oh yeah, the North one was it's a new constituency, isn't it?
Yes.
It's been formed
Yeah.
from lots of other ones.
Yes.
Yeah, and was it Labour that took that?
I believe it was. But overall, the day seems to be at the moment that SNP are, if you like, at par or just below par compared to where they were in 2021. They're still about just over half the seats to declare, of course. And a lot of those are ones where the SNP are either, if you like, the incumbent or were the incumbent of the previous seat before it changed. So when you're in possession of seats and you're trying to defend them, it's like every one of them has to be defended, so it's never over till it's over. Whereas all the others are getting to kind of swing at you with every single seat. So it'll be still quite a nervous time, I think, for SNP supporters.
Absolutely, there's still a bit to go. I'll tell you what's making me happy's putting it a bit strong, but giving me some cheer is that certainly on the constituency counts reform aren't doing nearly as well as they were getting boosted to potentially do in the run up here. So
Yeah, they
that
started
makes me happier.
off with a few
Yeah.
decent looking second places, but since then it's been a very different story. And the one thing that they really are doing is they're eating into the Conservative vote, and that has not helped the Conservatives in quite a few seats.
It's quite obvious they've taken loads from the Conservatives. That I can't remember what constituency it was, an Edinburgh one, a sitting Tory MSP, Dr. Sangesh Gulhan, is it?
Gulhani, yes.
Gulhan. Yeah, I mean his vote was way down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's case in point, I think. So that's it. It's hard to say reform is the gift that keeps on giving for the SNP, because
I
it
know.
doesn't really.
But
'cause
rather they weren't there.
rather they weren't there at all. But if they had been there, I think it would have been a very different story. And that's one of the reasons why the SNP is always held up so high in the polls, because the opposition to them is so split now with the reform being added in there.
Yeah.
And Labour have done themselves no favours at all with the performance of the Westminster group. And so they're having just a horrible time throughout the UK in all the various elections, the council elections in England, the Welsh election, it looks like, and it started off that way, and certainly in Scotland as well, although they'll be boosted by some of the Edinburgh things that have been going on.
You know, good results over in the West as well. Since we sat in these seats, William, I'm delighted about Eastwood. With Kirsten Oswald having taken Eastwood from Jackson Carlaw, who's been in the Parliament for a long time.
Yeah.
I don't know where he is on the West of Scotland list.
I'll
if
tell
he-
you, I believe he's
Yeah.
fourth.
Oh well, he's unlikely to get returned then. But also the new constituency that was formed out of bits of others, Glasgow and Island, Colm Merrick.
Yeah.
Great, that's a great result. And I mean, we were getting told earlier that Colm was looking as if he wouldn't take it, and then all of a sudden he's actually done
Yeah.
not bad at all when you look at the majority.
And
So
of
I'm
course,
really pleased for him.
Lots of history to Annie's Land in
Yeah.
its original form, because it was Donald Dewar's old seat, was it
That's
not?
right.
Yeah.
A different format,
Yeah.
the way it was.
Absolutely.
Yeah. In fact, when I got elected in '99, it was Donald's seat.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah. And I remember when Donald sadly passed away, there was a very important by-election there that everyone was out at, and that was Glasgow Annie's Land. Yeah, it's got a lot of history.
Yeah. So, in short, it's as far as I can tell, it's everything still to play for. The SNP still have to defend an awful lot of seats. It's looking good for them in some. There are thoughts about the Greens maybe thinking they might make a breakthrough in some of the Glasgow seats, and it's certainly true to say that the Greens, if they come into the reckoning, are as likely. There's only 6 of them standing anywhere in the constituency, but if they come in, they're as likely to take votes away from the SNP as Reform are to take them away from the Conservatives.
Yes, yeah. I'm quite relaxed about the Greens, I have to say. I rather like them. As an SNP member, perhaps I shouldn't say that. But
Well, since you're just a member and not an elected representative at the moment, that's
can say what I
probably
like.
fair
Can
enough.
say what I like. No, I rate some of the Greens, some of the prominent Greens I rate very highly. And of course, they share a belief in independence, which for me is very, very important.
Well,
yeah.
Lorna Slater is looking very confident about taking Edinburgh Central.
Yes.
Do you think they will take a Glasgow seat?
Holly Bruce is
Yeah,
looking. Well,
yeah.
they're making all the right noises.
Glasgow Southern?
Yeah,
Southside,
Southside.
Glasgow
Basically,
Southside.
Nicholas Sturgeon's old seat, is it not?
Yeah, with some changes.
Yes.
Some bits
We
and
always have to
pieces.
remember there are changes everywhere. Just even little ones, but also completely new seats here and there.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, I think it's possible they might. And of course, if enough of that happens, that also raises the possibility that the SNP might get seats on the list that they didn't previously get. And of course, they will tell you that justifies us saying vote SNP 1 and 2, something with which a lot of people might disagree. But frankly, what you do with your second vote depends to a certain extent. If you're voting tactically as opposed to for a party, it depends upon your powers of prediction, which we ain't
Well,
got.
that's exactly right. It's like John Swinney always said, this assumption that the SNP will take all the constituency seats. You don't know that until the day and the votes the
It's
votes are
certainly not
cast.
proven true.
Well, look what's happening in Edinburgh. Is it Edinburgh Central?
Mhm.
Is an issue.
I think
And
they're claiming third place at this point.
so I'm hearing, yeah. So you just don't know.
Yeah, the Greens are particularly, to an extent, I think, benefiting from what I call the Zach Polanski effect.
I think there's a
Absolutely.
bit of that.
Um, Zach Polanski himself will tell you that the two parties are entirely separate, but actually the voting public may not recognise that.
No, they won't.
Yeah, I
And
don't
why
think
should
most
they? Green's
of the
green.
public know that they're separate entities.
No.
And Polanski's definitely built up so much momentum, and the Scottish Party will definitely take advantage of that.
And the Scottish Party had him up for a visit and made a big song and dance about it, and we're really
Yeah.
pleased to have him when he was here. So
It's
You
fair
know.
to say that the Scottish Greens have revamped their leadership of late as well.
Yeah.
And I would say that they're probably more attractive to voters. Sorry to say this to Patrick Harvey and Lorna
Patrick
Slater.
was there a long time.
And Lorna Slater may well win her seat in the constituency, who knows. But I think the combination of Ross Greer and Gillian Mackay is actually going to bring in more voters,
you know,
particularly young and particularly students.
I think they did very well in the hustings that I watched. The TV hustings. I saw bits of all of them. I didn't watch all of them all the way through because I just start shouting at the TV, which is not healthy. And I thought both of them acquitted themselves really well. I particularly thought Ross was brilliant at skewering Malcolm Offord.
Yes, that was one of the moments of
yes,
the.
yes.
There weren't many moments in the campaign. It wasn't exactly an earth-shattering campaign, but that was one of the moments that really stood out. And then, in terms of when they talked about the manifesto calling for an offered tax on.
Edinburgh Central is about to be
Yes,
announced.
Edinburgh
Oh,
Central is a
right.
biggie.
You can find out if we're right.
It's a biggie, right? Well, let's see what happens. Probably we don't get to hear until we hear. Is that
No,
right? So we
no,
have to
it'll
go
be
on talking till
in
it
soon.
comes in.
My thought is, at least from what I've seen, the Greens seem to be pushing Ross Greer a lot more. Like he's a much more public figure, or at least he attends the big events. Do you think that's working for the Scottish Greens?
Yes.
I think it is with their audience. Now, Ross Greer has a storied history within the independence movement. He emerged in 2014.
He was so young.
He was so young. And frankly, he was a bit annoying as well.
I never found him
Did
annoying.
you not find him annoying?
No.
Well, all right. Maybe I found him annoying. But I think he's mature, and he's still capable of giving somebody
He's seriously smart.
a slap across the face.
Ross and I worked quite closely together in things in the last Parliament I was in. I retired in 2021, and Ross and I worked quite closely on some human rights issues because he's very sincere about international human rights, etc. We worked closely on some things and kept it up actually, even though I'm now retired. Yeah, I rate him very, very highly.
But-
And I think Gillian's been a breath
Well,
of fresh air.
With any Green leadership team, it's both of them. And I think this is a better balanced one, and I think it's a more grounded one, and then that way more attractive to the voters. Patrick Harvey and Lawrence Slater, just an ever so slight feeling of weirdness about them that maybe wasn't entirely. Well, I'm sorry, maybe it's getting late in the afternoon now. I don't.
We've just got it in. Lawrence Slater has won Edinburgh Central.
All right.
Lawrence Slater.
Okay.
Now that is actually a fairly sensational result.
Certainly
on
is.
lots of counts. Firstly, it's a seat for the Greens, and that's highly unusual. Secondly,
Is that the first seat they've ever won?
think
in
it's
very,
constituency?
very
Yes.
possible. Yes,
It is.
Yes,
It
is.
is.
And I've just accused her of being weird. So that's now the hitmen will be out for
Well,
me.
it is Edinburgh.
It is Edinburgh. So you know. The other thing is that that means that the person who has not won for sure is Angus Robertson.
Yeah.
And Angus Robertson does not feature on the list, I don't think.
Number 4.
Is he number 4? Oh, is that now? It's possible then.
I think it's number 4.
And
Yeah.
ironically, if the SNP do badly enough in Edinburgh, they might get into the territory where they do get something on the list. So depending on who 1, 2 and 3 on the list are, and of course I haven't brought my list of the list,
Number 1 is Tommy Shepherd.
right?
Number 2 is Deirdre Brock.
Right.
I can't remember who number 3 is.
Well-
but I'm pretty sure Angus is number 4.
Okay.
But even if he was number 3, I
Right.
don't think
Well,
it would.
Deirdre, Tommy Shepherd may well get something anyway. Deirdre Brock, of course, is up for it now because she
Tommy's
didn't.
not standing in a
Oh
constituency.
well, that could. Sorry, Angus, you're out the game. That's me being schooled on the Edinburgh list.
I don't know how I know these things.
No,
but I
that's
do.
fine.
It's impressive nonetheless.
I've got it on a piece of paper through the other way, and of
I've
course,
got it in here.
it's the best place to have it. You see.
Yeah.
It's looking like a really good day for the Scottish Greens in general.
Yeah.
Do you think they are going to eat into the SNP though?
Well, you know, there's always that danger, in inverted commas, of that happening. But, you know, I'd rather the Greens were eating into the SNP than any of the unionist parties, let alone Reform, who are beyond unionist parties.
Yeah.
So, you know, if anyone was to benefit from the SNP or take away from the SNP, go the Greens, because, you know, for me the overriding thing is independence with a good sort of social democratic bent to it. And I feel the Greens are there. I mean, sometimes they get a bit weird. You know, of course they do, but what's wrong with a bit weird? You're entitled to be a bit weird as long as you're
Everybody's
not
entitled to be
hugely
weird.
offensive
Oh yes.
and causing harm to others.
Absolutely.
So I'm quite relaxed about the Greens.
The slight, I mean, to be
Yeah.
boringly mathematical about it, the risk, if you want to call it that, for the Greens now in the Edinburgh and Lothians East region is that having won a seat, they now get their vote in the list slashed by
Yes,
half,
of course.
according to the de Hont. And depending on what their basic initial percentage is, that could well shove them down the rankings to the point where they might not win a seat. I think it's possible the Greens will get somewhere between 10 and 12%, so they might find that to get it half takes them down to 6%, and that might be enough. We don't know, because it's a whole new thing, with Reform also in the picture, where the lowest you can poll, if you like, or the lowest your actual adjusted poll is. We don't know exactly where that is because of there being more parties. So they may just have the net same result by having won the constituency. But hey, it's a big thing to win a constituency, and particularly for the Greens who aren't used to it.
I'm just looking at some of the other results coming in. Angus was third, actually.
He was third.
Third, yeah.
That was the prediction, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
it's not
it
good,
was
not
true.
good. So let's see, another couple have just come in. Bathgate has elected Pauline Stafford for the SNP. Almond Valley has backed Angela Constance.
Looking better for the
Yeah.
SNP.
Let's see, David Linden has one in Bailison. Lorna Slater, yeah, we know that.
Just got
David Torrance in Kirkcaldy.
Okay, so they are still coming
Yeah.
into the SNP.
Oh, Alan Smith.
Alan,
Just come in,
Alan Smith has won Stirling.
Yeah.
By
Against
quite the large
Stephen Kerr. Now, I wonder what the reform did to Stephen Kerr's vote, for example. Yeah.
When I looked at it, it was about 13,000 for Smith.
Right.
Right.
And God, about 6,000 for Kerr.
Oh, really? As much as that? Yeah.
I know.
He's a
Alan Smith-
doughty campaigner, is Alan?
Yeah,
That's
Alan
another one
took
with plenty of experience.
42%. I know that. We've just got an updated seat count here. So we've got 40 for the SNP, 2 for the Labour, 2 for the Conservatives, 3 for the Liberal Democrats, and 1 for the Greens now.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's very difficult to make comparisons for 2021 because so many seats have changed, particularly in Edinburgh and Glasgow and some other places. But I would just reckon that if you take the Angus Robertson result into account, the SNP are probably about a net 3 down on where they were
Really?
in 2021, which if they lost no more seats and gained no more seats would probably leave them with about 58 or 59 from the
Depending
constituency.
on the list. All right, and then
They have
you've got the list.
never failed to get 0 seats on the list, and I suspect they will get 2 or 3 somewhere. But even with that, you would hope that there would be enough in total from the Greens to take the pro-independence vote above a majority number of seats.
Yeah.
Because the last thing we want is the pro-independence parties adding up to 64.
Oh, gosh, yes.
So do you think we're going to see a return to the Butte House Agreement, or a new version of it?
Yes, if that happens, I think we would. And I think John
I'm
Swinney
not
would
so
be
sure.
able to negotiate one that folk would be happy with, and I think probably Ross Greer and Gillian Mackay would be more amenable to it.
I don't know. I don't know if we would. I mean, I think they're really. I think Ross and Gillian are really sensible, and John, of course, is. But I think the Greens will have to look at their own party members as well, and all the bad feeling, everything that was caused last time by it. As will the SNP. So I don't know if it'll end up like the Butte House Agreement, the same kind of formal coalition.
Maybe an
You know,
informal
maybe,
one then.
it might be a confidence and supply. It might be an informal, like, okay, we'll give ministerships to one of you, 2 of you, but it's not a formal coalition. I don't know. So I think it all depends on the numbers. You know, and you've also got the first thing that will happen in the Parliament is the presiding officer will be elected.
Who presumably will not be a Green.
I would imagine it wouldn't be a Green or SNP because of the figures that might come out. So who knows who it's likely to be. It's all up there for grabs.
That
So
happens
the
quite early
presiding
on, doesn't
yeah,
it?
it's the first thing that happens.
Oh, it should be, shouldn't
And
it?
it's the only election in the Scottish Parliament that is carried out by secret ballot. Is the presiding officer and the
Right.
2 deputies. In fact, there was 3 deputies in the last term because of COVID, but I think it's back to 2 again. So it's very interesting how that will all work. Presiding officer, by convention, even though it's only been 20 odd years, leaves the party and doesn't vote, except for the deciding vote, if it's an
casting
absolute
vote.
tie. Casting vote, yeah. Whereas the deputies can, so that's not an issue. So it'll be interesting to see how that all works out. All the party leaders will have to decide whether they're going to allow any of their members to stand for presiding officer.
What would happen sort of in that stalemate situation then if no one wants to lose a member?
I don't think it's ever arisen.
No, it hasn't.
Does everyone just sort of make awkward eye contact?
Well, so much I think a lot depends this time round on the reform representation. I mean, I would imagine no one is going to want to have a reform presiding officer. I would imagine.
It would be unusual for a party
Yes.
that's just shown up in the
Yeah.
Parliament.
But not just that. They've said they want rid of the Scottish Parliament. How can you have a
Yes.
presiding officer that wants rid of the institution? You know, it just
It
seems
could
a bit
be the
daft.
instrument that actually destroys
Yes.
it.
So I think there would be some kind of informal agreement amongst the rest. I mean, certainly the SNP and the Greens won't want anything to do with reform. That's been made very plain. The Labour group, I think, depends on whether Annas is still the leader, what happens there. We don't know what's going to happen there. I don't think Alec Cole-Hamilton, these Lib Dems, would want anything to do with reform. The Tories, who knows? So it's actually been a while since there was a Tory in the presiding officer's chair.
It might be time.
It might be time.
I mean, the likelihood is that with
People thought sorry for interrupting
No.
you, but people have been talking about Jackson Carroll as a potential. Well, that's out
that's
the
not
window now.
that's out the
That's
window.
gone. Mm.
Unless some amazing things happen between now and then. Oh goodness
Yeah.
gracious! Something else has happened, but we don't know what it is. We'll find out in a moment.
Lots
cause for
of,
celebration.
lots of shouting going on out
Yes,
there. What's
absolutely.
happening? Let's look here and see if we can find it. No. No.
So anyway, yeah, I think there won't be any problem with the presiding officer.
The-
All the main parties will have a reasonable number of representatives because the list will make sure that happens. And you know, if you're not in charge, you might as well be in charge in another way. So, it would be absurd if that were to happen.
I think what I was hearing there is the SNP have just taken the seat Anna Sarwar was standing in.
Oh,
Now,
which one's that?
that is Glasgow Carton Pollock, I believe.
So who was standing for the SNP?
That would have been Zen Ghani.
Yes.
Oh, right. Good. Good.
And Sarwar, he's on the list.
Yeah, top of the list.
Top of the
Yeah.
list.
He hasn't always was on the list, and
Yeah.
therefore he'll be fine.
Yeah.
But I don't know if he was. I mean, basically, the SNP were looking to sweep Glasgow anyway, which they may or may not do, depending on what happens in Southside and other places. So Anna Sarwar may not have been expecting to win that seat. It is a new seat, albeit.
I mean, he was expecting to be First Minister.
You can still be First Minister if you're on the list, because it's just as valid.
Of course it is.
Just
Do you
ask
know,
Murdo
it's-
Fraser, he's always
It's quite
on the list.
interesting. My first 2 terms in Parliament, I was on the list. And it was interesting. It was Labour Lib Dem coalition at that time. And the Labour Party, locally, I don't know if it happened across, but in Lanarkshire and Glasgow, the Labour Party used to refer to us and introduce us as, here is Linda Fabiani, she's one of the assisted places MSPs.
Oh my!
That's how they used to refer to us. Then, of course, in 2007 it all changed, and all of a sudden it became as valid as any other.
Well, of course.
And
the world changed.
in the early days of the Parliament, very early days, SNP were mostly list. There was 35 of us. And Labour tried to get the allowances system changed so that the list MSPs got fewer allowances than the constituency MSPs. And
Bit
then
of chicanery there.
I know, and it didn't get through. But then in 2007, when the SNP became the government, Wendy Alexander started a campaign to get the support money for the opposition higher.
Well, why am I not surprised?
It was all very
It would be
amusing.
lovely to have a different sort of politics, but here we are.
Yeah.
But yes.
But they are the same under the terms of the Scotland Act.
Yeah,
there is no
absolutely the
difference.
same. Yes. You were going to say, sorry.
Do you think we're going to see any real shake-up in leadership following this election?
We wondered earlier about whether Annas could sustain the leadership. I mean, it looks like Alec Cole-Hamilton's going to be fine.
Yeah.
I would expect that.
Uh-huh.
Though, interestingly, he's the only leader not on the list. He's only in his
Yes.
constitution.
He's also
Yeah, good for him.
he's also the one that had the biggest count of votes in the last election that there had been, which was 25,000. It's not the same seat, just like all the Edinburgh ones, but I would expect that he is very confident that he will win his seat, and therefore I don't think he'll have a problem. If, despite what the Lib Dems have been able to achieve elsewhere today, Alex Cole-Hamilton were to lose his seat, I think they would see that as a big minus.
Yes, rather. Yeah, so no, I think Alex will be all right. I don't know about the Tories. That remains to be seen. I don't, we talked earlier about potentials, and we came up with Megan Gallagher and Rachel Hamilton. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a few people who would be knocking on the door wanting to,
Yeah.
and certainly not wanting to be presiding officer when they might be one of the opposition leaders, and theoretically some way down the line a potential First Minister, although I don't think so. I don't know.
Labour, I think Annis's position will be untenable.
It's very possible.
I really do.
And particularly with all the stooshy going on with Keir Starmer potentially in England, he's got to work out what stance he takes on that going forward and what that does to his popularity on the because he can claim, I would reckon, that I mean, Labour have had one or two, a couple of decent results in the constituency, to be fair, but it's a bad time for Labour generally.
Yeah.
But it's a bad time everywhere, and
Yeah.
both the Labour leader in Wales and Anas Sarwar can put the blame on Keir Starmer and the Westminster Party pretty well
And they
for
will,
that.
yeah.
And they definitely will. Now, whether that endears Anas Sarwar to his colleagues or whether they see it as an opportunity. I mean, an upstart now like Daniel Johnston might look at it quite, this is something that I can
Daniel's
do
done
now.
very well in his constituency.
That was a very good result
It's a good
for him.
result for him.
So,
I don't know who else. I mean, I think Jackie would probably have to go with Anas, don't you? She's the deputy leader at the moment.
yeah, and she's a shoe-in to get elected even if she doesn't
Yeah.
win Dumbarton because
So-
she's number one on the list and the number one Labour one will get in.
So is it a double whammy? The two of them would have to go. I don't know who on the. I mean, Michael Mara's very ambitious. Paul Sweeney's very ambitious.
Yes,
Well, I'm saying that I know neither of them. That's the impression I get.
the television gives you the vibes that they're
Yeah, it's the impression I get.
ambitious.
I can't think who else. Monica Lennon.
Monica
went-
Lennon, we've
was
yet to
going for
find out what
before.
happens to her.
Yeah, we'll see. I've got a lot of time for Monica, actually. I think she's pretty sincere in what she does. But it was also very unpopular with the Sarwar contingent. Far too left-wing for them. Yeah.
It's strange days when that's a thing within the Labour
Yeah,
Party
yeah.
that you're too left-wing.
But it's interesting, I think, going forward, given like we've had this rise of reform and Labour sort of shifting in accordance, but we're now seeing this huge push in the Greens in Scotland, but also in England and Wales. Do you think there will be a noticeable impact of that in the Labour Party?
Well, the Labour Party will view it as a threat in England for sure, and maybe elsewhere too. But the Labour Party's ability to change, and or at least when it does change, to change in the right way or to make the right decision is highly in question. And that's all through history, and you can point to
Absolutely.
all sorts of things.
Yeah.
For example, Tony Blair deciding to go the way he went, when actually he could have been considerably more left-wing. And this betrays my feeling about Tony Blair, that he could have been anything he decided to be rather than someone who's a politician of conviction. But
Yes.
that may be slandering him somewhat. But
No,
anyway.
he was a charlatan.
All right, well, fair enough.
He still is a
Yeah.
charlatan.
Labour have reacted to the rise of reform by drifting to the right
Yeah.
or right of centre and dog whistling a few things that are trying to reel in the reform voters. Whereas what they should have done was to go the other way, I think, and said, no, this is wrong, and this is why this is wrong, and this is what we believe.
Yeah.
And we're the party of the working
Yeah.
classes, and we're the party of the people who produce things in this country, and that means something. And they have
Yeah.
not done that.
No. I think in Scotland it was a bit different. I mean, when I think back to 2007, when we got is that another result come in? Will I be quiet and let you tell us all about it?
Let things take
Yeah.
their course.
We've got a couple more
All right.
seats coming in. So 3 more for the SNP, taking up to 43. A third seat for the Conservatives, and a 4th Liberal Democrat. So still just 2 for Labour, and still nothing for Reform.
So what were the SNP ones?
I've
What
not
were they all?
got
Do we not know yet?
You have to wait for somebody to tell you that in your ear, or for Ballot Box Scotland's Twitter account
yeah.
to tell us.
And because they do all the calculations, it takes a wee
They're very
while.
good, Ballot Box Scotland.
Absolutely.
Alan Fault and his colleagues, they do a tremendous job. Curiously enough, I was sitting on the train to Stirling today next to somebody who was going to help them in that effort from Perth. He spied me creeping off to a waiting room in Perth Station to do some emails, and I got WhatsApped and said, "Rrr, was that you?" And so we sat together and had a chat about how it's all going to work for them today. And they've got their work cut out, because right now it's the wave, it's the big, big wave.
SNP won the constituency of Hamilton, Larkhall and Stonehouse from Labour.
So, okay. So,
Alex Kerr.
right. That's us back to 2 under par now, unless one of the Lib
Right,
Dem
okay.
wins. Or,
Now that was the one where my friend Christina McKelvey.
of
That
course.
was Christina's
Of
seat.
course.
And Labour won it in the by-election, so that's Alex Kerr won it back for the SNP. So Good.
Yeah, sometimes by-election winners have struggles
Oh,
in
yeah,
the
yeah.
following election, and seems to have been the case this time.
Lib Dems have held the constituency of Edinburgh North Western. Is that Alec Cole?
Yes, that's actually
Yes, that's not a surprise. And they've held, the SNP have held Glasgow, Cathcart and Pollock.
That was the one we talked about earlier,
That's
wasn't it?
it's
And
exactly
Sarah.
the one. Yes, the
Uh-huh.
one you mentioned. So that's fine.
Tories hold Aberdeenshire West.
But that's a hold.
That was is that, Alec, what's his name? Alexander Burnett, the,
Yeah, I believe it is.
the aristocratic chappie.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So SNP maybe 2 under par now. So yeah, if SNP can get anywhere in the very late 50s and 60s, that's fine. I think the idea of an overall majority for the SNP was always going to be hogwash, because you needed absolutely everything to go
Yeah.
right, and it just rarely, if ever, does. 2011 was an absolute sweet spot they hit, because they only had 53 constituency seats, and I think they won something like 16 on the list. And
Oh, sorry.
to win as many as 53 and still be able to get stuff in the list, okay, their vote was pretty high. It would be in the late 40s as opposed to in the mid 30s as it is here. But nevertheless,
It was a good day.
I can imagine it probably was. I was in the south of England at the time, so it meant nothing to me.
We just got a 44th SNP seat. Patricia Gibson has taken Cunningham South
All right,
in
good.
Ayrshire.
Right?
So that's a husband and wife team in the Holyrood group.
Oh,
Kenneth Gibson and
yes.
Patricia Gibson.
I kind of wondered when I was writing my
And they're both
crib sheet.
Cunninghams, you know.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh, the Cunninghams and the
The Gibson
Gibsons.
stronghold.
Tremendous, tremendous. Yes. So it's building up for the SNP, and the finish line is beginning to appear as far as the constituency is concerned, and the job is to get yourself far enough up that you can either just nudge it up a wee bit with the list and then the Greens fill it in, or maybe even better than that. But as I say, that's a
Yeah.
distant prospect. I mean, of the remaining seats, they would need to do tremendously well to get an overall majority.
I'm pleased about Alex Kerr winning in Hamilton. I wanted that seat back. That was with changes round the boundaries, of course, that was the seat that Winnie Ewing won in the famous by-election, 67.
67, that's
And,
right.
Yeah, and then it went Labour for a long, long time. Christina took it in 2011.
And of course, Christina had won the constituency in the election. Therefore, when she died, there
It was
had
a
to be a
by-ele-
by-election. Whereas,
Yeah, she won it in 2011.
had she won it on the list, they would just have bumped up the next one from the list. That's the way it works in this weird and wonderful system we've
Additional
got.
member
The additional
system.
member system in the Scottish
Yeah.
Parliament.
So, yeah, so your chap that's been in the Scottish Parliament since, what, summer last year? Not even a year, probably, is no longer.
It's in a by-election, you can do all sorts of amazing things.
Rosanna Cunningham was the first SNP person to ever win a by-election and hold it in the general election
Yes.
in Perth. Yeah,
The thing
back
about
in '95.
Yeah, the thing
In
about
87,
a by-election is,
It's
because of the
unusual to
nature
hold.
of it, you can absolutely chuck all the party resources at it. But of course, when it comes to the following election, you just get your share. And so you have to be pretty exceptional to
Yeah,
hold on to it
yeah.
a lot of the time.
Yeah, yep.
Interesting set of results so far. I mean, those two Cunningham seats, north and south, that's not a huge surprise at all. Like, I think both those seats have been
They were,
SNP from 2011.
Mm.
Yes.
Labour before that, but it's been a pretty hard
Yeah.
SNP area. Bit of a threat of reform coming in, but it seems to have held strong.
Yeah.
Reform are mainly hitting the Conservative votes.
Yes, it looks that way when you look at the percentages.
Under other circumstances, with the SNP overall support having gone down to about 35, you would expect a lot more bother than they're actually in. But as part of that whole process has been for reform to come in and basically wheak a whole bunch of votes away from the Tories and some from Labour, and to be fair, probably a few from the SNP, not very many from the looks of it. That's actually why we're able even to consider that there might be an SNP majority on their own right
Yeah.
now.
It's quite similar in a manner to the 2024 general election. I mean, the SNP in quite a lot of the seats are having a lower vote share, but because of reform coming in, splitting the vote, they're just clearing
Yes.
constituency after constituency.
Yeah, that event did not happen. Reform weren't around in that way in 2024, at least not to anything like the same extent, and therefore first past the post really punishes you if your vote drops back and nothing else changes.
Well, that's right. And, you know, when you look at the way Labour swept the board in 24 on the promises of change, and then it didn't happen. But also the share of the vote that they got for such a big majority in Westminster shows you how the first past the post system is skewed and gives bad results.
Very few countries use first past the post.
That's right.
And that's why. Maybe it was just too difficult for the Brits, but we manage all right with one of the more complicated ways of doing proportionality in Scotland.
Be interesting to see how the Wales one pans out, because they've changed it completely.
Yes.
They're a full additional, well, it's not even additional member, a full proportional representation set up now.
That's quite
on
a
national lists.
quite a daring thing to do, and I hope it works out for them. I think
Be
it probably
interesting
will.
to see.
But it certainly will reflect votes even better than the system in Scotland reflects the votes here, where it's just a wee bit skewed still towards first past the post.
Yeah.
Would you like to see full proportional voting
Yes,
taken forward?
I would.
Yes,
Interesting.
I think it's fairer.
I think in the computer age we can manage it.
Yeah.
The difficulty is, for some people, that they have to make a ranked series of choices with some of the systems, and that might be tricky for them. Well, tough.
Of course, there was a referendum back in 2011, it was the same time as the Scottish Parliament election, about changing the voting system. A Westminster referendum, but it was a hodgepodge of a system that was put forward, if I remember rightly. It was part of the Lib Dem Tory coalition deal in Westminster, and the Labour Party, certainly in Scotland, campaigned against it. And
you can see why, because when it goes for them, it goes for them.
and it never came to anything.
The SNP might make the same argument, of course, with 2015
No,
in mind.
our policy is full proportional representation.
Right.
It's never changed.
It does seem like a much more fair system.
STV,
overall.
yeah.
But it's a difficult thing to do a referendum on, because opponents of it will always say, oh, this is needlessly complicated because A, B, C, D, and just throw smoke at it.
How did they end it? Do you know, William, how they ended up having it in Wales? Was it done by referendum to change it, or was it just an agreement across
We'd have to ask our
parties?
colleague
Do we
Hugh
know?
Marshall. He would
We'll
know.
have to ask Hugh,
Yeah.
because I don't actually know how it changed, or why it changed. Yeah.
It definitely seems a lot more fair than first past the post.
Yeah.
Your other main option is supposed to be the ranked choice system like Australia uses.
Yeah.
Do you
They
think
also have compulsory voting, of course.
Yeah.
Yes, and to have people to do have to have the knowledge to do the ranked choice, also have compulsory voting, so they can't weasel their way out of it. You could find that a bit painful, possibly. I think that might be inflicting too much harm, or at least pain on
You know, I
them.
used to be against the idea of compulsory voting, but I don't know if they say as you get older you become much more conservative with a small c about things.
At least,
I'm starting to come round to the idea,
well,
you know.
there's something to be said for it. As long as people are allowed to spoil their ballot paper,
Well, exactly.
force
But I
them
would
to come out and
tie
spoil
it
it.
in with proper democratic courses and things in schools, so that everybody knew they could have a say.
Yes, the one thing
yeah.
we have to do with elections generally and with politics generally is we have to make it something that people feel has the potential to do some good for them. Right now, there is such cynicism everywhere about politicians.
Yeah.
Some of it justified, some of it a bit over the top. That, you know, it's just a problem for people, and that's why you see so much.
But you know, I
Sternness.
think there's an individual responsibility as well. I get fed up in the doors if people say, "Oh, I don't vote. You're all the same." I say, "Excuse me, what do you do for a living?" "Oh, I'm a plumber." I say, "Oh, you're a cowboy. You're all the same." You know.
Cruel.
Well, do you know, I can do these things now that I'm not an elected member. And
You have some
And
other
I think
bulletins,
there's a personal
by the way, Elliot.
responsibility.
I just have a feeling you may have some bulletins in
you got
your
something
hand.
to tell us?
we've just got a look at the current state of things. North East Scotland, we've now got all the constituencies in.
Right?
Yep. Here, obviously, Stirling, the SNP have won, Alan Smith with a very, very healthy share of the vote. There were still about 40 seats declared
To
to go?
go?
50?
There's 73 first past the post seats.
Yes. So I think we're probably around about the early 40s plus
yeah.
whatever the other parties. SNP were in the early 40s. The other parties had single figures. We can't be far off 2/3 of the way through the results. And then, of course, and they can already start to do this. And did you say the North East
Yep.
had completed all the constituencies? They can start to do the process now.
Well,
of
that's right. But if
the
they've
other
been
results.
counting, I don't know if they've had people counting the regional results while counting the constituency ones, or whether they wait till one.
Depends how much
They maybe
money
all
they
do it
have.
differently.
Depends how much money they have.
Yeah, different authorities may do it differently.
But
Have
on
we
the
got
very
any of the Central Scotland ones in?
a couple. So
Yeah.
we've got Bathgate
Yeah.
and Motherwell and Wishaw, which both went to the SNP.
Right. What about south of Scotland? I'm thinking my old stamping ground, East Kilbride.
Have a look.
I know we've got Hamilton.
East Kilbride, not in yet.
Right.
We've got Dumfriesshire
Yeah.
and Galloway, both to the Conservatives.
Yeah, big for the tourists
And
that area.
Kilmarnock and Irvine Valley to the SNP.
Yeah.
Aye, that was a while ago.
All of these are kind of par for the course.
Yeah.
There was a, if I remember correctly, there's quite a strong reform vote from Kilmarnock and Irvine Valley.
Yeah.
Was it?
I think so.
Yeah, I think that's right. Slightly absurd, by the way, just in passing, that East Kilbride is suddenly part of South Scotland.
As is Hamilton. It's nuts.
However,
It's absolutely bonkers.
Yeah,
that's one of the changes that was made.
You know, I was like, what? Because I represented East Kilbride for many years, and you're like, East Kilbride's got nothing in common with Stranraer or Dumfries, Galloway. It's very bizarre.
Yeah, I spent the morning going through spreadsheets and I lost many a constituency, just in very strange regions. Not where you'd think they'd be.
Glasgow Kelvin's in.
Glasgow, Kelvin and Mary Hill.
Yeah, which one is that? Who was
Glasgow.
our candidate?
I'll
Who
be
was
telling
the
you
SNP
that.
candidate?
I've got my
Yeah.
crib sheet here. Of
I
course.
know you do. Is that
Aye.
Bob Doris?
That is Bob Doris.
Well, Bob Doris is held. Yeah.
So, there was a lot of mucking around with what's now Glasgow, Easterhouse and Springburn,
Yeah.
Glasgow, Kelvin.
There was a worry
They're
about
effectively
that one.
they're new constituencies that sort of crunched up the Kelvin and Maryhill and Springburn old constituencies, but
Mm-hmm.
Ivan McKee has taken one for the SNP, and Bob Doris, it would appear, has taken the other
Mm-hmm. Well,
one.
this is Ballot Box Scotland. They've done the crunching, so
Yes,
yeah.
it'd be good if Ballot Box Scotland gave you the names, but I've got my crib sheets
Yeah.
here. All right.
So the turnout is 55%.
Yeah,
That was good.
I think that's we were hearing earlier in
Yeah.
the day that the turnout would be about 60, but then we started to hear from out in the field that it was going to be closer to mid-50s upwards, and that
Yeah.
it is a wee bitty disappointing.
Nothing as bad as commentators were saying it would be.
No, and a lot better than you get, for example, for council elections, where
yeah.
the turnout is pitiful. Westminster elections tend to be about 10 percentage points up
Yeah.
in terms of turnout on Holyrood elections.
Yeah.
Looks like the lowest turnout has been Glasgow Easterhouse, sorry, and Springburn,
Yeah.
43.3.
Yeah, I saw that one in the passing.
That was Ivan McKee, yeah.
Glasgow Easterhouse and Springburn
McKee.
indeed
Ivan
was,
McKee,
yes, yes. Yeah,
That's always been quite
that's a
low.
bit of a shocker.
Former Proven.
And
Yeah.
you know, part of the problem always with turnout, apart from not having compulsory voting, but we'll come to that another time perhaps, is just that politics does not work in a way that makes people feel involved and that makes people feel that they truly have a stake in what happens to them and who they should therefore elect
Doesn't
in
stop
order to
them
make it
moaning
happen.
about it.
They may well be moaning, but if you look at the way politics
That's
is
where I start to lose
conducted,
sympathy, you know.
well, I think they have a point to an extent. I can always stir
You're
myself
far
to
too
get.
nice.
I can always stir myself to get the polling station because the polling station is only 5 minutes walk from my front door.
So being able to vote online is another discussion.
Well, yeah, that's. I think that would be interesting, but also hackable, particularly in the world of AI.
At the moment, yeah.
But one of the things that's really bad that I do quite a lot is find out reasons for not doing things that might otherwise be good ideas. So you can take that with the proverbial pinch of salt.
What you're saying there, like the whole idea of political apathy, people being disengaged, we've been hearing that a lot throughout this whole election process.
Yeah.
Be it Scotland, Wales, or especially I think the English council elections.
Yeah.
Do you think there is anything that could be done about that, or is that just the nature of things?
Do you know, I think actually that there is an element in our society that wants that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the newspapers help by their complete negativity. I don't think our so-called national broadcaster helps by complete negativity. And I have to say, the promotion of folk like Nigel Farage, who gets way beyond the coverage he should have had over the last few years for their share. So I think that there is an establishment contentment about voter apathy, because what it does is largely favour the established parties, and it's only when you get the enthusiasm of somebody like Zach Polanski coming along or something that can start to change that a wee bit, but never enough.
I definitely...
So there are those it suits, and how you get beyond that is difficult when you have a bad media.
Yeah, I think you're right about that with Zach Polanski.
Uh-huh.
Like, not so much the energy, but just the positivity and the idea of making positive change and not just being the worst, the
Tony
best of bad
Blair
options.
did it,
Yeah.
and then it all went wrong. You know, but we shouldn't be dependent on individuals coming along to inspire, because you can say on the other side of that, Nigel Farage has come along and inspired, and that's the worry.
People are looking for something different. This is something different.
So to me, it should be about an education. We do a bit of it in Scotland, but not enough. An education from an early age that says, you know what you believe matters, what you think matters, and here's how you show it. And we don't do nearly enough of that, not just at national level, but at local level. You mentioned earlier, Bill, about turnout in local authority elections. It's ridiculous. It can be below 20% at times. And that is about not empowering, to use the word, empowering communities to really think they can make a difference. And our local authority set up doesn't do that. The SNP have started to do some bits with the Greens in support about local budgeting and stuff. But the old guard do not want to give up that hold on power that they have, and that's become an issue. I could go on about this for ages. It's maybe a whole other programme, but it's the only way to inspire people beyond the demigod coming along and making them march behind them.
Ironically, you would think that local politics would be the arena in which ordinary people could have the most say, because they're talking to the guys that are right there, and that really hasn't worked out the way it should. And if I were changing things, that's where I would start, on the local level, and just build it up and build it up and build it up.
Truly bring the decisions that affect people directly in their communities to the people in the communities and let them be accountable. And you know, I used to think when I served in East Kilbride, it was part of South Lanarkshire Council, which is massive. And you know, and it has East Kilbride, it has Hamilton, and it goes away down to Douglas and Waterfoot and Lead Hills. And I used to think, they have this policy covering South Lanarkshire for everything. How can people in East Kilbride possibly have the same aspirations for their community as folk in Douglas? So if you truly had local budgeting and local decision making, communities would make their own decisions about things and stand by them.
Just got another count called there.
All right.
Ethics, Rockborough in Berwickshire, held by the Conservatives.
Not a great surprise there.
Right, what one's that? What one's
Rachel
that?
Hamilton.
Oh, sorry.
John Redpath was in for the SNP. One of the potential leaders that we spoke about, obviously.
All right. Oh well.
Not a huge surprise.
No, I'm trying to remember who it was that resigned that Rachel held the seat from before. Was it the older Mundell? Oh no, it was that young fellow, John somebody that went down to Westminster. Aye. Tall.
John Lamont? No.
Lamont. John Lamont. He resigned that seat when he got elected to Westminster and Rachel Hamilton won it. Yeah. So no, it's not a surprise.
I'm margin. There's definitely been a slowdown in Celts getting out, and now we had a real barrage at half past 2. But it looks like it's just going to be a slow trickling of the
I think
rest.
a trickle. They're starting to look at releasing the regional results, I think about 6 o'clock or something like that.
Glasgow Central, what one's that?
Glasgow Central. It's a station, but apart from that...
Oh, it's Alison Thulis.
It's Alison Thulis.
SNP, yeah. Not only... Oh,
won it by a considerable margin.
57.4% of the
Yes.
vote.
Yes.
Her vote's gone up 2.5%.
That's
Or not her vote, the SNP vote. Alison.
That's
Good
a
for her.
good result, but it counts as a whole. So they're still
Labour in
on
second place.
still in par to get in sort of late 50s.
10,000 majority. Good for her. That's
So where
excellent.
the SNP are strong in Glasgow, they are pretty strong. It's not quite
That's
Dundee
excellent.
territory.
Yeah.
But yeah. So the package is beginning to form.
Ben McPherson has held
Edinburgh,
North Eastern and Leith.
Right. I'm not sure who he was up against. Again, we go to the crib sheet and it tells us that I'm on the wrong page. So that's equally fine. And I've got my pages out of order, so you're not going to get that information. But it's another whole.
It's just come in, so.
Yeah, that's all good. That's all good.
But 35.8%
So
of the vote.
a clear picture of the SNP as the largest party, as you would expect, and that's where we're going now with this, because we're getting up into those kinds of territory. But still a long way to go, and the list votes will start to overhaul some of these big deficits.
Yeah.
So all to play for. The Greens will be particularly keen on seeing the list vote results on top of what they've already achieved, I guess.
Yeah. I think it's looking increasingly likely we're going to be seeing not quite an SNP majority, but a very, very healthy minority.
I would think so. I mean, there's a lot still depends on exactly how the Greens do on the list. But a very, very healthy minority for the SNP would be, I think, late. I wouldn't be comfortable with it dropping below 58, particularly on the constituencies. Although, as I say, if they do less well in the constituencies, they might pick up more on the list, and they have never failed to get any on the list anywhere. Just because they've failed in my neck of the woods, which is mid-Scotland and Fife, ever to get anything on the list, or at least not since 2011, at the as far back as you can go.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, they've never got nothing. So it's, I think, a reasonably positive outlook, certainly for the independence cause, which is what I care about, really. And just really filling in the details now. Still a few interesting ones to go. Glasgow South Side particularly interesting when that's
Yes,
announced.
I see it. I think you probably talked about it with the last guests. Airdrie, Neil Gray, having heard Airdrie, he's with quite a margin. And again, Reform in third place in a lot of these ones. So
Yeah,
that's
well,
good.
Reform in third place instead of the Conservatives, and that's really one
Yeah,
of the
but
big
not
stories.
second place, absolutely.
No, they were second in a few of the early
Yeah,
ones, but
yeah. Clackmannan as well. Good one for Keith Brown.
indeed, Keith
Oh, and
Brown.
East Kilbride, yeah.
And East Kilbride. They're
East Kilbride, God's country.
part of the south of Scotland. Visited.
I know. SNP holds, yeah.
Well.
Yeah.
So, what else is going on, eh?
My
Yeah.
mind just keeps coming back to Anna Sarwar, and if he is going to survive this. I mean, there's been a lot of chat about Keir Starmer. A lot of people want him to go. Will he survive this election? He said he's not going. Does Anna Sarwar have that same durability or defiance even?
I don't believe so. I think that there are those in the Labour group in Edinburgh, in Holyrood, who are pretty vicious. I mean, there's some people I don't know. I've been away 5 years. But there are some that I think are pretty vicious. And he's had a lot of chances, you know. He hasn't turned the group round. He hasn't turned the party round. He's made some very strategic errors.
But he's also been hamstrung by his Westminster colleagues.
Absolutely. All of that. And so I think there'll be a challenge. Yeah.
Now, I don't know what the mechanism is for a challenge within the Scottish
Labour.
branch of the Labour Party.
I can't remember. It's happened a few times before. They've been through leaders.
Yes, they certainly have.
But I can't remember how it's triggered.
So I think you're probably right for your mind to keep coming back to him, and maybe that you might think there are better things he can be doing with his life.
Well,
than
yeah.
being the leader of, perhaps.
Now-
I mean, it might still be a reasonably substantial group when the list vote comes in. So
Yeah, but here's a scenario. What if he says, I failed. I'm not going to take up my list place. I'll pass on that and let the next person.
So
that would cause ructions probably, but it would simply mean that the second one on the list behind him stepped up.
Yeah.
just to jump in, we've just had the count declared at Glasgow Southside, a second seat to the Greens.
Right.
Oh, wow.
I expected that might happen. That would,
Wow.
That's I've forgotten her name temporarily.
Holly
Bruce, is it?
Bruce,
Yeah.
yes. Gosh.
Yeah, that's a bit of a scalp, and
It certainly
it wasn't
is.
unexpected.
Was
but
Colcap Stewart
nevertheless.
second? Do you know yet?
Not entirely sure.
Wow.
Well.
Now that'll affect the list seats in
Yeah, well,
Glasgow. Yeah.
it will, but if it's they're going to have to, the SNP would have to lose quite a few more of the Glasgow seats before it really significantly affected how they were calculated. It's not going to affect the Greens too much. The other big win for the Greens was in Edinburgh. It, by the way, probably demonstrates the wisdom of the Greens in actually putting up 6 candidates this time, because so far 2 of them have been successful, and that's not actually all that bad a return.
Yeah.
Gosh.
But that's Nicola Sturgeon's old seat, so
It
way.
Yeah, her area. It's painting a really good picture for the Greens going into this.
Certainly is.
And I mean, online, the Greens' presence compared to 2 years ago, it's massive shift in visibility. Again, I think so much of it is owing to Zach Polanski over the Scottish Greens themselves, but they've definitely taken that momentum and ran with it.
I wonder if the Scottish Greens will be willing, or will say that Zach Polanski has had a big boost to them, because the press are going to play that up. I think for sure. I don't know if it'll start to annoy them a wee bit.
I think Zach Polanski is quite happy not to get the credit for it, because he himself has made the point that they're a completely separate party.
But the press are going to do it.
Yeah, well, there's 2 ways to doing it. They can either embrace the idea, which I don't think is a smart idea, because what happens if the next leader of the English Greens is a nutter? Or they can just let it slide. And I think what they will do
let
is
it slide
let
is
it
a sensible thing
slide.
to do. Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if they at least acknowledge him, because I mean, he did come up.
He did. And it was a very successful visit from what I gathered.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've never met Zach Polanski. I'm not likely to. But he certainly comes over very well.
Yeah, and he's definitely come across well with young people, especially.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's made a couple of, I wouldn't go as far as saying boo-boos, but I think he's a couple of maybe wee unwise things here and there. But having said that, I have been appalled at the interview techniques of some of the interviewers. I mean, I watched Trevor Phillips. It was a terrible interview. It was awful. Haranguing, inaccurate, bullying to an extent. I thought it was an appalling interview.
Yeah, I think you could argue that Polanski's made a couple of mistakes, and particularly retweeting something about the police.
Yeah.
Having said that, the film looked like, to me, the police gratuitously kicking a subject who was already... I know he'd done wicked things, but he was subdued, and they seemed to be gratuitously kicking him in
They
the
were
head.
taking a run at it.
I'll sooner or later work out how to say the word gratuitously. But anyway, so it wasn't without a point when he retweeted the thing.
absolutely.
And then somebody, and I can't recall who it was, I think it was one of the Labour folks, said, that he was unfit to be the leader of a...
Pile of nonsense.
Give me
Honestly.
a break.
I mean,
I know.
it's
The
It shows they're worried.
intolerance.
It shows they're worried about him.
The intolerance
they're
in
right to be
some
worried.
politicos really fills me with despair. You know, this sort of resign. Oh, for goodness sake, shut up.
I mean, it's night and day if you look at the way, like, Zach Plansky's interviewed compared to Nigel Farage.
Absolutely, it's terrible. I don't give much credence to these things very often. I barely watch television these days, but I watched that interview online because my partner had said to me, "You have to watch this," and I got so angry. I was shouting at my iPad because I couldn't believe just how biased this interview was. And I know that Trevor Phillips, to me, has been a big disappointment over the years from where he was years ago. I think he's really sold out to the establishment. But it was just appalling. And I heard one the other day in the radio. It must be Radio 4. It wasn't as bad, not nearly as bad. But it was still a harder time than you're right, than Farage would have got. Yeah.
I think Plansky, for his credit, is sort of pushed back on them.
He's
and
done it
he's
very well.
taken that into his message. Like, you know, clearly the establishment is against the Greens or against this progressive message. And also, you know, clearly seeing them as an actual threat now. And, you know, fair play to him. He's making the most of it.
Yeah. You're a fan, aren't you?
I
As a
mean,
young person.
I'm impressed by his strategies.
Yeah,
you
so
know.
am I, as an old person. So he's obviously appealing across the board.
Yeah, he's definitely like pierced through the apathy dome, if you will.
Yeah.
You know, there's so much talk about young people being like trending towards reform, but polling isn't showing us that.
No, I've always been a bit dubious about this thing about young people going for reform. I'd be really interested actually to see a breakdown in the number of 16 to 18-year-olds that voted. Because we made that change in the Scottish Parliament some years ago, around about the referendum time. And I'm not convinced that we've done anything to keep the momentum going on it. So I'd be interested to see the turnout of that age group.
The first time I ever voted was 2021, when I was 17. Not many people that I know did.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what bothers me. Yeah.
Like, I think there is a kernel of truth in this young people going towards reform thing, and that young people are feeling disillusioned by mainstream parties because they just don't really care outside of a couple of lines in their manifesto.
Right.
You know.
Well, do you know, I don't know if that's actually totally true. I mean, talking from my own party, we've done quite a lot of things for young people, you know, in terms of travel and in terms of different things.
Yeah.
My concern is it doesn't get out there, it doesn't get across.
The question is this a policy issue or is this a comms issue? Is this a getting it actually across?
I think that there's an issue there, and back to the whole education thing as well. And another thing, I know that there's been a lot of issues about this, is the Scottish Youth Parliament. I used to be a huge fan of the Scottish Youth Parliament, did a lot of work with them in my time, and then things changed a bit. However, it was the Scottish Youth Parliament that spearheaded votes for 16-year-olds and ran a very, very good campaign on it at the time. Their leadership was excellent. It was also Scottish Youth Parliament that spearheaded same-sex marriage, for example. And were a very active part of Scottish politics. And the parties had to listen to them, and did. And then that changed for leadership change. I guess there was all sorts of other reasons I was never quite able to get to the bottom of, and then there was the scandals that there have been that we don't need to go into, I'm sure everyone knows. And I find that very, very sad, because it has become discredited, and there must be space for a revamp of some of that, whether it be structurally changed, but a revamp of it that says there are a tranche of young people who represent young people across the local authority areas and schools, because it's major what the Scottish Youth Parliament achieved in its time, and it just doesn't seem to hit through anymore.
I mean, it's an issue not just in Scotland, not just in Britain, but worldwide, getting young people to engage with politics. I mean, that's what reform capitalises on, is essentially just people wanting something to blame because of you know, all these economic factors, you know, the housing emergency, I don't even know if you can call it a job market if it's barely there. From my own experience. You know, wages compared to prices, inflation, it's rough. And so you forgive young people for feeling a bit neglected. And the question is, how do political parties not only help young people, but be seen to help young people and actively talk and listen?
I totally get what you're saying. I totally buy into all of that. But maybe young people should start engaging more to make, you know, it's that difficult
Well, give
thing.
and take, but
Give and take, it's hard.
you need to make it. You know,
I mean, I would like to see a lot more young people in local politics, for example. But I think we have to change some of the local politics systems to force that to happen.
I'd have to.
Totally lost my train of thought there.
Don't worry about it.
But
We got
it's,
another result?
yes, just got some results from Wales.
Oh!
So, currently, vote share, Plaid Cymru, 37%, Reform, 28.7%, Labour, 12%,
Oof!
Conservatives, 9.7%, Greens, 6.9%,
Oh.
Lib Dems, 3.4%, and Other, 2.4%. So,
That's considerably better than the polling was showing for
Yes.
Plaid Cymru, isn't
Yes.
it?
So, translated to seats, 30 for Plaid Cymru, 22 for Reform, 7 for Labour, 5 Conservatives, 2 Greens, and no Lib Dems.
Wow.
Wow.
And a 51.7% turnout.
Right, okay.
And
So when will the final result be?
I'm not sure, but that is 66 of 96. So it's 2/3 or so.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
Well, unless there are some very strong reform areas to come in, that's a tremendous result for Plaid
Yes.
Cymru,
It's a
and
really
looks
good
like it's
result
in the
for Plaid
making
Cymru.
anyway.
That's good. Good.
And
I don't know many Plaid Cymru people these days. I used to know more. But I was on Broadcasting Scotland a few weeks ago on the Sunday show with a chap from Plaid Cymru.
Hugh Marshall.
No, not Hugh.
Not Hugh?
No, not Hugh. No,
Oh.
somebody was standing for election.
Oh, right.
Oh, Mark Hooper. Mark Hooper. I was very impressed by him. I liked what he was saying. He was talking about Plaid's manifesto, etc. Yeah, it was very similar to the SNP's actually. Yeah, it was good stuff.
It'll be really interesting to see then a Scottish Parliament led by the SNP, a Welsh Parliament led by Plaid Cymru, and the Northern Irish Assembly as Sinn Féin. That's it's got to be an awkward position for Keir Starmer.
Absolutely.
Or whoever is in his seat. Yes.
Yeah.
It is. It will put the pressure on. It's something that people have been looking at as a possibility as a
Yeah.
result of all that's going on today and might go on in future.
Back in 2007, there used to be, I presume they still exist, things called joint ministerial meetings. They're there under the Scotland Acts. And it was about the devolved administrations going to speak to Westminster and doing joint negotiations and stuff. And 2007, it was quite interesting. I had some involvement in some of them, and we used to have pre-meetings with Plaid, the SNP, and well, it was always the two sets, the power sharing for the North of Ireland, so it was Sinn Féin and the DUP.
Yeah.
And we would have joint meetings about what we were going to demand from the Westminster government. So I suspect that'll happen again.
Be interesting to see.
Yeah.
We've just had another Scottish seat declared there.
Right.
So it was, let me see it, Angus Northern Mearns, SNP.
Right.
Would that be Don Black?
Yes, I think so.
I don't know. Yeah. Is that good? How was it?
I've not got the
Right,
numbers
you've
in
not
front
got
of
that
me.
yet. Right, that's
I think I have
interesting.
it, but just back on the top of Wales quickly, there's been a lot of talk like turnout, and we have dropped a few points in Scotland, up 5.6% in Wales,
Oh, that's good.
apparently. 51.7% turnout, but
So they were way below the 50 before, were
so
they?
that's an up.
That's
Yes.
people wanting change, isn't it?
It's the start of people wanting change.
Yeah.
I'm applying Cymru at a sort of earlier point in the trajectory than the SNP, and I would fully expect the way things are going for them to be looking at doing something with an independence referendum at the next Welsh election. If not
Yeah, they've
before.
been quite upfront about
Yeah,
not doing.
they
They want to
said that-
prove themselves in government, don't they?
Yeah, this government would to prove that Plaid Cymru can govern.
Mhm.
Next time we think about.
Yeah. Interesting.
All good.
Just on Scotland again, Keith Brown in Clackmannanshire, he's retained his seat. I don't think it was a particularly tight race, but I've not got the.
Well, I
It was set
Spied
up to
them
be a
earlier.
fairly tight
Mhm.
race, I think.
but it wasn't.
Who was the challenger? Was it Conservative for?
Oh,
Hold
now
on,
I
I'll
can.
find it.
Alexander Stewart.
Oh yeah, the wee Conservative chap who's been in the Parliament for a while. A pleasant chap. Never quite understood why he's a Tory, to be honest.
Oh, there are people like that, aren't there?
Yeah. JB Green was like that, but then he went to the Lib Dems. Yeah.
Yes.
Um,
Well, I'll find his place in the list.
the Liberal Democrat on that Clackmannanshire seat, Sally Pattle.
Mm-hmm.
I spoke to her a few months ago. She came across
Don't know her.
really well. She's a local councillor and runs a bookshop. But
All right, interesting person.
yeah, I interviewed her back in December, I think.
Right.
Good half of our conversation was distracted from politics, talking about like classic sci-fi.
Okay.
And how
Don't try to talk to me about that.
tech millionaires don't get it. They keep trying to do all of these sci-fi films when they are the bad guy in every single movie.
Yeah. Well, if you're talking Elon Musk, yeah, he's got to be the bad guy.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
he's the man who basically wants HAL 9000.
What's what?
HAL 9000, the
What's that?
killer robot, 2001: Space Odyssey.
I'm no lost to you.
I think we're into science fiction movies.
Oh, Hal was in 2001: A Space
Space Odyssey,
Odyssey.
yeah.
Yes. Yeah, you just
Alan
needed the
Yeah.
nudge
Thus
there.
sprach Zarathustra.
Aye.
Right, now what was I looking for? I was looking for Clackmannan because I did find the result earlier.
Mm-hmm.
There it is. Keith got 37.8% of the vote, and the Labour, who were second, got 24.6%, so it was a good win. The Lib Dems were fifth.
Yeah, and the Conservatives would have been second if they'd had all the Reform UK votes, but they weren't. They
Yeah.
were fourth.
Yeah, serves them
dear.
right.
Oh dear. I'm getting pitiless as the afternoon goes on.
You are, yeah. Yeah.
Just heard the health minister
Mm-hmm.
has retained his seat.
Yeah, we read that. Yeah. Neil Gray. Yeah.
Have any of the cabinet faced
Angus.
Angus?
Angus
Angus
Robertson.
Robertson. He's in the cabinet.
Oh,
Yeah, not anymore.
Well, he is until he's replaced.
Interesting.
Interesting.
What was
yeah.
his cabinet position?
Culture thing.
External affairs and
Right.
culture.
Yeah, external affairs and culture, i.e. everything everybody else doesn't have. Or words to that effect.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see who Swinney,
Yeah.
if he's forming his cabinet, all of SNP people would put in that role. Stephen
Yeah.
Gethins would seem very obvious to me.
He might, although there might be other things he can. But
not
external
necessarily
affairs,
culture, Europe and
certainly.
external affairs.
Yeah.
They could change portfolios. They don't have to
Well,
remain
that
the same.
role's also in charge of the constitution, isn't it?
Angus,
Yes.
was he?
Stephen
Yeah.
Gethens could turn his hand to it, you know.
Absolutely. He's written books about it. Clever.
Interesting to see. It'll also
Well,
be
Stephen gave up
interesting.
a professorship at St Andrews to stand for election.
It'll be interesting if there is once again a Green alliance. If any
Yeah.
Greens make it into the cabinet.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I actually think one of the mistakes they made last time was putting their two leaders into the cabinet.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that at the time. I mean, I wasn't involved in it. Obviously, I had retired. But when it was Patrick and Lorna that went into the cabinet, I thought, I'm not sure that's a good idea. I think you still left a leader in the back benches.
Yeah.
I think that's probably a good
Yeah,
idea too.
yeah.
I think if they do that, it will be Gillian that ends up in the cabinet.
Do you
with the-
think?
I
I
do.
would have thought it was the other
Well,
way around.
there was some.
Though Ross
and
is selfless in that regard.
he has also said if the Greens were to be the biggest party, she would be First Minister.
So they did.
So
Yes, yes.
by that logic, I think she'd be the one in cabinet.
That would be
Perhaps,
sensible, yeah.
yeah.
Also
yeah.
lets him focus on like campaigning. And
Yeah,
backbench, so.
Which is his strength, you would think.
aye, aye. Yeah.
Oops.
Alrighty.
I think
So-
I might be getting replaced.
Something's happening off stage.
Yes, think we're going to change over
I
now.
think there's a big hook going to come in,
Yes, we'll
William.
be back with you soon.
Squeak us out.
I've got in.
And we are back. Thank you for joining us in Broadcasting Scotland. I'm Elliot Johnston. And who's joining me now?
I'm still here, Linda Fabiani, it's still here.
And Marion Fellow's back again, like the old bad old penny.
Thank you for joining me. So, just before a break there, we were talking about the results in Wales, as well as, of course, just any more results that are trickling in. Do you have any thoughts to share with us?
No, I'm just delighted to see Plaid doing so well.
Yeah.
I know
Yeah.
some of the Plaid membership, and I think Wales are a bit behind us in terms of going forward for independence. But my goodness, they seem to be catching up quite fast. So I think I'm not sure of their latest figures in terms of seats by party, but I see Reform at one point they were neck and neck, and now Reform are slipping back. So that's a really good result. I think Labour are paying the price of inaction at Westminster all across the UK. And so be it, you know.
I mean, it definitely seems that way with Scotland's results
Yes,
as well.
yes,
I mean,
indeed.
Anna Sawar basically conceded hours ago
Yes.
before even his seat went up.
And his
Was
individual...
that right, did he?
Yes, he did.
Oh, how
He
interesting.
just arrived
yeah.
at the count in Glasgow.
And said, Keys.
Yeah.
He did.
He was saying, the party's taking the throttle, and he was very disappointed. So,
I mean, as someone has commented elsewhere, he ousted Richard Leonard and did worse. And that's not a good look. It's
I rather
not a
liked
good...
Richard Leonard.
Yes,
yeah.
I've worked with Richard
Yes,
Lennon
I liked
when
him.
I was an MP.
A decent man.
Yes, and yeah, and Anas thought it was his for the taking, and
Yeah.
that's a lesson for everyone in politics. Actually, it's not all for the taking.
Overconfidence.
Yes,
Yeah.
you need to work for it. Yeah, money isn't enough. You need to have commitment
yeah.
and
So,
values.
Plaid, I think, was 30 seats, the last count we've seen. And interestingly, a higher turnout than last election, which is very different to what
Aye,
we've
that's
been
great.
seeing Scotland and what we saw at the general election back in 2024.
Yeah.
Any idea why that would be?
Well, I think people in Wales have recognised that it's time for change. It's the start of that. We really need to change things here. I mean, I don't know an awful lot about Welsh politics, I have to say. But when you look back from 99, they had a Labour Plaid coalition in their first term, and it's been Labour ever since then. And I think people in Wales have said this just isn't working for us. Then there's the Starmer effect, the U-turn effect, and then of course there's the decimation of Welsh industry. What's the big steel plant?
Oh yes,
Port
Talbot.
Port Talbot, let down hugely by Labour. I think that will have hammered them. As I think Grangemouth must have had an effect
Yes.
in Scotland. So I think there's a lot there, and there's a start of people saying we really need to change things here, but it's a cautious, let's give Plaid a chance. And I think Plaid have been sensible in saying, do you know what, we're going to show you we can govern before we start talking about independence, but do not doubt that we believe in an independent
Yes.
Wales.
Yes.
So I think that's what's
I
happening.
think that's definitely done them a few favours.
Yeah.
I think an interesting question would be who would Plaid form a coalition with?
But
I think they'd be off their heads to form a coalition, wouldn't they?
yes, I think they should go for a minority
Yeah.
government.
Aye.
I mean, if they went with Reform, I think that's just
Oh, it's crazy.
And to go with Labour,
Well, I
however
thought
few there
they
are.
were nuts to go with Labour in '99.
Yes.
I
Yes. And they
thought
have
it looked,
recently
like, it
been,
looked like a sellout.
and they have recently been in
Yeah.
coalition with them as well. But that was the only game in town then.
Yeah. So I think they should, if they have to, run a minority government. And I hope they would learn from the Scottish example in terms of, because we did that in 2007.
That's right.
Salmon ran a minority government and did it rather well.
And I think they need to learn how to do it. And they need, and
And
actually,
Swinney's done it.
yes, he has. And I think it's really important that we do that because it gives you more flexibility in some ways. And people will always want to add to your budget or be nice to you for certain things.
Yeah.
And that's the way to play it.
Just speaking of Swinney again, Falkirk West, SNP.
Oh, right.
Oh,
Who's
right.
got Falkirk West?
Is that? Oh, I'm trying to think who that is.
is that Martin Day?
I think it may well be.
You got it there, Marion?
I'm looking.
Gary Bouse?
Oh, right.
All right, no.
Oh, gosh. I get
No.
all confused with all
Because
these
it's
new
Central
constituencies.
Scotland. There you are. Sorry, that was
Falkirk West.
Falkirk West. Yeah.
Well, Falkirk Eastern and Lithgow is Martin Day. So
Yeah.
who do you think Falkirk
Falkirk
is?
West.
Gary Bouse.
Gary
Oh,
Bouse.
right. That's
So we've taken that.
yeah. So
That
that's
was Michelle Thompson.
Yeah,
No, it was
no.
Michael Matheson.
It was Mike.
It was Michael
yeah.
Matheson.
And Michelle Thompson's seat is Martin Day.
Falkirk East, aye.
Martin Day. So yeah, not unexpected.
Well, that's good.
But actually, a wee bit unexpected in terms of it was Michael Matheson's seat.
Yeah, there was bad
But there was-
publicity there.
Yeah, but
Mhm.
it's that whole area is a pretty well trod path for
Yeah.
the SNP.
Have you
And
got figures there for?
Not
Not
yet.
yet.
yeah. Getting figures is more difficult in terms of getting the results. I mean, anyway. No, I think that's good. I think that's a really
Yeah.
good result, all things considered. That'd be really interesting. That again, that whole belt there
Yeah.
is SNP, and of course that's now part of Central Scotland and Lothians West.
Yeah,
which
it was
is-
Falkirk ones were always Central Scotland, so they've
Yeah,
now
they've-
expanded.
Yeah,
They've taken East Kilbride and Hamilton out of that
and put.
and put them in with Lothians. Aye.
Yeah, I mean that's just a bit strange. We're all getting used to these new regions because.
Oh, I'm not. I can't get my head around them.
Well, I must admit I was surprised when I saw that people were coming to my local branch in Motherwell and Wishaw seeking nomination for the list, and I was like, "But you're in Falkirk. What are you coming here for?" But that was fine. Yeah. So we're all on a learning curve this election because things
Yeah.
have changed on the ground in terms
Yeah.
of people think, oh, that's the SNP got a seat, but they're not the same constituencies, and there's always the risk.
Yeah.
Always the risk.
I
that-
mean, Reform was second in Falkirk West, so it was definitely a
Oh,
very
yeah. Well, there's that awful stuff been going on in Falkirk
Yes.
about the asylum seeker
Yes.
hotels and stuff.
Yes.
Vile behaviour.
yeah, absolutely. And
Oh.
that was Reform were at the back of that.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
quite surprising. They haven't done so well in other parts. It's actually their vote is less than I thought it might be.
I just hope that
in some
stands up in the
constituents.
lists.
Yeah, but where they had immigration detention centres or immigrants being housed in hotels locally, if they could get enough people out in the street, then
And,
that
you know,
actually
and they
was...
didn't. They managed it in Falkirk. They managed it in Erskine.
Uh-huh.
But you
Managed
know,
it in Perth as well.
I was really proud that in East Kilbride they tried to manage it. It just didn't work.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
delighted about
Yes,
that.
absolutely.
Motherwell didn't work in Motherwell. either.
No, it didn't. It did not.
Got another call in there. Glasgow, Bellston, Shettleston. SNP.
And who's that?
Colm. Is it not Colm?
No, Colm was
Glasgow.
Kelvin.
Sorry, should we say that again, Elliot?
David Linden.
David
That was a
London,
while ago.
that's
That was a while ago.
Yeah, David London.
Yeah. He did well.
Yes, he did.
He did well.
very
He's
well.
a hard-working young
Yes,
man.
yes, he is.
I don't know. Is he still young?
Well, he's not as young as he used to be after
Time
9
goes
years
so
at West.
quickly.
Oh no, 7 years at Westminster.
I still think of it. I first
Yeah.
knew David when he was a member of
Yes.
Young YSI, Young
yep,
Scots for
yep.
Independence. He was chair of that organisation, so I still think of him
Yep.
as that
Me
wee
too.
laddie that ran.
And ran,
He's
Scotland and Glasgow.
yeah,
Glasgow. So I mean,
He's
yes, it's funny watching.
he's
him.
a father with a couple of kids now.
Yes, he's got a couple of kids. Yes. So that's really interesting. So
Good.
many of my former colleagues who've stood for Scottish Parliament have won a seat, and that's really interesting as well, because
Yeah.
you'd have thought there might be a scunner factor there. Someone, well, you got defeated in Westminster. What are you doing here? But people are recognising that they work hard, they're committed, they're hard-working
Well, that's
folk,
right.
and they're getting elected. They know how to campaign as well,
Yes,
to be fair.
yes.
And that counts for a lot in an election like this one.
So the SNP are also holding Argyll and Bute.
Oh, I'm delighted at that. Jenny Minto.
Oh.
That's excellent.
That's excellent news.
She's a government minister,
Uh-huh.
so that's good. Yeah.
Yep. So that's
Yeah, that's
so what's
excellent.
do we know what the total seats are at the moment? I know the
40
SNP
odd.
are away
40
ahead.
odd seats.
52 for the SNP,
Oh,
4
that many?
Conservative, 4 Lib Dems, 2 Labour and 2 Greens, because of course CoCab didn't
Yeah. Mhm.
Gobshire didn't hold their seat in
So
Glasgow.
42 SNP.
52.
52.
52 SNP, 4 Conservative, 4 Lib Dems, 4 Labour, 2 Scottish Greens and no Reform. Thank goodness.
Right, okay.
Yeah. That is just amazing. So, I mean, we're a while to go yet, because we're not even halfway through the constituency results yet.
Yeah, we are. 73 constituencies.
All right, so, sorry, I can't add. Yes, but yeah, obviously this readout is less than, so the constituency ones, yes, so the rest. So
56 list.
56, I said. You see, I stand corrected because I can never count these like that.
8 regions,
8 regions.
7 MSPs in each.
Right. There
Only
you
a
go.
handful of
8, 7,
constituencies.
56.
So you say, Linda. I have to believe you. I'm sure Elliot, you'll agree with Linda. Yeah. No, that's really interesting. But of course, the other parties will do better in the
On the
lists.
lists, yes.
But it's all still to play for.
Yeah, I think the list is where the real surprises will come from. You know, like
Yeah.
a lot of these constituencies, there's been a few upsets, but nothing, not many huge.
What were
surprises.
the upsets? Shetland was an upset.
A good upset.
Eastwood.
Uh-huh. Yes.
The Western Islands going to Labour.
Western Isles.
Going to Labour.
Central.
Yep.
And Southside going to the Greens. They were upsets.
Yes. So they were upset. So
Mhm.
it's kind
Yeah.
of ixy-pixy at the minute.
When I say upsets, that's maybe the wrong word to use. Surprises.
Yeah.
Yes, I think so,
Surprises.
because
Yeah.
every election's different,
Yeah.
and especially an election that has to change boundaries, and nobody really knows.
The
how
last
that's
time that
bedded
happened was
in.
2011.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're almost there with the constituency
Yeah,
results
yeah.
then. So there's
Are
a
we almost there?
Yep.
52, 50, yeah.
yeah.
Nearly 73 altogether, so nearly there.
Yeah, so I was waiting for locally for Uddingston and Bells Hill.
Oh, is that not it yet?
And I
I
don't.
wonder why that's taking so long.
And Airdrie Shots, has that been declared?
That's
yet?
been Neil Gray held.
Yeah, right,
Yeah.
that's
Reformer third, I was pleased to see.
Yes,
Not
yes.
second.
No, that is. Well, that was supposed to be one of the first declarations, and
It wasn't,
wasn't.
yeah.
And it wasn't. So yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's all good. So we're still waiting on a few. What would you think the key ones would be, Linda, that we're still waiting on?
Oh,
Maybe Is that?
Skye, Lochaber and Badenoch. Now that's one we are waiting on, yes.
Uh-huh.
Inverness and Nairn,
Nairn, yes.
Caithness, Sutherland and Ross. 3 in the Highlands and Islands we're waiting for.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there are 3 that we could all be, well, not surprises,
Uh-huh.
we don't know. Because Caithness, Marie Todd has been heavily hit by the Lib Dems.
Yes. Yes.
In Inverness and Nairn,
Yes.
Fergus Ewing is standing as an independent.
That's right.
And in Skye, Lochaber and Badenoch, Kate Forbes is standing down and
Yeah.
it's a new candidate.
Yeah. So, I mean, is this one Rutherglen and Cambuslang?
They haven't.
They haven't declared yet either. So,
No.
so that's looking, yeah,
That's, yeah.
yeah.
I think that's all, isn't
Ayr,
it?
is Ayr declared? Yeah.
Yes, Ayr has declared.
Yeah.
Siobhan,
Mhm.
go back.
Carrick, Cumnock and Doon Valley's
Oh, no, I
declared.
don't. Have they? Carrick
Yeah.
coming up in
Yeah.
Doon Valley?
Yes.
And
Carrick.
Clydesdale?
SNP.
Clydesdale, we're waiting on Clydesdale. It's Mary McCallum.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So, most of the others.
Yeah.
Interesting that Labour only held on to Hamilton, Larkhall and Stonehouse for a wee while.
Aye.
And they were...
Clydebank Mulgai, that hasn't declared yet, has it? The Lib Dems are hoping to take that.
Yes.
I don't think so.
Is Cunningham North been declared?
Yes.
Yeah, I
Yes.
know South
We've
was.
got the
yeah.
Gibson
Yeah.
team
Both were
in
SNP.
Cunningham.
Yeah, yeah. No, that's
Yeah.
number Clydesdale. So,
Strathkelvin and Bearsden.
Yeah.
That's the one the Lib Dems are hoping to take.
yes.
Mm.
Strathkelvin and Bearsden.
Yeah, so there's a few. Renfrewshire
Yeah.
West and Leven Valley has been declared, yes.
Yeah.
Tom Arthur back. Yeah.
Mm.
And so
there's-
it's
There's still some
interesting.
to play for.
Yes, there are
Yeah.
still some to play for, and there's nothing definite until it's declared. and
Lib
that's-
Dems have taken Strathkelvin and Bearsden.
They expected to.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah.
Ah,
That one has gone back and forward.
Forward, yes.
That was Jo Swinson's
Yes.
Westminster seat
yes, and
when she was leader of the Lib Dems and she got beat
by Amy Callaghan.
by Amy Callaghan. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Fiona MacLeod was the Holyrood person for
Uh-huh.
that for a long time.
Yes, and
Yeah.
yeah. No, it's really
Rona Mackay
Rona
was the,
Mackay.
Yeah, I would say.
so it's Rona Mackay's seat, if you like, that's been
Mhm.
taken.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
again, it's.
Or Rutherglen Cambuslang have declared SNP hold.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
Labour second again.
Yeah,
Mm.
and the Reform
Third.
third.
So, how many seats are we waiting on now?
Can't be that many now.
Oh, there can't be. Oh, so have a wee look at the totaliser.
Clydesdale.
Uh huh.
Skye.
Skye.
Yeah.
Caithness. 3 in the Highlands.
Yeah.
Inverness and Nairn. Yeah.
So some of them.
Do we get Falkirk East?
We've got Falkirk West, we don't have
Uh,
Falkirk East yet.
yeah,
No.
I think we've had. All right.
Martin. No.
Martin J has, I think, held that one.
Really, I don't find it.
Yes. Let me check. I've got people at counts all over the country.
I know.
So
Yeah.
let me just see.
No, I don't think we've got that one yet.
Right. Okay.
Oh my goodness. It's very strange having this during
Yeah.
the day.
Yes, Martin Day
Yeah. has.
has.
Was it Martin Day
as far
has
as
taken
I'm
it, has it?
Yeah, as far as I am aware, Martin Day is.
So we've held
Yeah, yeah.
SNP.
So there's a. I know that the totaliser isn't exactly up to date, but it doesn't. It seems to be there's a few left. So.
So we've got certainly 3 in the Highlands
Mhm.
and we've got Clydesdale
Uh-huh.
because that's
Four.
my constituency.
Yes,
That's where I
yeah.
live.
That's another rural one, so
Yeah.
they still take
A
a
lot
bit.
of stuff to come in from
Yeah.
there. And,
It should have been there.
but you
But
know,
it is-
I'm so used to sitting up half the night. This is
yeah,
bizarre.
Yeah, yeah.
Sitting in sunshine
there's-
and talking about election results.
And you know, you're all. Everyone's tired. Everyone's grumpy and getting quite. Sometimes hallucinatory during the night. But it's done and it's done and dusted, and you leave the count and that's it. Whereas actually going home and trying to sleep
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
get up in the morning and go out and go to the count, I think must be
Yeah.
quite strange for lots of people.
Looks like Clydesdale will be coming in soon.
Uh-huh.
Just about to.
Right.
Yeah.
Because that's all of Glasgow declared, isn't it? Yes.
Is
Oh,
it?
it's apart from Rutherglen and
Oh,
Cambuslang.
Rutherglen has.
I can't get. Oh, right, sorry.
Clare Hockey has held
Right,
that.
so it looks as though that one's clear.
Yeah.
Edinburgh's okay. South of Scotland, are we still waiting on?
Clydesdale.
Yes, are we, Ettrick, Roxburgh and Berwickshire? That's been
We
declared.
got that, yeah.
What was the other
Uh,
one that was Christine Graham's?
Have we got Carrick coming up in Duguid Valley?
Yes, that's declared.
SNP.
Midlothian South, Tweeddale and Lauderdale.
Clydesdale, Man McCallan, 13,000 votes.
Yay!
Yeah.
It's good
It's
for her.
SNP
Yeah.
vote.
She is still my MSP then.
And she's still the hardest worker who was out campaigning for
Oh,
me in
she's-
24.
She's a worker,
And
all
she
right.
was 9 months pregnant in the pouring rain delivering letters for me. And it's a sight
She's
to
a
behold.
worker.
She is a worker. And that I think people appreciate.
Yeah.
Aside from party loyalty, everyone can see that she works hard.
Yeah.
And she really put in some bravura performances on TV in the last
Not
couple of
only
weeks.
that, she's a wonderful singer.
Oh, I didn't know that.
She's a she's one of these folk that can do everything.
Oh, yeah. yeah.
She's a wonderful folk singer. A beautiful
Good.
voice.
And she's the
And then so's Claire Adamson,
Yes,
Motherwell.
yes,
Claire's
that's
a
right.
wonderful singer
Claire
as
Adamson
well.
found her voice
Yeah.
in my front room in Bells.
Did you?
In Motherwell, much to the astonishment of her mother.
And she's going to be Deputy First Minister.
Has John announced that?
Yes.
Apparently. So,
Good. Glad to hear that.
Yeah.
well, no, sorry. Sorry, I misinterpreted that. Do you think she would be a good one?
Oh, so I was wondering because I
It's
thought
not like John too.
Shona's still deputy first.
I was a bit
No,
confused.
Kate's still deputy first minister until
Yeah.
John goes to Parliament.
Uh-huh.
Do I think she'd be a good one? Absolutely, I do.
She's
but I don't
housing
think she's
just
the
now,
only.
isn't
Yeah, at the moment, I don't think she's the only contender.
No.
I mean, I think it has to be a woman.
Yes.
So I think the contenders are certainly Mary.
Mhm.
I think Jenny Gold's a contender. And I think Shirley Ann Somerville would be
Yes,
a contender.
because she's done a shift in
yeah.
ministerial
Yeah.
positions as
Well,
well.
they're on the cabinet. Angela Constance is in the cabinet.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, I think any of them would be good.
Do you think with how sort of high profile an issue housing is right now, will that be a boon to Mary's chances?
Well, I
or a
don't know
bane?
if that's what he'll keep her in.
Uh-huh.
Who knows?
Because all
Uh,
positions are up for grabs now.
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, who knows?
But I think there's definitely a possibility with how big an issue housing is right now,
Massive.
with how she's seen, do they want to keep her
I think
in that
that's
job?
I think that's quite valid that,
Mhm.
because she's not been in that position that long.
Mm-hmm.
No, she's not.
So, and she's grabbed it. I mean, I'm a former housing professional. That was my profession before I went into politics.
Mm-hmm.
So I have spoken to Mary quite a bit about it, and she's certainly grabbed it and got a real understanding of
Yeah.
what's required.
I mean, she seemed to get quite a good reception from the Scottish Housing Festival.
Yes.
Was there last month, 2 months ago?
2 months
2
now,
months.
probably.
Yeah, back in
Yeah,
March.
yeah, she's very good.
Mm.
So I think there's a few folk there that John can decide from. Have we had Jenny Gilruth's result yet?
No, I haven't heard. Some of the five.
Or Shirley Ann Somerville's?
Shirley Ann, I think,
Yeah.
the result has been out, yeah. And she held her seat. I'm just trying to see the latest numbers on the constituency.
I've got a small update from Wales.
All right.
Now,
Good.
37 Plaid Cymru seats. So
Mhm.
it's up from the 30 we had before. So they're definitely putting on a really good show.
Yes.
Glad to hear that.
Do we have any idea of which parts of Wales? Because actually that's very good because Clyde traditionally were North Wales
Uh-huh.
and not huge amounts anywhere else. But yeah,
And we've also got an update on the English councils coming in.
Oh,
Ah,
So, dealer's choice, do we start with councils or seats?
I don't know. Is this about? I get confused about all the English stuff. There's so many of them.
Mhm.
they,
So
Good luck.
seats first of
So
all, and then
seats.
who's running councils, I suppose.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, so seats 1,038 for Reform, 609 for Lib Dems, 556 for Labour, 497 Conservative, 266 Green, and 153 other.
It's a terrible result for Labour.
Oh, Labour are on a hiding everywhere.
They've lost 804.
Whoa.
The Conservatives are down 449.
Yeah,
Lib Dems are up 60. And Greens are up 179.
good for them.
Obviously, Reform are up basically all of them.
Yeah.
Then for council control, Labour is still at the top. They control 20
They'll try and
councils,
spin that as a success.
lost 18. The Lib Dems are controlling 12. That's taking 1. Reform are now controlling 7.
I don't think that's as many as they thought they would get.
No, it's
The
not.
Conservatives are also controlling 7.
Ah,
The Greens controlling 1.
is that all?
That's in Staffordshire, isn't it?
I'm
Yeah,
not
I think
sure,
so,
but it's
yeah.
up 1. There's still 40 so
Right.
councils to declare. And then 45 councils are hung councils, essentially.
Yes.
Well, I don't think Reform has. The early results for Reform, when they were taking seats, has not translated into the number they thought it
Yeah.
would in councils.
I think there might be quite a few where they're the biggest party, but
Uh-huh.
they're nowhere near a majority.
Yeah.
And then the question is, who will be willing to get into bed with them?
I hope nobody does.
Well, that's an issue.
Tories
isn't it?
might.
Yeah, and that, although Kimmy Bednar's saying no.
Is she?
Oh, aye, but you know that she'll change her mind if it means that she can get some sort of power. It's really interesting because English councils do it differently. It's not all out.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
weird.
They
It's-
have this different
and they have
types.
parish councils,
Aye,
county councils.
that they're trying to. One of the problems that Keir Starmer had as well was they weren't. He was going to call off some council elections this year, and he didn't because he knew
tried,
that it
yeah.
would be quite a difficult thing to achieve. But next year, I think there'll even be more. You know, because it's a kind of rolling council election in
They
England.
do, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, and there's the mayoral elections as well.
yes, and
The last we heard, one of the Greens had taken one.
Green
Yeah.
taken
excellent.
a mayorship. Can't remember which one.
Can't remember which one. No. I don't even know if all the mayor ones were up. I don't think they were.
No,
Is this
no,
new
they,
ones.
They,
Is
they
this
do.
new ones?
There's quite a lot.
Because Andy Burnham wasn't up.
No,
No.
no. I think they just keep spacing them out. and-
Always get mixed up. Is Andy Burnham Manchester?
He's
or Liverpool?
Manchester.
Yeah.
He's
He's,
Manchester.
he's a
Mayor's Jack in
Liverpudlian,
Manchester.
but he's
Aye,
mayor
that's
of
why I get
Manchester.
mixed up. And there's the
Yes.
other guy that's Liverpool. Yeah.
Aye.
The SNP have held Angus South.
Good. Good.
So
That's
again,
excellent.
just down to the last couple now at this point,
Yeah.
I think.
Good.
Yeah.
So we're still waiting in Caithness, Inverness, and Skye,
Yeah.
and Badenoch.
So we're kind of. Yeah, and then of course there'll be the wait once everyone
Uh-huh.
tries to run through the results to see who's getting in on the list.
Do you know, back in '99, I was number 5 on the Central Scotland list. I was the last one in, much to my shock. I was sleeping on a bar stool, and my election agent elbowed me and said, "You're in," and I fell off the bar stool. So I discovered lying on the floor that I was elected. I hasten to add I hadn't had a drink. I was just sleeping on a bar stool.
Aye, well, yeah.
Where the results were being shown in the local hotel.
Indeed. I mean, again, maybe having counts the next day isn't a bad idea. And
Do you know, I think it's a good idea because this was like 6 in the morning and we're all exhausted. Yeah.
Just another one came in there. The SNP are holding Falkirk East and Linlithgow.
That's
Right,
Martin.
that's Martin, yeah.
That's good.
yeah, I'd heard he'd actually.
That was Michelle Thompson's seat.
Yes.
She's.
And she's
I'll
a loss to the Parliament.
I'll tell you another thing that's going to be interesting is I'm concerned with this Parliament, the number of women.
Mm.
We reduced it. Haven't been able to crunch the figures yet, but
Yeah, because the
Both
last Parliament was the most one that's ever
Yeah,
in the Parliament.
yeah. So both in terms of the SNP group, my own group, and generally for the Parliament, I'm concerned about that.
Yeah. Mind you, you've got some new ones like Alison and Kirsten.
Yeah.
And Mary, is it Mary? No,
The
Hannah
last-
Mary.
Hannah Mary Goodlad, the
Goodlad.
last in, the last in Murray. But it depends on the replacements. You know.
And also now there's no parties led by a single woman.
Yeah.
There's
Well, that's right. There's only
Colby's done
Gillian
with the Greens, but
It'll be interesting to wait to see what happens in Labour.
Yes, I wonder if
Yeah.
Anna will. But I don't think
Yeah.
he'll resign. But
Yeah.
what he'll do, because Yes, he'll still be a list MSP, I assume. Because
Well, I
every
was speculating earlier whether
whether he'll take it.
he would take it, yeah.
Because then you can resign, and it's just the next person on the list
That's right.
gets your seat, so there doesn't have to be another re-election. So, yeah, that's really interesting, because I think he may have lost his taste for politics, having been. It's not even just a small defeat. It's a wipeout.
And let's
feeling.
face it, I don't think Keir Starmer's going to put him in the House of Lords.
Perhaps not. Perhaps not. I mean, he's put in some strange people, but perhaps not Anna.
Yeah, they don't seem like the best of friends.
No. No. And rumour had it that it was all set up beautifully, and then the person who suggested he do it reneged. Yeah, I mean it's. There are political animals and there are people who get elected, and that's not always a good thing. There's political animals that get elected because so many of them are out for themselves, and it's their careers. It's not about the people they're representing, and that's what every MSP has to remember. That's right. The ones.
It's not about you.
It's not about you. It's about the people who elected you and the ones who didn't, who are in your constituency. You're there to serve people. And
it's a big mistake if you start thinking it's about you.
And you think that it's your personal vote.
No such thing.
No, there's not.
It's at the mark. There's very few people and very few circumstances that a personal vote applies. And the only one I can actually think of in the Scottish Parliament was the first Parliament, which was Dennis Canavan.
Yes.
And that was because he was very well known Labour MP and very left wing, and he was knocked back by Labour vetting and told he couldn't stand. So he stood as an independent and he got in.
Yeah.
But that was because it happened right before the election and it was fresh in people's minds, and he's the only one I can think of. Get in as an independent, yeah. Margaret MacDonald became an independent because she left the SNP group, and then she got in on the list. She created her own list and got in. But Dennis Canavan, it was constituency he went in with.
Yes.
So he was,
yes.
he was the exception.
Dennis was really
Dennis
well
is
liked.
still around. We shouldn't say was
no.
because it's
yes,
lost him.
absolutely. But a big independent supporter.
Aye,
absolutely.
Yeah.
No, it's special. So we're just waiting on 3 seats, or 2 seats.
Skye and Badenoch.
Caithness.
Caithness and Inverness. And Nairn.
Yeah. So I think we shouldn't have too long to get the constituency votes in. No. I'm hearing rumours, but that's all they are. There's rumours that Lib Dems think they've taken Marie Todd's seat.
That's been expected,
yes.
actually.
Fergus Ewing isn't going to win, but it's going to be close between the SNP and the Lib Dems.
Well, Fergus might have taken SNP votes.
Yes, that's likely.
Yeah, he could lose the SNP that seat.
And what was the other one? So is Skye. The other one is a Skye seat.
Yeah, that's Kate Forbes.
Yes.
Seat.
Yeah. What's this?
So, yeah.
So at this point, who are your biggest winners, your biggest losers?
Well, I think for me, I mean, the SNP are the big winners. Obviously, it goes without saying when you look at what we've achieved. No doubt the mainstream press and media will have us as losers because we don't have an outright majority. It's ridiculous. 19 years in government and sweeping the boards like we are is a winner, as far as I'm concerned. Biggest losers? On the constituency votes, the biggest losers are, I think, Reform. Because they haven't achieved what they thought they would, what they said they would, what some of the polls said they might. However, until we see the list votes, we can't be celebrating that. I hope that's translated into the list votes. Therefore, the biggest losers have got to be Labour. So it looks like the Lib Dems are on the up. The Greens have done really well. Conservatives have probably done a wee bit better than expected.
Well, yeah.
But Labour, they're the big losers.
I definitely agree, because
Yeah.
they've not just lost in Scotland, they've lost hard in Wales, and they've been
Yeah.
obliterated in these councils.
Yeah. I mean, imagine winning with a huge majority 2 years ago, or just under 2 years ago, and being in the position you are now. And that
Yeah.
is really something to. I said earlier, you know, it's as though it was a surprise to them. They got
I know.
into government and they hadn't actually
Aye, and
prepared.
Starmer sort of talking about the situation and things that have happened. No, sorry, U-turn after U-turn.
Yeah.
Completely breaking the trust that people put in you by giving you that big majority.
Yeah.
You know, you've only got yourself to blame, dithering here, dithering there, all the internal fighting. I mean, where do you start? The WASPy women? There's
Yes. Yes.
a huge
I mean,
issue.
energy bills.
Energy bills.
What happened to GB Energy? But you know that's very much in a Scottish context.
All the
But-
U-turns.
But the WASPy women, the disability, you know, got coming and turning around on immigration, and I think it might have been
that's been horrible.
a huge surprise to him that the EU want to charge him £1 billion to get closer. No, you don't slap people in the face and then
Yeah.
try and take them, but because he was given ample opportunity as leader of the opposition to change the Labour Party's position on Europe, and
Yeah.
they didn't. Right.
We have an update.
We do. State of play as of now. SNP 55 seats, Lib Dems 5, Conservative 4, Labour 2, Green 2, Reform 0. And that's looking like down 4 SNP seats, 1 up for the Lib Dems, 1 down for the Conservatives, 2 up for Labour, 2 up for the Greens.
So many is that altogether?
That's 66, 68.
68.
So we've got 5 still to come.
53.1% turnout. Sorry.
Well, that's better than a lot of the commentators were saying it was going to be.
Because they were measuring it against the COVID election, where lots of people had
Yeah.
postal votes.
That's right.
So Scotland is down to 10%, but is still higher than Wales.
All
who's
right.
up 5.6.
That's interesting.
Mm.
I mean, most of the commentators were saying it would be under 50%.
Mm.
Yeah.
And I can't remember where I saw it, but I saw one that said 30%. I was like, oh, surely not. Really? I can't remember who said that.
Mm.
Yeah.
No,
So 5 seats we're waiting on then?
5
Yes.
seats.
So that's the 3 in Highland.
So where else?
Yeah, I don't know.
Uddingston and Bells Hill.
Oh, yeah, I haven't seen that one yet. Wonder why. Yeah.
Coatbridge and Christ declared.
Oh, I don't know if I've heard that
Fulton
one.
Mackay. Fulton
I haven't seen,
McGregor.
I haven't seen anything about Fulton McGregor. So that might be 2 in North Lanarkshire and 3 in
Highlands.
Highlands. Right.
And then the question is just, when does the region start trickling?
Trickling in, yeah.
Yeah.
Be a while.
I believe we were going to try and do some projections, but then until everything's in, you can't. For some
Yeah.
regions, we should. I take it we've heard Stirling, yes, Alan won, did he?
Yes.
Yeah. Alan.
Yes, very well. From memory.
42%.
Yeah.
Do you know Alan? He'll be the only person in Scottish Parliament who's served in 3 parliaments.
Yeah.
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 Since Winnie Ewing.
Oh, since Winnie, of course. Yeah, you're up. Do you know? How could I have forgotten that? For
I
goodness
don't know, Linda. I
She'll come
don't
back
know.
and kick me. Since Winnie. Aye.
Since Winnie.
Does he just need to serve as a local councillor now, then he gets an EGOT? Or a political EGOT?
I can't imagine Alan as
do-
a local councillor.
No. I think that might be.
Maybe that's his retirement plan.
Could well be.
Could well
Certainly was never mine, that's for sure.
There is that. All right. So, we're not hearing any
Right.
more coming in now.
No.
No more coming in.
Glasgow Central, what one? Oh, we've got the
Yeah, we've
Glasgow
had
Central Regional List vote.
Oh.
Greens have come out on top.
Uh-huh.
SNP second. Reform 4th.
They're not going to do as well as they think.
Glasgow and Island Reform 4th. SNP on top. Clydesdale's constituency vote. Right. So that's the Glasgow regional
The
one
Glasgow
starting
regional.
to filter through. I mean, but they're just counting the constituencies at the moment. They've not put them together.
Now it's time for the maths.
Yes.
Joy.
And I think you may as well leave me out of this conversation because, as we've already demonstrated, maths is not my strong point.
Yeah. Now, I remember, just starting to sound like old mother time, I remember back in, must have been 2007,
Yeah.
the only reason we got the majority, it wasn't a majority government, but got the most seats, was because Dave Thompson in Highland noticed that the presiding officer had made a mistake on the maths for the regional list for Highlands and Islands, and pointed it out and had an argument with the returning officer, and they had to recount it, and Dave was absolutely right, and we got somebody in on the Highland list, and that's the only reason we had one more than the others.
And that is actually
So you have to
yeah.
be very careful of the regional list.
yes.
And bring someone that's good at maths.
Thankfully Dave Thompson was.
Yeah.
Luckily they weren't sort of depending on you and I, Marion.
Fortunately. Yes, I remember that. Now it's really getting to the stage now where we're really running out of things to say about this when we're just sitting on the edge of our seats waiting and
Yeah.
stuff. Because the list votes, because we'll see, SNP
So
may well pick up.
Greens, let me look at it. Oh, that's just, it's not the whole region, it's
No.
just
I think
central
it'll
and
be-
Annie's Land, so you can't
I
do
think it'll
anything
be
yet.
interesting to see how the Greens do on the lists this time.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm looking at, because they've got two. When they add together the regional votes for Glasgow, the Greens will be divided by 3. The SNP will be divided by whatever it was plus 1.
Uh-huh.
Did Labour didn't win any in Glasgow? No, so they'll be divided by 1. As will the rest. So
So
yeah.
where I'm looking for West. So yeah, folk like
So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 constituencies in Glasgow. So it was 6 SNP and 2 Green.
yeah.
So the Green regional vote will be divided by 3. The SNP one will be divided by 7. The rest will be divided by 1.
I mean, folk, lots of Labour MPs, MSPs on the list. Well, not candidates, MSP candidates on the list. Will have a better chance of getting in. So maybe
Labour will probably get an be first. If the other 6 reflect what we're seeing here.
South Scotland's a bit.
Now I'm interested that in the 2 that have been shown, Reform are 4th behind Labour. That's
And what 2 are those?
oh no, they're 3rd behind Labour. 4 in Glasgow and Island, they're 4th. Interesting, in Glasgow and Island, the SNP have got the highest list vote. And then the Greens, then Labour, then Reform. And let me see, in Glasgow Central, the Greens are highest.
Yeah.
Then SNP, then Labour, then Reform.
Interesting.
That is
Yes.
interesting, yeah.
So some people have been doing the reverse of the Greens' usual strategy. They've done Greens for constituency and
Yeah.
SNP for the list.
Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah.
Go back to one. Why have we not got a Dingston and Bells Hill yet? I mean that's
That does seem weird,
I mean that's I've just
because
missed
it's
it.
not huge.
No.
Yeah. And then we're still waiting on a couple from the Highlands.
3.
Yeah. After they were the first 2 in as well. We had
Yeah.
Orkney and Shetland were the first 2 called, I think.
Yeah. But part of that's been, normally in Orkney and Shetland, if they were having it at night, you had to wait for all the boxes to arrive from the outlying islands and stuff. Whereas this time they would all be delivered and just ready to count straight off.
Yeah. Overall, this whole not having to stay up all night thing seems to be working quite nicely.
Yeah, I'm rather liking it, I must admit. There was something exciting about going to count right after it closed.
Yes.
But, you know, doesn't really make sense. And I understand the decision was made largely because I couldn't get staff to do
Yeah,
it.
it's because people don't want to sit up all night.
Or weren't getting paid enough to
Yes,
want to do
and
it.
that's
Yeah.
quite often. That's quite often because it's the majority of the count staff are local government people, and the numbers in a lot of staff in local government have been cut.
Yeah.
So that's no inducement really.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out where are
No, still nothing.
we.
It does seem strange that North Lanarkshire ones are delayed like that. I wonder why.
I mean, there was a big delay when we thought the Airdrie shots were going to be first.
Yeah.
Keeping us in suspense.
Well, I think so.
Oh, let's vote for Glasgow Bailison. Oh,
That was-
Reform were second. Glasgow Bailison Shettleston regional list vote. SNP were first. Reform second. So they're going to get some. Labour third and the Greens fourth.
That is weird. The SNP's so high on the list and the Greens so low.
Glasgow Cathcart. SNP first. Labour second. Greens third. And Reform fourth. Interesting.
Yeah. Very, very different than what we'd usually expect.
Interesting to see how it pans out.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see this last vote now. Well, these regional results.
Yeah.
Just want to survive the wait for the last few constituencies.
I know, sitting on tenterhooks
Yes. Oh, I am.
and running out of charge on my phone, so
Yeah, we're all on our phones trying to get more information.
I know, and
Wherever we can, because
I've only got 11% of my battery left, so I'm relying on you two.
all right.
You still your wit and charm.
Well,
Aw.
thank you very much, but I think it's kind of starting to run out a wee bit. I'm getting quite anxious about some of these results, unless I've just missed them, and that is a huge possibility.
Text somebody.
I have. I have.
Now, the candidates are Uddingston and Bells Hill, Stephen Bonner.
Yeah,
For the
Fulton
SNP.
won Coatbridge,
Yay!
very nearly
Just.
50% of the vote.
Oh,
So
good
that's
for him.
one of them. So that's
That's an SNP hold.
Coatbridge and Christ is an SNP hold, and Uddingston still and Bells Hill still to declare.
Uh-huh.
So we could. I'm just wondering if.
So it's the three Highland ones that are the main hold up.
And is that the? Well, I mean, North Lanarkshire is always difficult.
Do we think it's going to be a tough fight for these Highland seats?
I'm not.
I'm Inverness and Nairn. I mean, Fergus Ewing left the SNP, stood as an independent. Be interesting to see if the SNP get beat. Could it be because of Fergus letting a unionist politician in, Lib Dem?
Yes. Yes.
Marie in Caithness and Sutherland. That used to be a Lib Dem seat. It was Jamie Stone for the Lib Dems
Yeah.
up until 2016 when Gail Ross took it. Yeah, 2016. Gail Ross took it for the SNP. Gail decided not to stand again in 21. And Marie Todd held it for the SNP in 2021. But the Lib Dems have been throwing everything at it to get it back again.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Marie's a very, very hard worker. But I heard from various activists up there that the Lib Dems were putting everything into it. There have been local issues, there always
Yes, yes.
are, about hospital services, for one.
Yes.
So that's been an issue. As far as Skye Badenoch, Skye something in Badenoch,
Look Bear.
Lochaber, Skye Lochaber and Badenoch. That was Kate Forbes. See, Kate's a hard act to replace.
Yes.
So I think there was a real respect for Kate. She came in 2016, so she did 10 years. And Ailey, who wants to take her place, is very, very smart, but it's a hard act to follow. So I don't know who's the main challenger there. Probably the Lib Dems again, because that used to be Charlie Kennedy was
Yes.
the representative there for a long, long time. So I'm a wee bit worried that SNP having lost the Western Isles, there might be an area thing going on there.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is just. So we're still on the. Whether I've heard that Fulton's won, whether it's actually been declared is moot for the minute,
Yeah.
because there's still only 68 declared. So that gives us. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Well, we're just going to have
Well,
to.
that's me totally out of charge. I'm completely in the dark.
Oh well. Well, mind you, even with charge, I'm not entirely sure I'm in the here. I have this one.
That's all right. You
Ballot
have it.
box Scotland. I've got two things. You see,
You can do it.
That's,
You could be our technical whiz.
aye, that'll be right. Oh, what was that?
Is that me? Well, that's somebody letting me know that the SNP have held EK. Good. I knew that.
Yes.
I knew that.
So where are we?
So, isn't it frustrating when you don't even get any word and
Yeah.
how long it's likely to
Yeah.
take? So is it just 3 Highland ones we're waiting for?
Well, according to the website, BBC website, they've only got 68 declared.
Oh,
So that, but as I say, I've heard that Fulton.
Dumbarton, Jackie Bailey held it for
Oh!
Labour.
she held it.
Ja-
That's not a surprise.
No, it's
So that's 3 Labour seats then.
So
alright.
does it give you the figures?
I've not got the figures yet.
I'll tell you what, Jackie Bailey has been there since '99.
So,
She and John Swinney. They're likely to be the only two, unless Fergus Ewing wins. Jackie held on to her seat through all of Labour's bad times. She is an excellent, I have to say, she is an excellent constituency MSP. I have heard so often from constituents of hers how across political beliefs how effective she is. She works very hard for constituents. She also has the advantage of maybe that's the wrong word. She has Faslane in her constituency, so she's got an automatic vote there. For reasons of people's work and livelihood and stuff, and some of the lies that have been told about it. So that's an advantage to her as well. So I'm not surprised she's held on. I would like to know by how much, because it was very close last time. Yeah. So so the Labour ones that have held are Jackie Bailey, Daniel Johnston in Edinburgh. Many are there?
and the new guy that's the new guy in
Donald McKinnon.
Donald McKinnon
Where's he?
in Elliot, and yeah,
He's the West.
Oh, of course, aye. So many seats have they
and
got?
that's one more.
I think it's just 3.
All right.
Including Jackie Bailey?
I think so.
Yeah, I think they said 2 earlier, so
Yeah.
that's a terrible result for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Regardless of how many they get in the list, having lost all these constituency seats over the last couple of elections is massive.
Yes.
You know, back again in 2007, one of Scottish Labour's problems have been 2007 when the SNP took the government. Scottish Labour were convinced that the SNP wouldn't last in government. It was a minority government. And they were very open about it. It started out, although no last 3 months, and we did. Then it was they won't last 6 months. We did. We won't last a year. Convinced that the SNP would fail. And there was an uncomfortable side to it, which was almost that sense of entitlement that said they've taken our rightful place.
Yeah, the same thing happened in 2015.
Yeah. And then we had the election in 2011, and when we were leaving the chamber in 2011, they were clapping us out, saying, you know, they were convinced they were going to win in 2011,
Yep.
and that this little aberration would be over.
Yeah.
And of course, we got majority government in 2011. They were stunned. They were all over the place. They could not believe it. And they've never actually recovered from that thing that says they've got our jobs, that they're in our place. And it's done them a huge amount of damage. And they've had the odd elected member, and I'll give Monica Lennon her due on that. Alec Rowley was another one. Richard Leonard to an extent, who, and maybe others, I can't remember, who have tried to say, look, we need to go over this, we need to embrace a new kind of politics, we need to be truly looking at the Constitution, and have just been castigated for it and isolated for it. They just haven't got over it.
They've almost got a divine right of election.
Yeah,
I mean,
and it's the same, I understand it's the same in Glasgow City Council.
Yeah.
I've been told, you know, that it's the same sort of attitude that goes on there. And it's unhealthy, and it's unhealthy for any group. And I would include my own in that, to have unfettered power for decades. With Glasgow City Council, I laugh now. People say, oh, what a mess the SNP would be. Sorry, we're only 8 years in. Talking 50 years of Labour control, sorry.
Yeah. And especially when you know, there's a change of administration in a council, the new administration is picking up all the stuff. Look what happened in Glasgow, the equal pay stuff for women, and it was Glasgow City Council under the SNP who had to find the money to pay this money that should have been there all the time. And you know,
the city centre work that's going on, yes, it looks a mess just now, but there's work going on that should have been done over decades.
Yes, and it's the same in
the
Norfolk.
motorways are now falling apart. Why were they not maintained? So there's a lot of these issues.
I mean, I think that happens on no matter the scale. I mean, like, as soon as the Labour Party was back in Westminster, oh, this is a mess. It's like, they've barely found their desks yet. Give them a minute.
I know. And it was Labour who left a note for the Conservatives in 2010 saying there's no money left.
Yep.
That was, was that Ed Balls?
Don't think so, but
No,
it was
who was
somebody.
Des somebody.
Oh yeah, it was
Des somebody.
I mean, I think the same thing happened to Labour in 2024. They came in, they were like, we were expecting there to be no money. There's less than no money.
Negative.
negative.
We went in expecting bad.
Yeah.
But
we need another adjective.
Des some. Oh, it's terrible how you forget. Yeah. No, it wasn't Ed Balls. I'm miscrying him. It was Des somebody.
yes, I'm trying. It was was it Des Brown?
No. No, it wasn't him. Oh,
Yeah, so I still can't find out what's happening in Uddingston and Belzile.
annoying you.
Yes.
I think we're all out of can I say a word?
Conversation.
About
Analysis.
out of chat of constituencies.
Yeah.
That's what I was going for. Stumbling my way
What's
through.
ballot box have I got?
Yeah.
What have we got?
Right. I'm looking at this and
Oh, I've got 5% left. Let's see.
It's a good turnout for the Lib Dems so far.
All right. I'm just waiting to hear some.
It is surprising that it's taken Uddingston and Belthill so long
Yeah.
to
One-
declare.
You think if there was recounts or something, we would have heard.
Mm-hmm.
The regional list vote for Glasgow Kelvin and Maryhill.
Okay.
The Greens first, SNP second, Labour third and Reform fourth. I'm quite cheered by the fact that Reform aren't coming in top of lists.
Though
No.
the question is, will that hold outside of Glasgow?
Well, who knows, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Kilmarnock and Irvine Valley regional list. Reform UK are third behind Labour.
Really? I think they were second in the constituency. They did.
SNP first, Labour second.
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, here's Jackie Bailey's result come out in full now. Oh, she increased her majority from last time. She got 39.8% of the vote. We got 34.2%. Reform UK were third.
I wonder who got the most.
Glasgow only awaiting one more constituency.
Well, I thought you
Yeah, but this is for the regional
Ah.
list. Yeah.
I was going to say, I wonder who's got the biggest share of the vote, but it's a landslide in Orkney. 70% to Lee MacArthur.
Oh, aye.
It looks like the Greens are going to get 2 on the list in Glasgow,
No, I still can't. I don't want to.
according to Ballot Box Scotland, who are generally pretty good.
How many did they have last time?
In Glasgow, Patrick. Just one, I think. Just Patrick.
It's a big improvement then. It's a
Yeah,
constituency as
yeah.
well.
Patrick was Glasgow, Ross was West of Scotland,
That's right.
Mark was Mid Scotland and Fife, Gillian, Central Scotland. They didn't have anyone in South Scotland, and Lorna, Edinburgh. And Alison was elected in Edinburgh but then became presiding officer. And I do think they dimmed in the Highlands this time round. I think it was the last Highlands person, Eleanor Scott, in 2003.
I'm really
Yeah.
interested to see how. Yeah, I'm really interested to see how the Greens are going to do outside of Glasgow and Edinburgh, like where they've not stood any constituency candidates.
Well, I presume Ross will get re-elected in West. It's whether they get a number 2. Gillian gets re-elected in
Central.
Central. Mid Scotland and Fife, Mark again.
They might get
It's whether
someone
they
around
get
from
any more.
Edinburgh,
They might.
because obviously it won't be Laurie Slater anymore.
Well, that's right. And Alison didn't stand, so I don't know who's on the list in Edinburgh.
I think the regional lists are going to be interesting.
Well, that's what makes up the
Yeah.
Parliament.
I
Of course
think-
it is.
The Greens and Reform are the ones to watch.
Yeah.
I'm really curious to see how the Tories will do.
Yeah. Well, they're behind Reform in most of the votes.
Yes, indeed. This
Yeah.
is a weird election. I mean, all sorts
There's
of
some
levels.
horrors in the Tory benches currently, though.
Oh,
Or
yes.
in the last Parliament. And was quite shocked. I mean, I was deputy presiding officer from 16 to 21, and I sitting in the chair. It's amazing what you see when you sit in the chair. You get views on everyone, and you see all these behaviours and things. And I was very aware, even then, 2016 to 21, how the tone and tenor of the Tory group changed. From the Annabel Goldies, David McCletchy
Yep.
type of
Bruce Davidson.
Tories. The attitudes to the Parliament amongst some of them were pretty grim. the lack of respect for the institution was pretty grim.
Yeah.
And I understand from former colleagues
Absolutely.
that it was just worsened in 2001. That the last lot with your, what's his name, Kerr and
Aye, Stephen Kerr.
Stephen Kerr and
Ross.
well, Douglas
Ross.
Ross was always a horror. He was there from 2016. But who's the leader now?
Finlay. Russell
Finlay.
Finlay.
Russell Finlay. The attitude was seemingly very, very different and became total institution rakers. A nastiness that started in 2016 and got worse and worse. And I even spoke to some old Tories who felt the same and were quite upset at what happened to their party as they saw it. I mean, certainly I could do business with the John Scotts, the Annabel Goldie, David McCletchy even, and some of them. But I couldn't have done business with the new group,
No.
apart from the odd one like Jamie Green or someone, you know, and he left. And
Yeah.
so yeah, it was interesting how it changed.
Mm.
Yeah, and allowed an in for reform, if you ask me. You know,
Yes.
not a lot of difference between some of the Tories and reform.
Yes.
No.
Do you think the Lib Dems will take many less seats?
I don't know. Depends. Depends on the list vote.
Yes. So
Yeah.
another
Do
update.
we have more information?
An update on Wales.
Right.
43 seats to Plaid Cymru, 34 to Reform, 9 to Labour, 7 to the Conservatives, 2 to the Greens, 1 to the Lib Dem. And that's all seats declared.
Right.
All right.
So,
So what's the
well,
what's the
Plaid have
arithmetic
done
then?
really well.
But what's the arithmetic of everyone against Plaid? So
So,
many seats were
need
there?
49
90.
for majority. Plaid has 43. So, they
96 seats.
Mm.
So the only ones that would deal with reform are potentially Conservatives,
And that would not
and that would not come up to
outnumber
Plaid.
Plaid.
So I don't think Labour will deal with reform.
Sorry, 34 and 9, 42.
No, 7.
7.
Oh, 7, sorry, I'm looking at Labour.
Yeah.
7, 31. Yeah,
So
Okay.
Labour surely would not deal with reform.
No.
well, no, surely
Yeah.
not.
But-
But that wouldn't get them anywhere anyway, because there's only what? Labour,
Well, if Labour and
Nine.
Tories and reform got together,
That's
that,
what I was
that would,
wondering,
but
and
surely
this
they
is-
wouldn't.
7 and 9.
That would totally
16.
be their death knell, would it
Mm.
not?
That's 50. Yeah, I mean, that's a danger.
Yeah. So I hope Plaid run a minority government.
Yeah.
I mean, if they could work with.
Well, if they do it on issues, I think
Yeah.
there may even be a reluctance of Labour to vote on an issue with reform,
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
unless it was a no confidence thing or something
Yeah.
like that.
I think Plaid Cymru's sort of best option is to rule a minority and just sort of try and play things off
Yeah.
against reform.
So, Plaid are up 20, Labour are down 35. That's
Reform are
huge.
up 34.
Well, they
was
weren't,
the
they weren't
exact-
there. Oh, they had 2 or something, didn't they? Maybe
Yeah, but they
did
were
that.
Tories that.
Oh,
crossed over, I
yes,
think.
so it didn't count. This is from
Yeah.
the last election.
Yeah.
Conservatives down 22. I think the Greens will be disappointed.
Mm,
Yes. And you'd think somewhere
Yeah.
like Wales they could have done better.
yeah.
Yeah.
A single Lib Dem.
Does that either of you know? Do the English and Welsh Greens, do they believe in independence for Wales?
I couldn't tell you.
I don't know. I do not know.
So, 69
That's
seats
interesting.
259.
Wasn't on
69,
the,
so we're still waiting
manifesto
for.
apparently.
Hmm?
Wasn't on the manifesto apparently.
Was it not? Right.
Yeah. And of course, Plaid in general have been saying, you know, this isn't independence, this is
Yeah, yeah.
their
Yeah.
proving time.
hmm
And then
They've
next
got a
time-
lot to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're also looking for more powers. That chap I was on, the Sunday show with Mark He-
Oh no.
Hooper, I think it
All
was.
right.
He was saying that you know, they have been talking about additional powers and things to allow them to do more. Because they don't have nearly the powers that Scotland has.
That's right.
They don't have policing, they don't have health. I don't think they even have do they have education?
Sure.
Sure.
See, these were institutions
Yeah.
that Scotland had anyway
Yeah.
from 1707. Part of that, yeah. So that's really interesting.
But
Good on them.
even in minority, the biggest parties are now Plaid Cymru, Sinn Féin, the SNP. All of them are anti-unionist party.
I tell you, these joint ministerial committees are going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Wish I could be a fly in the wall. They were fascinated last time round.
Interesting day to be secure.
Yeah.
Or, you know, perhaps he's fully left the building and he'll deal with it on Monday.
There you are.
Yeah.
Uddingston and Bells Hill is there's still one constituency seat and 7 regional list seats to declare in Motherwell. That's
So they still haven't declared.
it will be some time yet, given the ballot boxes for Uddingston and Bells Hill haven't been opened, let alone verified or counted.
Why
the word
on
is
earth?
that the long peach list ballot papers are slowing the process down.
That is bizarre.
That is appalling.
Mm.
And I've gone to many a North Lanarkshire count over the years, and it's got slower and slower and slower,
Has it?
especially in the last few years. Yeah,
So when the SNP started to win, the counts
there
got
might have
slower.
been something to do with that. Yeah,
I'm sure it's just a coincidence.
I'm not. But that's ridiculous.
That is ridiculous.
That you've
It's
had,
not even a huge constituency.
and you know the ballot boxes have been sitting there. I thought they would finish opening all the constituency ballot boxes,
Yeah.
and then move forward.
Yeah, that
And
makes
then
sense.
then you do.
Verify them all, then
Uh-huh.
start the count.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
which seemed, I think that's what they did in South Lanarkshire.
Yeah,
Mm.
and that is absolutely nonsensical. We're like, oh, yeah, well,
Mm.
so that's people hanging about there all day for a constituency vote, and there's, as you say, it's not
Yeah, because
particularly
the
large.
tellers, those that do the observing and the
Uh-huh.
sampling,
Uh-huh.
my partner being one of them, they were told to be there at 8:30 for meetings with the returning officer.
Yeah,
So folk have been there since 8:30.
yep.
And poor old Duncan, when I dropped him off this morning, it was the first he'd read the notice and it said, "Please bring your own food."
That's terrible. They weren't even providing.
Well, in previous elections, there's been sandwiches and
Uh-huh.
stuff laid on.
Yep,
So
yep.
I don't know. Poor Duncan, he could be starving to death as we speak.
Poor Duncan. And you sound as though.
I'm hugely concerned.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just going to double check what I'm getting here. Oh my goodness! It might not. Uddingston and Bells Hill might not declare until 9 o'clock.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
we'll be bones by then.
I think so.
Do you know? I think I've got enough fat on me to last me till 9 o'clock.
But do you have enough chat on you?
No, no, I don't. I could sing, couldn't I? Yeah.
No, I mean, don't ask me. If you want the room to clear, I'll sing. I'll get rid of everyone.
If Mary McCallan or Claire Adamson were here, they could sing.
That's unbelievable that one constituency seat.
And then we're still waiting on the 3 Highland seats.
Yeah. Yeah.
Aye.
I can understand why they're taking a long time.
Well, not really, because surely most of the boxes have arrived.
Yeah, one would think so.
Have they all been counted in the same place, though? That's I love that.
I shouldn't have. I don't know.
Interesting.
They maybe didn't have room for
Yeah.
for them all to happen.
Maybe that's why Uddingston took so long.
No,
No,
I
it's a
think
huge
St.
place.
Bells it's in Ravenscraig
Yeah,
Sports
it's
Centre,
massive.
and that is, I mean, there were always 4 or 5. I mean, for MPs, it was 4 or 5 counts. 4, 5.
But then I've run out of excuses for them.
Yeah. No, I think not. I think that's pretty appalling. Bad management by the returning officer.
Is it an experienced returning officer?
Well, it should be fairly experienced now.
Yeah, I've been there.
He's
Been
been
a
there a
while.
wee while. I mean, it used to be Gavin.
That's the one I remember.
Yeah, but he's been away for a while, and it's Des Murray now. But it's actually the guy who used to be the PR guy for the council, who's the deputy returning officer, and they're the ones that generally do all the work. And certainly at counts I've been at recently, they haven't necessarily been as correct in terms of and having to go away and double check things as they're trying to call the candidates together and to tell them, this is what we're going to declare. Really, perhaps you should look at that. Yeah.
I mean,
So
if it's going to take that long for the constituency seat, I'll be impressed if we can see the regional today.
yes,
Absolutely. And I'm not staying overnight here on this couch, you know.
No, I'm definitely not. I am definitely.
I've got plans tonight.
Have you now? And what are
Yeah.
your plans tonight?
I'll just drink wine and watch a movie with my friend, but still,
Still plans.
I'll
We
have
could
a-
go clubbing, Marion.
We could show the young ones how it's
In
done.
Stirling, we could find somewhere. It's
Perhaps.
Friday night.
Oh, really? So it is. I think I may suddenly have a sudden affection for my grandchildren. Oh, right. I'm going to send this to Linda.
Ask it.
Right.
I'm wondering if there's someone who could charge my phone in case I'm
Yes, there
somebody.
is. There are some charging. Phone charge. This is. We can't sit here all night just making things up.
Well, I don't know. All these lovely viewers at home thinking, what on earth are they talking about?
But now,
Yeah.
this is. I feel like
It'll be
madam.
interesting at this point to think how the English councils are doing.
Oh yeah, please.
Yes.
I don't know if we've got any more recent numbers on that, but we'll see if we can get them. Because I mean, last time we looked at them, Labour had been decimated, and Reform held by far the most seats. Conservatives too, decimated. But then the Lib Dems put on quite a good show, and the Greens going quite well as well. But
It didn't translate into running council.
it
though?
didn't, no.
No.
It seemed that there was actually more hung councils than there were.
But it'll cause a
Uh,
lot of problems in a lot of councils. And the record of reform so far in councils has been pretty grim.
Oh,
They've had
absolutely.
people leave.
Yes.
They've had, I mean, just
And people-
seriously, these people are. They're not serious.
I mean, isn't a 19-year-old running one of them?
I don't know.
Well, there was
Yeah.
a 19-year-old who.
But
Yes.
they're not serious about running things properly for the communities.
Mm-hmm.
They're just.
They just want the headlines.
They wanted to be Elon Musk's, all of them.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
There you go.
Linda, I've sent you some.
Can that be charged? No. It's illegal.
Right.
It's the wrong kind.
So,
Oh, you could charge that for me.
so English councils.
Right, where's it at?
Oh, jeez.
We have seats 1,137 to reform. The Lib Dems are at 707, having overtaken Conservatives and Labour. Labour at 696, Conservatives 632, Green 345, other 165. So that's a 964 seat loss for Labour,
My goodness.
466 loss for the Conservatives. The Greens are up 237, Lib Dems are up 88, and Reform are up 1,135. And then on the council front, Labour are still running the most, 21,
Right, okay.
down from 44. Lib Dems are running 13. There's 8 Reform councils, 8 Conservative, down from 14, and 3 Green, with
Right.
51 hung councils. That's
My goodness.
messy.
Yeah, it certainly is. So I get confused at all the different levels in England and Wales. So are these county councils?
I'm not
Parish
entirely sure. I think
councils?
Yeah.
it's a variety of different types of councils
Is
that
it?
are up.
Yeah.
No, they were trying to make. I think they were trying to do some sort of reform where they, remember the old days of Strathclyde region and
Yeah.
district councils. I think they were trying
I think
to do.
county councils, the councillors get paid. And parish councils,
No,
they
they
don't.
It's just a voluntary thing.
So that's why I'm wondering if that's
But
county
there's
councils.
county
'cause reform
council, there's
wouldn't
metropolitan
paid, I would imagine.
councils.
Of course, there's metropolitan
Yeah,
councils
there's
as
all
well.
sorts of-
yeah.
There's also
Council.
mayoral elections.
Mayoral.
Yeah, no, it's hard to say. Aye.
Talking too long.
Yeah.
And we haven't got these in yet, apart from that one green
Yeah, we know
one.
the Greens took one, but
Mm-hmm.
couldn't tell you anything beyond that. So it's potentially the more dramatic story compared to Holyrood and
Well,
South.
for Starmer, it probably is, because the harsh reality
Yeah.
is the majority of people in England and Wales neither know nor give a toss about what's happening in Scotland. And to honest too, the majority of people in England and Scotland don't really care what's happening in Wales.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
for the bulk of the population, which is England, it's the councils that are the main story, and that's what
Yes.
the English newspapers will report on.
Yes, and absolutely.
Yeah.
It's really quite scary, the level of ignorance. And the absolute bewilderment in Westminster, for example. And why are people voting for the SNP? This is going to completely confound people because
Yeah.
they've been in government that long and you're still voting for them. Why? And you can't, I used to have to say, there isn't actually anything in the water. In Scotland,
Yeah.
it makes people vote
Yeah.
SNP. They vote SNP because they think they'll be
yeah.
the better government. End of.
Excuse my doing this, I'm trying to
Yeah.
get more information.
Yes. Well, yeah. So I'll have a.
I gather that the folks at Eastwood are having a wee party
Aye.
to celebrate Kirsten Oswald's
I
success.
think it would be a wee party, if
Yes.
I'm being honest. They'd already started celebrations in the railway tavern in Motherwell. Yeah. So
Friday night is a good night, right enough for
it
that.
is. It is.
Yeah.
And some people, poor people who are waiting on the list boats, are,
You know.
or
It's
anyone.
The south of Scotland one's in Dumfries. That's where the count is for that. I hope Emma Harper gets back in.
Is she top of the list? in
No,
this
well, Mary McCallum was top of the list.
one? Of course.
And she's got in. Who was second? Is it Malcolm Kerr? And he's got in, hasn't he? Malcolm Kerr?
Don't know. I honestly don't know.
That was Christine Graham's old seat.
Oh, Callum Kerr.
Callum Kerr. Who's Malcolm Kerr?
I have no idea.
I must know someone called
So-
Malcolm Kerr.
Right.
So Callum Kerr, he got in, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no, it was Alan Brown that was number 2. So he did get elected in Kilmarnock. So if we get a list seat in the south of Scotland, it'll be Emma.
Callum Kerr got in, yeah.
Callum Kerr got
Yes.
in.
Good
So it would be Emma Harper if the SNP get a list seat. She's done a lot of good work, Emma.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is
A lot of good people.
Yeah.
There's good people in all parties apart from Reform.
yeah.
Yes.
Yes, and there's lots of
There may be some misguided people in Reform.
yes, and there's lots of people, list MSPs for all parties who put in a real shift,
Absolutely.
a
Yeah.
real shift, and
Yeah.
some of whom will not get. And it seems really weird. For example, Lothians, was it no Mid Lothian, top of the list is someone that no one seems to have. Was it the Labour list? Who no one seems to have heard of. So the people in the Lothians who didn't get re-elected are going to find themselves.
Well, you know, Labour have forum for that. Look
Yeah.
at some of the MPs in Scotland.
Yeah.
The one in East Kilbride that was parachuted in from London.
Yeah.
And the one in Hamilton that nobody ever sees.
Mm-hmm.
From London again.
Yes, and there's there's lots of MPs now don't have local offices,
Yeah.
which is all very
Yeah.
difficult. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find anything.
So at this point, compared to 2021,
Uh-huh.
Lib Dems are up 1 seat, Labour are up 2,
Oh.
Greens are up 2, SNP are down 4 and Conservatives are down 4.
Down
Holyrood,
4.
according to the BBC.
Right, okay.
Uh-huh.
We got SNP got 64 and 21. Lost 3 because Fergus Ewing went independent, as did John Mason, and Ash Denham went to Alba.
Yeah.
I never noticed Ash Denham's result actually.
Was she standing in a constituency then?
Yeah, I think so. I'll look for that later. Interesting.
Yes.
So they ended up with 61.
Does this also mean a new First Minister in Wales?
Of course there will be.
Yeah.
The leader of Plaid Cymru, I
Yeah.
guess. Ellen A. What's his name? Alan. Oh, my mind's going
I
blank
know I
now.
can't pronounce it, which is really
Mhm.
a terrible thing to
But he
say.
comes across very, very well.
Yes. And he's also
Yeah.
very tall, which I think.
Is he?
Oh, aye.
I was speaking to a Welsh lady that actually lives in my own hometown in Straven, and she's lived in Scotland for many years. But she was saying that she saw him on TV and was hugely impressed by
Yes.
his obvious care about Wales.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, so 5 mayoral elections are done as well. The
Oh.
Greens have won 2 of them,
Yeah.
Wow.
not just one.
Whereabouts?
There's Hackney and Lewisham.
Oh, both in London.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. That's great.
40% of the vote to Labour's just under 35.
Right. What about the others?
Trying to, let's see. If the BBC will be nice to me. And there's 6 runnings, there's 1 more to come, I think.
Right.
The Liberal Democrats in Watford,
Right.
Conservatives in Croydon, and Labour in Newham.
The Greens. It's the Greens' day then for mayors.
Tower Hamlets left,
An interesting one.
which is
Tower Hamlets probably won't go green.
apparently the position is currently held by the Aspire Party.
Is that George? Was that George Galloway?
Oh, it might well have been.
Lufter Raman, apparently, who's running for re-election.
George Galloway didn't stand in the Holyrood elections, did he? No. He talked about it, but it didn't happen.
There's 1 region left to come from Wales. And the,
I thought Wales was complete.
So the current Welsh First Minister, she lost her seat and stood down as leader of Welsh Labour. So
Yeah.
Elliot Morgan, so she's gone. New Welsh First Minister, that'll be interesting to see. And then we've said it a few times already, but all 3 devolved parliaments. It's going to be interesting to see just Starmer's reaction to all of this, if he's even really going to address the devolved nations.
Recognise
elections,
it, Mr. Starmer?
or if he's
Things have changed.
Yes.
and
Yeah.
No, I think he's very blinkered, and I think he will just keep saying no until he's actually forced
It was
out.
interesting in 2007 that some of the cabinet in UK recognise. I was only at one lot of joint ministerial committees, which was the European one, and it was interesting the different views of the different ministers that were there. Some recognised the difference and some didn't. Margaret Beckett, who was somebody I had a lot of respect for, she didn't recognise it at all.
No.
She just didn't get it. David Miliband, he got it. He totally got it. I think he was a loss to the Labour Party, actually.
Huge loss.
Yeah. Jim Murphy, he got it, but just refused to accept anything, just started shouting a lot.
I think on the sort of like Keir Starmer front, the most interesting thing from this isn't going to be does he go cause of it, because he's probably not going to. It's what lesson do they learn from this? You know?
And I mean, if he does go, it's who takes his place will matter.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at the moment they're talking about what, Angela Rayner, West Streeting.
I don't think it'll be West Streeting. I think
No, I don't.
Andy Burnham. How they'll achieve that, I have no
I mean,
idea.
especially with the results.
Andy Burnham gets it.
Oh, aye.
Yeah, he's pretty smart.
I think he would.
I don't know
work for the
Angela
party
Rayner,
just
so I
now,
can't
but
really.
yeah, I think West Streeting,
But you see, they don't think of it.
his image is not different enough from Keir Starmer's. At least not in a good
I always
way.
think he looks like. This is a terrible thing, maybe I'm going to say, but I always think he looks like one of these. Remember the puppets you used to get when they did.
Yes.
I wish I was his
Yes.
Thunderball XL5 and
yeah,
all that.
yeah.
I always think he looks like he's been so polished and.
Yeah. I mean, the thing.
I mean, he's a good-looking young man. I wouldn't take that away from him. He's very, very smart-looking, but it just always looks terribly unreal to me.
The real problem with the UK cabinet is that there's very few Scots in it. I mean, you hear Pat McFadden, but he's been down south as an MP forever. You get folk like Douglas Alexander who absolutely hate the SNP with a passion and who will never give an inch. And they actually don't understand that Scotland is a different country. They just think it's a minor aberration and that everything will turn out okay eventually.
Another county.
Yeah, you know, and I still shiver when I think of listening to the radio back in the day before the Scottish Parliament was set up and listening to Tony Blair saying that, well, yes, the Scottish Parliament, but it will work something like a parish council.
Remember that? Yeah, they actually said it.
And thinking,
But give
really?
the man his due, agreed to a referendum to set up the Scottish Parliament.
yes, he did.
Here's an interesting thought.
Only because he thought it was going to be like a parish council.
If Stalmer steps down, is he just a backbencher, or does he have a place in someone else's cabinet?
I think he'll disappear.
Matter of pride, isn't it? What do you think?
I mean, I think that
I think it must be really hard for a leader to stand down and sit in the back benches, and I think even harder to stay in government.
Theresa May did it quite
Yeah,
well.
she stayed in the
She
back
did,
benches.
aye.
I think
Aye.
the
More
Labour
respect
Party
to her,
would
wouldn't you?
be making a mistake to just having the backbench. I think there's one thing Stalmer's good at, and it's dealing with other world leaders.
Yes, but
Yeah.
that
Well, at
doesn't
least-
help feed people.
So
in the
but-
UK.
give him foreign affairs, you know?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Like, perhaps you make your Starmer your foreign, because the rest of the world he seems to play all right in. He just really doesn't
But
play
how
well
do you
here.
go from being the boss to, you know?
He might get in
think
the
it'd be
Lords
quite
and
hard.
do a David Cameron.
Well, yeah. You could become a lord and then go in government that way. Yeah. But then that would cause a by-election.
And it is difficult for the Foreign Secretary to actually be accountable to the House of Commons. If they'll be sitting in the Lords, there's no mechanism for direct reporting, so you need to get somebody deputising for him in the Commons. I mean, I think Starmer's biggest problem is, apart from knifing folk in the back, is that he hasn't got a political brain.
No, I don't think he has either.
He landed on his feet, getting as Director of Public Prosecutions, and through that route he got into Parliament. But he landed on his feet. He was given a role. Jeremy Corbyn's cabinet, he was given a role, and he thinks it's that easy, but
He did that rather well, actually. I remember watching him when he was in Jeremy's cabinet, and he was talking about the Brexit problems, and he was pro-Remain. And I remember sitting watching him and thinking, he's good, he really knows what he's talking about. And, yeah. In fact, my sister-in-law, who's English, is a Londoner, said, you know, if he was leader of the Labour Party, they might do very well.
Aye.
And then what a disappointment he's turned out to be.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, yeah.
It'll be interesting to see. I don't think he'll end up stepping down.
I think he'll hang on by his fingernails.
I think
Yeah.
at this point, the idea is basically keep him in there till things start to look a bit better, so that someone else can come in
And on the up.
take credit for something, or at least not be in such a bad
Yeah.
situation and get off on a good foot.
Well, that would be the smart thing for any potential leader to do. It's like, right, we've hit rock bottom. Now we can only go up.
Yeah.
So I'm going to step in. I mean, did either of you think Angela Rayner's capable of it? You know her. I don't.
I don't know her because she never deigned to talk to any of us.
Did she know it?
But I think she started out well. But I think getting to be Deputy Prime Minister and getting to, I mean, the whole Labour Party, that whole cabinet were taking bungs from different people in terms of clothes, in terms of
That was a
tickets.
very basic
I mean, you don't.
thing to get wrong, wasn't it? When they were in opposition, giving it all this stuff about
Yeah.
probity.
Yeah.
And then
I-
all that to come out.
That really annoyed me because
Yeah.
I don't think she should have resigned over that. I mean, especially compared to a bunch
Oh, do you mean the
of
stamp duty thing?
yeah,
Mm.
compared to all the stuff the Conservatives did in office. But I think you could have played that as a win for
But
her,
Starmer,
because she was meant to be
but
in charge
that's
of
one
housing,
of the
and if she
things
could-
about Starmer not being political that Marion was talking about.
Yeah.
His first reaction was, get rid. Yeah.
Because you could have played that as a, I'm in charge of housing and even I'm lost with this. The problem is the system's too complicated, we need to fix it.
Yeah.
That can be a win. But
Aye.
But then Starmer had already been castigated for accepting designer clothes, glasses, all the money he was taking. And there's lots of, and the whole way that Starmer took over the Labour Party, I don't believe he plotted that all out by himself. Now,
No.
I think Mandelson was at the back of it all, through folk like Wes Streeting
And McSweeney.
Nick Sweeney
Morgan
was definitely a
McSweeney.
big-
And I think Starmer was, I'm not going to say useful idiot because that's probably a bit too strong, but a good dupe.
Mhm.
You want to be PM, we'll make you Prime Minister.
Yeah.
And you know,
That's the one sort of thing that gives me optimism about Keir Starmer is he'd taken all these sort of record shifts with people like Mandelson, McSweeney, Westminster here. With them gone, if there was someone better behind him, could he be capable of better?
well,
Because like the way he talked before he became leader of the Labour Party was
It sounded credible.
so. Could there be a chance to get that Keir Starmer back,
I'm not entirely convinced because I think once you cross the line,
or at least
It's very hard to get back.
it's very hard to get back. And I don't know that people would want him to get back.
And it doesn't sound great.
No, he always sounds hesitant.
He sounded
It's-
fine as an almost sort of academic minister.
Yeah.
Because he's standing up there talking about the technicalities and people are like, oh, he's really clever.
Yeah.
But when you're supposed to be leading a political movement, he's not inspiring.
he's got the energy of a deputy head teacher.
Yes.
He's got some authority.
Yes.
Not too much criticism, but he knows what he's talking about, but he's not the one in charge. The
He's
one
not
that gives the
inspiring.
speeches.
No.
No.
And he doesn't. What is it they say? He doesn't have vision, and that's really his downfall. And he could have quite. I mean, to spend the whole of the election period going change, and then get in and do some of the dumbest things a politician has ever done. I mean, go for the old folk, the heating allowance.
Oh, yeah.
Again, I think that's such a failure of. That's such a big thing for Labour. It's a failure of comms, because you could have also made that a win, because it was introducing means testing to it. you can play that as we're going to make sure that
We'll make sure Alan
millionaires
Sugar
living in the
doesn't get
south of France aren't
Yeah.
getting
Yeah,
this
but
winter fuel
also
payment.
the way
I think if Labour could change two things: one, it's stop trying to out far right Nigel Farage, but two, get a better comms team, or at least get a comms team. 'cause
But you
I'm not
got
sure
you.
there is one.
But before a comms team can be good, you've got to have the vision, and that's what's lacking. Because what they are, their
Yeah.
vision is to stay in government and have power. It's not about really making anything a change.
Yeah.
And I, just talk about that lack of political news.
Yeah.
The WASPy thing. See,
I
when the ombudsman came out with the
Yes.
1500 or something.
Yeah, yeah.
To me, the sensible political thing to do would be to have said, okay, we will reach a compromise on this. We accept what the Ombudsman says. We will reach a compromise. We'll means test it. Now, there'd have been outrage, but they'd have got away with it.
Yeah.
But to just say, no, we're completely ignoring the Ombudsman. And when the Ombudsman says things we agree with, we accept them. But when they say things we don't agree with, we don't accept it. And it just looked so very bad.
I mean,
So,
what looked very bad were all the pictures of Labour MPs standing with WASPy women. In actual fact, the people who started doing stuff on WASPy were the SNP
That's
at
right.
Westminster.
That's right.
But we didn't know enough to start up an all-party parliamentary group on WASPy. We didn't know it enough. We didn't have the nous to do all that sort of thing. But we meant it when we were standing with WASPy women.
well, we proved that point when we
Yeah.
did the equal pay stuff in Glasgow.
Yes. And
Yeah.
difficult though it was, and financially difficult as well. Then,
And still is.
yes.
Yeah.
I mean, we're still paying the price of the last Labour government on PFI.
Oh, hugely.
Hospitals.
Hugely.
I mean, all of that. It's just, and that's where it's dangerous. That's where the Labour Party. They're very good at short-term fixes.
So,
Yeah.
for the first time in a while, we have a call.
Oh!
Caithness, Lib Dems.
Ah.
Yeah.
Well. What, by how much do you know yet?
Yeah, so Mary Todd's.
Yeah. But do you know how much she was beaten by?
Do we know how much she's beaten by?
Not yet.
More
That's
than
a shame.
5,000.
Oh, that's quite comprehensive. I was told recently by those in the know that that's how it was looking.
Yeah.
That's a
And
shame.
The SNP haven't taken too many constituencies in the Highlands Islands, so she might be take a seat on the list.
Well, she's top of the list.
Top of the list, so it's likely she'll end up in the list then.
She was on the list before. When Marie was first elected, she was on the list.
Yeah.
So
2016.
that leaves us with 3 to go.
Yes, so that's the other two Highland ones.
Mm-hmm.
And
And
then
Uddingston and
Uddingston.
Bells,
Yeah.
which absolutely, I mean, somebody should be roasted for that in North Lanarkshire.
Absolutely, it's nonsense. And I'm missing my Friday night fish and chips.
Let's not talk food.
Yeah.
Didn't get to the fishmonger this morning.
Yes. Is there a fishmonger where you live?
Yeah.
See, I don't have one.
Don't know when we are due for a changeover and if Uddingston will come before we are gone.
We've got somebody to change it. Am I getting
don't know.
tweaked out by the hook, am I?
I don't know. It's more or less just dropped in here.
I think we have to call this because are we going to sit here doing this until they start doing the lists and or
I don't think we can sit through to the lists. I think that starts to get...
Yeah.
and I think it's going to be a while if they hadn't even opened the boxes recently.
I hope that the Caithness one being in means that the other two Highland ones will follow.
And wouldn't it be ridiculous if all the Highland constituencies declare
Completely.
and Uddingston
There's
as
no
well?
excuse. Unless it's massive recounts, which it isn't, there's no excuse.
Apparently they hadn't even opened the boxes, which makes absolutely no sense, and I'm not sure.
Unless they were short-staffed. And if they were, why? Bad planning?
Well, if you consider that they did Adrian Shorts, Motherwell and Wishaw, Coatbridge and Christon, I'm trying to think what else.
can't remember the names of them these days.
No, I mean, Airdrie, Coatbridge and Christen, Cumbernauld and Close
Of course.
Falkirk East and Linlithgow, Falkirk West, Motherwell and Wishaw, Uddingston and
I didn't
Bellshill.
hear the
Now the
result.
Falkirk ones I don't think were counted in Ravenscraig. They may
I
well
didn't
have
hear
been.
the result for Cumbernauld. I mean,
Jamie
I know
Hepburn
Jamie
got back.
held, but I didn't hear how
Right.
good it was.
So
it's always a good result.
and
50.8%
Bathgate,
of the vote.
Good for him.
I mean they're always been a hard-working constituency
Yeah.
team. Bathgate, I think we may have.
What was the percentage in East Kilbride?
East Kilbride.
Because East Kilbride and Cumbernauld, Jamie and I always had a wee bit
friendly-
of a competition to see who could get the
friendly
most.
rivalry. Yes.
We were generally on a par.
42?
Is that all? Oh dear. Oh well, Jamie's well won that one
Yeah,
then.
42.4.
Alison Thulis or topped him.
Yes, and I mean but Alison's got a long history in that part of
Oh, absolutely,
Glasgow as a
absolutely.
councillor, then
Yeah.
as an MP, and now as an MS.
And she's a hard worker.
She is a very hard worker.
She's going to be a great addition to Holyrood, actually.
Yeah.
Just think to who's been elected with the lowest share of their vote. Looks like it's one of the Glasgow ones. They've
Yeah.
been quite hotly contested. Kelvin and Mary held 32.8.
And because Bob,
Mm.
is that Bob? Yeah.
Bob Doris.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Bob
They were
Doris
worried about that one.
Yes, they were. Thought that he might not hold on, and he's another very hard-working
Mm.
MP.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. I wondered if there's any friends at home still tuned into us, Marion.
I would think
If you
most
are,
folk
thank
have-
you very much.
Yes, indeed. And I think possibly they've had the fish. The fish.
They've
taste.
had their fish and chips, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe.
Let's see. Oh, I've got 3%.
Okay,
Oh, no, 2%
we're going to be doing a
left.
little bit of changeover now, so we'll be back with you soon.
Is that just? Hello and welcome back.
Alright, so
Yeah.
where were we? We'd just got in our most recent constituency. We're still waiting for 3 to be called for Scotland. Wales, I believe, are fully in now, and it's still chaos in the English councils.
So the most recent result is that the Liberal Democrats unseated the SNP in Caithness with a 48% of the vote going to the Lib Dems.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
a sad one.
It's sad about that because Marie is such a hard-working person. That's politics. That's
Yes.
what happens, and that was always a Lib Dem area until Gail Ross took it in 2016.
Yep.
Marie Todd held it in 2021. The Lib Dems threw everything at it, won it back. That's,
I mean, it is easier to win constituency seats if you're
me.
only going for a limited number.
yeah, you target. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
always been the strategy of the Lib Dems
Yeah.
and the Greens.
Yeah,
hasn't
That's
it?
right. And
Targeting-
Used to be the strategy of the SNP.
Of course.
I mean, we stood someone in every seat, but resources
paper
were limited,
candid-
so
paper
you.
candidates, yeah.
And every so often, one of the paper candidates got elected and went, "Oh,
Yes.
I don't know
what do I do now?"
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. No, that's
That's the way it is.
And she may well, as we said, she may well get in on the list, and this Parliament won't lose her expertise. I mean, it's all very well having a clear out in a Parliament, but you need people that have done it before who've provide
you need that
continuity.
continuity,
You need it,
absolutely.
and just for
Mhm.
simple things, and for all the newcomers coming in. I think that's often
I
what's
think this one in Holyrood is going to be the biggest change. I can't remember the numbers, but the Scottish Parliament staff were planning for a huge turnaround because there's a lot of new people that need to be told how things work, and they've all got to employ staff, and so that's the HR department of the Parliament's huge.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
that happened in Westminster in
course,
24, and it
yeah.
was huge because there was people who just had never done anything like this before. And there isn't a rule book on how to be an MSP
Yeah.
or
No,
an MP.
no.
You really have to make the job your own, and you really.
It's like being self-employed.
yes,
Yeah.
it is actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except you do have your group and your whips to listen to. And I've been quite amused by some of the candidates, for example, saying things like, "Oh, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that." I'm like, really? Wait, you've spoke to your whip and you're needed for the vote.
Yes.
What, you think you're going to the World Cup? Think again.
Yes. Yes. And I mean,
What kind of staff will most MSPs be employing to it?
Well, the allowances have gone up since I was there, I understand. I had 1, 2, 3 full-time members of staff. I chose not to have anyone in Edinburgh. I just did that myself. And occasionally my staff would come through. So I had 3 members of staff in the constituency office. 1 full-time on casework. 1 full-time on, I'm saying comms, but it wasn't just comms, it was all of that and helping people with stuff that weren't straight constituency cases, grant applications and stuff like that. And Scott was the researcher. So, for example, if there was a particular debate, Scott would do the research for me and give me the research, and I would speak to it as the speech. So yeah, that was my stuff. But everybody mucked in. We were a team. We mucked in. If Caroline was overwrought with casework, James and Scott would muck in, and obviously I did casework too.
yeah.
So yeah, it was a great team. Yeah, that's what I miss.
Yeah.
I miss the people.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm
That
the
you
same.
do.
It was
Mm.
for me. It was the hardest job I've ever done. Was to make people redundant, because what a lot of people don't realise, if someone doesn't get re-elected to either of the parliaments, their staff.
Yeah, because you're directly employing your staff.
Yes,
That's
yes.
the self-employed element. Though I was able to. I decided in 2016 that I wouldn't stand again in 21 because of my age, and I wanted to retire. So I told the team, look, I'm not standing again in 21. It's up to you. If you get the chance of another job, I'll support you all the way. But they stayed with me, and we sort of made redundant in 21. Thankfully, got other jobs very quickly. Because they were great.
Yeah, I mean it's and when there's a huge turnover like that, the market does become overcrowded with folk who've worked for parliamentarians and find it a bit harder to get jobs in the same line of work almost. But some people do well and they manage to find other things, maybe mainly in the third sector. So. But people don't realise that the people that have been helping them all that time on a day-to-day basis, when MSPs are in the constituency 2 days a week at least, which wasn't the case for MPs because they were generally 4 days away.
Yeah.
And so you really had to rely on the expertise of your staff, and they were your representatives there, and that people realised that if they waited for me, for example, to do casework for them, they would wait a while because I was only available 1 day a week.
There's also that thing about that unfairness of what's reported, because each MSP is an employer, so you have a duty of care to your staff,
Yes.
and you have to make sure that your staff are properly paid. You have to make sure that they are properly looked after, and it's things like, I remember we were in an office block, and there was the only potable water, properly drinking water, was away the other end of this ancient 1960s building. And so I got a water tower so that my staff could have fresh water. Oh, I was slammed in the press, Fabiani spends, it was something ridiculous like £10 a month on water because our staff are too lazy to walk to the kitchen. You know, that kind of
Interesting,
thing.
right.
You know, other
Oh, yeah.
people got slammed for buying toilet rolls.
Yep.
If that's all they can slam you for, that probably says something to you.
Well, yeah. So, but that's the bit of the job people don't realise, that you're almost a self-employed unit in these sort of
And you
things,
certainly
yeah.
are at Westminster. You are the employer, and you have the duty of care to your staff, and you have to make sure that their working conditions are reasonable.
Of course you do.
And although
And safe.
yes, and you know, I was in a service building, which meant that we couldn't. When people come to the representatives, the elected representatives, they usually come when they're in dire straits
Or stressed.
and stressed, and they've tried everything else often, and then they come in, and if you can't immediately help them, or for all sorts of reasons, the systems
Or
are,
even give them a drink of water.
yeah. I mean, I couldn't even give people a cup of tea.
Mm-hmm.
I had to pay for. I'm not complaining, but I was allowed to buy water, but I couldn't buy tea or coffee. I paid for that myself because you weren't allowed to give people tea or coffee, which the kind
It's
of
ludicrous.
ridiculous little things that actually make things. I mean, you get someone.
I didn't
coming
have
to you
that issue.
in real distress.
I was able to buy tea and coffee.
You know, but and a lot
And
of
toilet rolls.
a lot of the expenses that are put down as expenses for parliamentarians are actually not. It's not for the benefit of the parliamentarian. It's for the benefit of the staff or their constituents. Yeah,
So
absolutely.
we do have to wrap up at the moment, but thank you very much for attending and
It's been a
joining us.
pleasure. It really has.
So that is the end of our count special for the Scottish and Senate, the Scottish Holyrood election and the Senate election. I'm Isla Barker.
Elliot Johnston.
Thank you very much for watching our broadcast today.
Have a good rest of your evening. Bye bye.